everyone and welcome to the Full Stack Web Development Full Course, your all-in-one guide to building modern, dynamic web applications from start to finish. So in this course, you will learn both front-end such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, and back-end such as Node.js, MongoDB, REST APIs, Docker, Django technologies. You will gain the skills to design, develop, and deploy complete web solutions and work on real-world projects that showcase your abilities. Whether you're starting your journey or aiming to become a professional full-stack developer, this course will help you build job-ready expertise. So before we begin, please like, share, and subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to stay updated on the latest tech content from Edureka. Also, check out Edureka's Full Stack Developer course that equips you to build both the front-end and back-end of web applications using technologies like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and popular server-side frameworks. And through hands-on projects, you will gain the practical skills needed to become a highly sought-after full-stack web developer. So check out the course link given in the description box below. Now, let's get started with our first topic, that is, what is full-stack web development? Imagine building a website like Instagram. As a full-stack developer, you create both what users see, like profiles and feeds, and the behind-the-scenes stuff like storing data and handling interaction. You handle everything from making it look good to making sure it works smoothly for users. By understanding both the front-end, what users see, and the back-end, how everything works behind the scene, you can create a website that not only looks good, but also runs smoothly and is easy for users to use. So, being a full-stack developer means being able to build a complete and user-friendly social media platform from start to finish. So what is full-stack web development? Full-stack web development refers to the practice of building both the front-end, that is the client side, and the back-end, which is the server-side components of a website or web application. In other words, full-stack developers are proficient in both the technologies that power what users see and interact within their web browsers, as well as the technologies that handle data storage, user authentication, and server-side processing behind the scene. So what does a full-stack web developer do? A full-stack developer is responsible for handling both the front-end and back-end development of a web application or website. Their role involves in front-end development, that is, creating the user interface UI and user experience UX that users interact with in their web browsers. This involves writing HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code to design and implement the visual aspects of the website or application. For example, implementing a responsive design that adjusts to different screen sizes or adding interactive features like drop-down menu or sliders come under front-end development. Now let's understand the main task of a front-end developer in detail. First, we have user interface design. Web page layout, structure, and aesthetics are created using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. This involves developing user interfaces that are visually appealing, easy to navigate, and responsive to the variety of devices and screen sizes. Next, user experience design. It involves optimizing web page usability and accessibility to provide users with a seamless and enjoyable experience. Front-end developers concentrate on things like site navigation, interactive elements, form usability, and overall user engagement. Next, front-end development. Writing code to implement web page design and functionality, which includes HTML for content structure, CSS for styling and layout, and JavaScript for interactive and dynamic behavior. Front-end developers use frameworks and libraries such as React, Angular, Vue.js to speed up development and improve user experience. Next, cross-browser compatibility. They ensures that web pages render consistently and function properly across all web browsers and devices. Front-end developers test and troubleshoot browser compatibility issues to ensure a consistent experience for all users. Next, performance optimization. Optimizing web page performance by reducing load times, file sizes, and code, front-end developers use techniques like code splitting, lazy loading, and image optimization to boost website performance and user experience. Next, moving on to back-end development. Building the server-side logic and database interaction that power the application behind the scene. Full stack developers uses the server-side language like JavaScript with Node.js, Python, Ruby, PHP or Java, along with the frameworks like Express.js, Django, Ruby on Rails, Laravel or Spring Boot to handle tasks such as data storage, user authentication and server-side processing. So now let us understand the main task of a backend developers in detail. And first we have server-side development. Writing code to implement server-side components, logic and functionalities in programming languages such as JavaScript with Node.js, Python, Ruby, PHP or Java. And data processing, business logic, implementation and server-side routing are some of the tasks that backend developers handle. Next, database management. Designing, implementing and managing databases to store and retrieve data effectively. Backend developers use database management systems such as MySQL, PostgreSQL, MongoDB and Redis to securely and effectively store and manage data. Next, API development. Developing applications programming interfaces to facilitate communication between a web application front and backends. So backend developers create and implement RESTful or GraphQL APIs that expose data and functionality to client-side applications. And next we have authentication and authorization. Implementing user authentication and authorization mechanisms to secure access to protected resources and data. Backend developers handle tasks such as user authentication, password hashing, session management and role-based access control. Next, performance optimization. Optimizing the performance and scalability of server-side components to handle increasing traffic and workloads. Backend developers use techniques such as caching, load balancing, and database indexing to improve performance and responsiveness. And for a better understanding, let's take a look at a simple table breakdown of both front-end and back-end technologies. First, let us go through the front-end technologies. And the language used by the front-end developers is JavaScript. Frameworks and libraries that are used are ReactJS, which is a JavaScript library for building user interface developed by Facebook. It allows developers to create a reusable UI components. And next, Angular, a TypeScript-based framework for building single-page application developed by Google, and it provides a comprehensive solution for front-end development. Next, Vue.js, a progressive JavaScript framework for building user interface known for its simplicity and ease of interaction. Next, jQuery, a fast and feature-rich JavaScript library for DOM manipulation, event handling, and animation. It simplifies front-end development tasks. Next, we have Bootstrap, a popular CSS framework for building responsive and mobile-first website, and it provides pre-designed UI components and layouts. Next, Sass or Less, CSS preprocessors that extend the capability of CSS with the features like variables and nested rules, making style sheets more maintainable and scalable. And at last we have TypeScript, a superset of JavaScript that adds static typing and other features to improve developers' productivity and code quality. And next, moving on to the server-side technology. The backend developers use the languages such as JavaScript with Node.js. That is, the Node.js is a runtime environment that allows developers to run JavaScript on the server side. It enables building scalable and high-performance web applications. And the next language is Python, a versatile and easy-to-read programming language often used for web development due to its simplicity and rich ecosystem of libraries and frameworks. And the next language is Ruby, a dynamic and object-oriented programming language known for its simplicity and developer-friendly syntax. It is commonly used with the Ruby on Rails framework. And next, Java, a widely used object-oriented programming language known for its portability and scalability. It is often used with frameworks like Spring Boot for web development. And next, we have PHP, a server-side scripting language designed for web development. It is known for its ease of use and extensive support for web development tasks. Next, moving on to frameworks and libraries, the backend developers use Express.js, a minimalist web application framework for Node.js. It simplifies server-side development with features like routing, middleware, and template engines. Next, Django, which is a high-level Python web framework that encourages rapid development and clean, pragmatic design. So it includes built-in features for authentication, database ORM, and templating. Next, Ruby on Rails. A full-stack web application framework for Ruby, it follows the conventions over configuration principle and emphasizes developer productivity. Next, Spring Boot. An opinionated framework for building production-ready Java applications. It provides a comprehensive suite of tools and features for web development. And then we have Laravel, a PHP web framework known for its elegant syntax and expressive syntax. It simplifies common tasks like routing, authentication, and database management. And then moving on to database management systems. And backend developers use MongoDB, NoSQL, a document-oriented NoSQL database known for its flexibility and scalability. It stores data in JSON-like documents and is often used for agile development and data-intensive applications. Next, MySQL and PostgreSQL, relational database management system, that is RDBMS, that uses structured query language for data manipulation and retrieval. They are widely used for transactional applications and complex data models. Next, Firebase, a real-time database service provided by Google. It offers cloud-hosted NoSQL databases and backend services for building mobile and web applications. Next, moving on to the popular web development stacks. The main stack includes MongoDB, Express.js, Angular, and Node.js. Next, the MERN stack comprises MongoDB, Express.js, ReactJS, and Node.js. And next, the LAMP stack features Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. And then, the Django stack combines Django, PostgreSQL, Nginx, and GUnicorn. Now, let's shift our focus to explore the differences between front-end, back-end, and full-stack development. The front-end development focuses designing the user interface and experience for a website or app, whereas the back-end development focuses on developing and managing server-side logic and database interaction, whereas the full-stack development combines both front-end and back-end development. And next, moving on to the technologies. Languages used in front-end development are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and the languages used in the back-end development are JavaScript, Node.js, Python, Ruby, Java, etc. And the full-stack development requires proficiency in both front-end and back-end technologies. Next, responsibilities. Front-end development responsibility includes designing and implementing visual aspects to ensure responsiveness and accessibility, whereas the back-end development requires the responsibility of writing server-side code, maintaining databases, and implementing authentication. And the full-stack development involves in designing, building, and maintaining both client-side and server-side components. And let us now see some of the examples. Example of a front-end development is designing web page layouts and developing interactive elements. And the example for back-end development is writing server scripts and managing database queries. And the example for full-stack development is building entire web application handling both client and server aspects. Now let's have a look at the advantages of full-stack development. Full-stack developers can handle both front-end and back-end tasks. They can manage the entire development process, allowing for faster turnaround times. And hiring a full-stack developers can be less expensive than hiring separate front-end and back-end developers. They can effectively communicate with other team members, making collaboration easier. Next, a full-stack developers can quickly learn new technologies and adapt to changing project requirements. They take ownership of projects from beginning to end, ensuring accountability. And they excel at troubleshooting and problem solving because they understand both sides. Hope you now have a good understanding of a full-stack web development, including the languages, frameworks, and libraries.
Why you should consider learning web development? So, the first thing is it is easy to learn. Web development tools and technologies are designed to be friendly and easily accessible for beginners. With numerous online resources, tutorials, and communities, you can quickly start building your website and a web application even if you have no prior experience. The second thing is flexible work environment. Web development offers a highly flexible work environment. You can work from anywhere, whether it's home, a coffee shop, or while traveling. This flexibility is ideal for those who value work-life balance and prefer to set their schedules. And the next is high salary package. Web developers are high in demand and this demand translates into high salary packages. The average salary of a web developer in India is about 10 to 12 lakhs per annum and the average salary of a web developer in USA is about $120,000 per annum. The next thing is freelance opportunities. Web development opens up numerous freelance opportunities. Whether you want to work on project part-time or build a full-time freelance career, there is a vast market for web development services. And next on we have creative and fun. Web development is a perfect blend of creativity and skills. It allows you to express your creativity through design and problem solving while building an interactive and engaging website. The process of creating something from scratch can be highly satisfying and enjoyable. Understanding the reasons of learning web development is just the beginning. Now let's see what web development actually is. Web development is a process of creating and maintaining website and web applications that users interact with on internet. To understand web development, let's have a look on two familiar examples. And the first one is Amazon. On Amazon, everything including responsive design, navigation bar, product listing, shopping cart, wish list cart, and search bar are a result of web development. These features are designed to create seamless shopping experience for the users. Now similarly on YouTube, the navigation sidebar, subscription button, playlist creation, live streaming, video player, search bar, all are brought together to life through web development, offering an interactive and smooth user experience. So this is why web development is so important. It is used to create applications like Amazon and YouTube. If you want to build your web application, learning web development will be your first step. So now that we know what web development is, let's see how it works. Web development involves two key components. The first one is Frontend. Frontend is the part user interacts with directly through web browsers. It includes all the visual elements you see on the website, such as button, text, and images. Next, we have Backend. Backend is what happens behind the scenes. It involves web servers, where all the website's data and files are stored, business logic, which processes requests and handles the application's operation, database, where all the essential information is stored, and together these backend components ensure the website functions smoothly and can handle the user request efficiently. Now that you understand web development, let's move on to the core technologies that makes it possible. First on we have HTML. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. It is the backbone of any website. It structures the content by defining elements like heading, paragraph, images, links. Basically, it forms the skeleton of the web page. Then on we have CSS. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. It is responsible for websites' look and feel. It controls the layout, color, fonts, and overall visual appearance, allowing you to create visually appealing and responsive designs. And next on we have JavaScript. JavaScript adds interactivity to your website. It enables dynamic features like animation, form validation, and interactive element, making the website more engaging for the users. Now, without any further delay, let's set up our developing environment so you can start working on your first HTML program. So there are so many code editors in market, but the code editor that we are going to work on is Visual Studio Code. So to download Visual Studio Code, you just have to visit the official website of Visual Studio Code, and after that you have to just click on the download link. In case you are using Mac, you can download from this link, but we are using Windows, so I'll just click on this link. After clicking on that link, my download process has started. So after the file gets downloaded, we are just going to click here. And then we are going to click on I accept the agreement and then next. So this basically is the address of your Visual Studio Code. Just let it be as it is and click on next. Next. And here we are going to click on create a desktop icon and open with code, open with code. Then next. And then the last step is to install Visual Studio Code into our system. So the installation process has started. So here I can see that installation has been completed. We are just going to click on the finish button and that will launch our Visual Studio Code. So now we have successfully downloaded our Visual Studio Code. So now that we have installed Visual Studio Code, the next step is to install extension into our VS Code. So for installing extensions in our VS Code, we just need to click here and then we are going to search for extensions. So these extensions will help you to run HTML, CSS and JavaScript code in your VS Code. So I have been using VS Code for such a long time now, so these extensions are already installed in my VS Code. I'll just show you. So the first extension that you need is Live Server. So this Live Server basically will help you to run your HTML and CSS code in your VS Code. I'll just show you how to install. So after you'll click on Live Server, you'll get something like this and you just need to click on Install. And after installing, this Go Live button will be added to your VS Code. That's it. Just like that, we are going to add auto close tag. So basically, auto close tag will help you to close the HTML or XML code automatically. And after this, you need to add auto rename tag. This will also help to rename the HTML paired tag. And after this, you are going to add ESLint. So this ESLint will basically help JavaScript to run into your VS Code. And after this, let us add code formatter. So this is the code formatter that we are going to add. This will basically format the code and increase the readability of a code in VS Code. And we are going to add HTML and CSS support. So we are going to add this extension as well. So for now, let's, move on to creation of file into our Visual Studio Code. And these extensions would be enough for now. And for creating a file in your Visual Studio Code, first thing that you need to do is you need to add one folder in your VS Code. So for adding a folder, you just need to click on File, Open Folder, and we can just select any folder from our desktop or anywhere in our PC. And we can also create a new folder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder here. So this new folder would be Basics. That's it. Select folder and this Basics folder has been opened in my VS Code. So after opening a folder into our VS Code, first of all, we are going to create one file in our folder. So to create a file inside a folder, we are just going to click here and we are going to choose a name for our file. We are going to give it as first.html. So our HTML file has been created and next we are going to create a CSS file, styl. I'll just give style.css. So now CSS file has been created and then we are going to create a JavaScript file as well. So we are going to give it as a script.js. That's it. So this is how you create HTML, CSS and JavaScript file into your folder. So the steps are, you first need to add a folder in your VS Code and inside that folder you are going to create multiple files. That's it. Now quickly just see how HTML works. So I'll just show you the code. I'll just run one single code. So let me write one heading. That's it. And you're going to save your code with Ctrl S and then you're going to click on Go Live. Here you can see your web page and this is the content that I wrote inside my web page. That's it. And this is how your Visual Studio Code functions. Now let us look at the overview at the basics of HTML and then we'll again come to our Visual Studio Code and we'll learn how to run HTML codes. So now just quickly understand the basics of HTML. So we use tags in HTML for every specific purpose. So now we'll just quickly see what are some basic tags in HTML. First one we have is HTML tag. So any of the content that we want to include to our web page will be written inside the HTML tag, right? And after that we have head tag. Inside the HTML tag, first of all we are going to create head. And in head tag, we basically mention all the headers of our web page. For example, title. So we use title tag to give title to our web document. We'll just practically see this within a minute. And after that we have as body tag. So apart from head section, apart from header, we need to include every specific thing. Everything that we need to see on our web page, we are going to include it in body section. So inside the body section, we use heading to give heading to our web page. And after heading, we use paragraph to write any paragraph in our web page. And that's it. These are some basic tags in HTML. And now we'll just go to our Visual Studio Code and we'll practically apply these tags. So we are just going to delete it. And from initial, we'll understand what are the tags that are essential. So the first tag is doctype HTML. We basically use doctype HTML tag to tell the browser that the type of document we are writing is a hypertext markup language type. That's it. This is the use of doctype HTML tag. And after doctype HTML, we'll open our HTML tag. So as I have told you, everything that we are going to write will be included in the HTML tag. So inside the HTML, first tag we are going to create is head tag. Inside the head tag, we are going to mention the title of our web page with the help of title tag, right? So now inside the title tag, I am going to give the title, my web page. That's it. And one more thing that we do inside our head tag is we link our CSS file to our HTML file. For that, we use link tag. So link rel style sheet. This is basically written to tell that the document that we are linking is a style sheet. And after this, we are going to give the address of the style sheet. So we are just going to mention the name, and which is style.css. That's it. This is the sign to close the tag. And we have successfully linked our HTML file with CSS file. That's it. Just save the document with Ctrl+S, move to the web browser, refresh it, and the heading has been gone because I have removed it. Now again we will go to our Visual Studio Code. We'll just create. So one thing we did not see. So this is basically the title of the web page. You'll provide a title and that will be appeared here. So this is the use of the title tag. So after the head tag, what we are going to do, we are going to create the body section. So inside the body section, we write headings, paragraphs, links, images and everything. First of all, we'll see heading. So for heading, we use h tag, and h tag varies from h1 to h6. We are going to see all of them. So we are going to write, this is my heading, right? We'll just copy this heading and we are going to paste it. That's it. And I'm going to change it to h2, h3, h4 and h5 and h6. That's it. I have written my heading from h1 to h6 and Control S and we'll move to our web page. So here you can see h1 to h6, h1 being the biggest and h6 being the smallest. So this is how heading tags work. And after this, we'll see the example of paragraph tag. So here paragraph has been included. So these are some basic tags which you include in your body section, which are heading tags and paragraph tags. So after learning heading tags and paragraph tags, we are going to learn about link tag. So to provide link in HTML, we use anchor tag and it is representing using A. So first of all, I'll write my paragraph. I'll write here visit, and after that I'm going to open my anchor tag and I'll give the reference. So inside this, we are going to mention our link. I have just pasted my link and after this, I'm going to close my anchor tag. So here we are going to write something, visit, let's say, Edureka. That's it, Control S and here it is. So the link has been created. I'm clicking on the link and I have been redirected to the Edureka's website. So that's it. This is how you use link tag. This is how you use anchor tag in HTML. So after learning anchor tag in HTML, what we are going to do, we are going to learn how to add image. So here I am going to give heading, image example. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy one image link. So I have copied one image example. Now let us learn how to add any image. So for that we use img tag and we give source to that image. Inside src we are going to give the link of the image. This is the link that I have copied. And after that we are going to give it a alt attribute. So alt attribute is basically given just in case your image is not loading. So instead of your image, that alt attribute text will be shown on the website. So that's it. We are going to close the image tag, Control S again and example. So this is the image that I have provided inside my link. So we can see the image. Now let us just take an example how alt attribute works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the image and save. So here we can see a cat because I have provided cat as my alt attribute. Again here I can see my image. So that's how you provide image using HTML. So the next thing in HTML that we are going to learn the creation of list. So again what we are going to do is we are going to provide a heading. So list example, that's it. And then let us create a list. So to create a list, I'm going to use UL. UL stand for unordered list. Likewise, if you want to create ordered list, you are going to use OL. So inside UL, LI stands for list items. So we give list items name inside LI tag. So we are going to give 3 list items. That's it. And then Control S and the output. The list has been created here. You can see. Now let me give you an example of ordered list. Just Control C, Control V, and what we are going to do, we are going to change here. Control S. So this is the example of ordered list. You can see here 1, 2, 3, and in unordered list you can see the dots or pointers. So after ordered list we have description list. So description list is represented using DL, and inside this we give DT, which stands for description terms. So we are going to give term 1, and then inside this we are going to give DD. So DD stands for definition description, and inside this what we are going to do, we are going to write something. Definition of term 1. That's it. And again just copy this. Control S. Now let us look at the output. So this is how description list works. So these are the 3 types of list in HTML: ordered list, unordered list, and description list. So after covering list in HTML, we are going to move on to tables. How to create tables in HTML. So for that we are going to create one section. Section tag basically improves the readability of the code. So with this section tag, what we are going to do, first of all we are going to give a class to our section tag. So the purpose of giving class is that it will group the multiple elements that share the same style or the behavior. So we basically give classes to the components and elements of HTML just to target them into CSS file. So I'm giving the class, let's say, table section. That's it. Closing the section, and now we'll create a table in HTML. So for that, first we'll give a heading, table example. That's it. Now after this, I'll just format document. We'll just use this. So my document has been formatted just because I have this extension in my VS Code. So that's it. After giving heading, we are going to start the creation of table. We are going to use table tag. Inside the table tag, we are going to create a table row, right? So inside the table row, we are going to mention th, which stands for table header. We are going to provide table header as course, right? th and duration of the course, let's say. Then one more header, let's say instructor. That's it. These are 3 headers of my table. After that, we are going to create one more table row. So for that, just copy this and paste it 3 times. So just change the content inside it. HTML. And one more, we are going to create a section for JavaScript. That's it. Control S and let us look at the output now. So you can see the table has been created. Further, we can style this table as we want inside the CSS file. So now you know how to create a list, how to create a table inside HTML document. So the next thing that we are going to learn is how to create boxes. So this is the most important part, because whenever we are going to make a project, a form or anything in HTML, we are gonna need this, creation of division, creation of class, creation of boxes. So we'll just quickly see how to create boxes. For that, quickly create a section and then give it a class. Let's say flexbox container. And inside this, for creation of one division, I'm going to use div. And again, we are going to give a class to our division. So what we are going to write is flex items. That's it. And after this, let us give a heading. We did not close this div. Inside this div, we are going to give a heading. So the heading that I am going to give is this is flexbox. Again, I want to format my document, so we'll just go format the document. That's it. And after this, what we are going to do is we are going to give one paragraph. So, and that is it. The division will get closed. So to make 1 or 2 more division like this, just copy this code, paste it 2 times. That's it. The class is same for all the division. So this is how, if I'll style one div, then the styling technique will be applied to the 3 divs. So I'll just change the content. This is flexbox 1, 2 and 3. That's it. So the division is closed, the section is closed. Save the document and look at the output. So this is flexbox 1, 2 and 3. So we are going to see the styling, and then there will be a major difference in our web page. Our web page is currently looking like this. And now we'll move on to CSS, and then we'll see the difference, what it makes to our web page. So now we are done with learning basic tags of HTML. And now what we are going to do, we are going to learn a bit about styling, and then we'll style this page only. The page we have created right here, we are going to style this page only. And after that, what we'll do, we'll just apply our HTML and CSS skills, and we'll create a form using HTML and CSS. And inside that form, we are also going to include some JavaScript functions like form validation and calculation and everything. So our first project will be creation of a form using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. And after that, what we are going to do, we are going to create one full-fledged project using HTML and CSS, JavaScript. So let us now move forward and learn about CSS. So now let's start with CSS. CSS basically stands for Cascading Style Sheets and allows us to control how HTML elements looks on the web page. So the syntax structure of the CSS is very simple. The first thing we write is a selector, then we provide a curly braces, and inside the curly braces we mention the property and the value. So this is basically called the declaration, and again after the semicolon we can again write the property and then we can give a value to it, and at last we have to just close the curly braces. So after CSS syntax comes the CSS selectors. So CSS selectors are of different types like attribute selector, element selector, class selector, ID selector and universal selector. But among these all, class selectors and ID selectors are used the most. So class selector is used to apply style to multiple elements that share the same class. So you just use dot followed by a class name. For example, if you have a class name button, you are just going to use dot, right? You are just going to use dot followed by the class name, right? And then comes the ID selector. After class selector comes the ID selector. So ID selector is used when you want to apply style to a unique element on the page. Each element should have a different ID and the selector uses hash. So for class we use dot and for ID we use hash and followed by the ID name. And here we just write the dot and followed by the class name, right? So that's it. And this is all about class selector and ID selector. Now comes the box model. So after CSS syntax and selector comes the box model. So CSS box model is a fundamental concept that describe how elements are displayed on the web page. It essentially wraps each HTML in boxes that consist of several layers. Let's now break it down. The first one is content. At a core, you have the content, which is actually the text or the image inside the element. After that, we have the padding. Here is the content. After that, we have the padding. The padding surrounds the content. It creates spaces between the content and the element border, like, cushioning inside the element. So after the padding part, we have the border. So border surrounds the padding and the content. You can customize it to be visible, invisible, thick, thin or style as you want the border part. And after the border part comes the margin. Finally, the outermost layer is the margin, which creates the space between the element's border and the other elements around it. So that's it about the box model. Now we have seen the CSS syntax, CSS selectors and the box model. Now what we are going to do, we are going to learn about the CSS layout. So CSS layout is used to arrange and structure web pages element, ensuring a visually organized and user-friendly design. It helps to create responsive layouts that adapts to different sizes of screen and enhances the overall presentation of the content. So basically we have 6 different types of layout. First one we have is flow. So flow is a default layout in which elements are arranged in a natural order they appear in HTML from top to bottom. Then we have Flexbox, a powerful layout system that arranges items flexibly and dynamically. Then we have Grid. It provides 2-dimensional layout system, perfect for creating complex grid-based designs with rows and columns. Then we have Positional. It allows you to position elements precisely on the pages using properties like absolute, relative and fixed. Then on we have Table. It uses table-based layout to organize content in rows and columns, though it's now mostly replaced by new modern method like Flexbox and Grid. And then on we have Float. So float is basically an older method used to wrap the text around the images or to create a basic layout, but it is largely replaced by Flexbox and Grid in the modern web design. So after the Flexbox and layout, we need to learn about the responsive design. So responsive design in CSS ensures that the web pages adapts to different screen sizes and devices. It uses media queries, Flexbox, Grid like Flexbox or Grid, and fluid images to create layouts that adjust automatically, providing a seamless user experience across all the devices. So now let's design out our web page that we have created using HTML using these styling techniques. So now we'll just move on to our Visual Studio Code and we'll start designing our web page that we have created using HTML. So here again I'm on my VS Code and I'm going to my style.css. First we'll check our style page is linked with our HTML page. Yes, it is linked. And then we are going to our style.css. Here we are going to style our page. We'll just learn the styling techniques one by one, and after that we'll move forward and we'll create a form using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So now first of all, what we are going to do, we are going to give a body background. So to comment out in HTML or CSS, you are going to give a slash and a star. Body background, that's it. Inside this body background, first of all, I'll target the body part, and we have already seen the syntax. That's what I'm following here, the syntax of CSS which we saw. So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to provide a font family. So you can choose any font family here. I'm just going to choose Arial and sans serif. That's it. After this, the line height. So CSS is basically all about experiment. We are just going to give line height as 1.6. You can just experiment it as you want. Then comes the box model, which is margin. Margin I'm going to give 0. Then comes the padding. Padding also, we have already seen what are margin and padding, and we are going to give it 0. Then comes the color. Color I want to give is, let's say, blue. Okay, so as I was saying, CSS is all about experiment. So whatever styling techniques you want to apply, you just need to come to the CSS file and you just need to experiment with that. The more you are going to experiment is more you are going to learn in CSS. So the background color I want is, let's say, light green, yellow. That's it. And after this, what we are going to do, we are going to target the box. So for that, again, let me give a comment here. It will be content box. Right. So we are going to target it by dot content box. And then again the background color, and we can give the max width using max width styling technique, and we can just choose our width here. So background color I want is, let's say, white, and the width I want is, let's say, 1200. So we are going to give it as 1200 px. Px is basically pixel. It is our most common way of defining the unit in CSS. Okay. So I have not closed it here. So max width. That's it. Px is our most common way of giving any unit in CSS. Next, we are going to give a margin. So margin also we can give top, bottom, and left, right, everything. So here the margin is auto. Why do we add auto here? We add margin auto because if the element is having a fixed width, then the remaining space will be divided around the element equally. So that is why you use auto here. So again, we are going to give padding. So the padding we are going to give is 20 px, and then box shadow. Box shadow defines itself. It's just a shadow around the box, and you can define the pixel of left, right, top, bottom by giving it like this. And you can also give the color here. So for giving the color, you just need to write RGBA, and you can, decide the color here. So you can give color, or you can give the readings like 0 and let's say 2, 4 and 6. Now it will be just as much surprising for you as much for me. I don't know which color is this. Let us run this code and then we'll see. After this we are going to give border radius. So border radius is basically given to see the curves of the element. Like we have created some square, but I want the corners to be round. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just give it a border radius. So if you'll give a border radius of 50%, then it will become a circle. So that's how border radius works. So we are going to give 8px. That's it. Let it be 9px. So border radius is basically used for rounding the corners. My HTML file is not saved. And then we are going to save the CSS file and let us look at the output. So for now we have done these things. We have provided the color, we have provided the text color to blue, the background color to green, and these are the things that we have done till now. What is the one change that we are going to make? We have styled a content box, but we have not created a content box in our HTML. So what we are going to do, inside the body we are going to create one div section, right? We are going to give it a class as content box, right? We'll close this div and Control X, and we'll include all this content inside the content box. So right here, Control V. That's it. Control S. And now let us look at the output. So here the content box has been created, and this is the box shadow you can see around the edges. This is the border radius. You can see the curves here, and the content is inside the content box. So this is how CSS is going to alter your HTML. Like your HTML is basically the skeleton of the website, right? It just looks like a skeleton. There is no styling, no color, nothing. And using CSS, you can style your web page as you want. So as for now, we have styled this much. Now let us move forward and we are going to style it further. So now what we are going to do, we are going to style the headings here. And so what I want to do, I want to give a animation to my heading. So for that, we are going to use hover effect. Hover effect is basically a basic animation that is provided using hover. So I'll just add transform. So after writing transform, here we write what are the features we want to transform, like the speed or the scale. So we are going to write here scale, and to what scale we have to transform it. So 1.05, let's say. So what this transform does, it basically zooms the hover. Okay, when you will select on item, it will basically zoom that item. So I'll show you an example. So Control S, and we have changed the H1. Let us look at the H1. So the thing this is doing, whenever I'm going on the heading, it is zooming the heading. This is basically the hover effect using CSS. Now further what I want to do is style the H2, H3, H4 and H5, H6. So for that you can combinedly write here from H2 to H6. This is how you can style them together. So I want to change the color of every heading. Just let me give it as, let's say, this color. Okay, then margin, let's say bottom I want to change. So margin bottom I'll write. You can just give margin top, bottom, left, right, anything. So 10px, then padding 15px and 0, right? Then text alignment. Text alignment defines itself. It is just basically what is the alignment of the text you are providing. So I'm going to provide center, then transition. So transition here I'm going to give is transform. So why is transition used? So transition is basically used to provide any smooth effect to your heading or anywhere you're applying. And the factor here of transition I am providing as ease. So ease basically will, first speed up the transition, in middle it will slow, at last slow down the transition. Now I have applied this transition on every heading except H1. So I have applied this transition on every heading except the H1. So what we are going to do is we are going to give an effect also to every heading. So it will be like H2 hover, then again H3 hover, and likewise H4, H5, H6. So here we are going to give a hover effect that will be transform again, scale 1.05. That's it. So let us save it and look at the output. So you can see this is the hover and transition. You can see this is the hover and transition that has been applied to every H2, H3 to H6, right? So far we have understand the styling techniques. Now let's move forward, and now what we'll do is we'll style the anchor tag. So for that we are going to target the anchor tag. So after targeting the anchor tag, first of all we are going to add the color. So the color I want to give is, let's say I choose this color. And after this what we are going to do is we are going to add the text decoration as none. So why do we use this text decoration none? So by default in some browsers, when you are adding a hyperlink, whenever you are adding an anchor tag, there is a line beneath that link. Okay, so to remove that default styling from that browser, from that hyperlink, we add text decoration as none, right? And then again I'll add the transition, which will have color. We are going to add the color transition, and again it will be ease. So after this we are going to add the hover effect to our anchor tag, and the text decoration here we are going to give is underline. So after the cursor is on the hyperlink, then I want that hyperlink to have an underline. So that's why I have given the text decoration none here and text decoration as underline here, right? After that, the color after the transition I want in my hyperlink is, let's say I want it to be red. That's it. Control S, and here you can see first of all it is hot pink. Then there is no underline to it because the text decoration is none. After I am taking my cursor on hyperlink, it is having an underline and the color is red. So now you understand the styling technique, both hover and text decoration. So after this, we are going to style our list. Okay. So to style our list, we'll target the list as it is UL, and we have OL, and we have DL, right? So now, first of all, let us give the margin 20 px. Then we'll give padding, which will be 10 px. Then we are going to give border radius. Now we know what border radius is. So border radius is basically used to give the rounded corners. Then we are going to give box shadow. Again, we know what box shadow is, and after that we are going to give a color to our box shadow. So let us take this only, and after this we are going to style our paragraph. So in paragraph also we are going to give margin bottom 10 px, then padding also 10 px, then border radius we are going to give it as 4 px. After this comes our image, right? So let us style our image. In image only I want to give is the max width of the image would be 100% and height of the image will be auto. We already know why we use auto, and the border radius will be, let's say, 10 px. Then again we have transition. Transition is basically the type of animation that I am using everywhere just to make you understand how the animation works. And after this we are going to style the image animation, that is hover. So again transform to scale 1.05 is what we are using everywhere. So we are going to use that only here, right? Now comes the styling of list. So we'll mention UL. First of all, we are going to do list style type will be square. You'll understand this once I'll execute this code. You will see the difference in the list, then you will understand why I've used square. And after this OL we have, which was our ordered list. Again list style type will be decimal, okay? And after this what we are going to do, we are going to just execute our code. So we can see the transition on my image, right? The border radius of my image. You can play with the transition like this, right? And the list items I can see here, it is square. So if we provide the list style type as square, it will give us like random square or circle or pointers. And if we provide the list styling type as decimal, then it is going to give us 1, 2, 3, 4 like this. So that's it. And now what we are going to do, we are going to style our table after the list. So for styling our table, we are going to target the table, and in table the width will be 100%. The border collapse will be collapse. So now again border collapse is now again a new term for you. So basically we use border collapse because we want the every item in the table to have its own border. So that is why you use border collapse. So after this we are going to add the margin top. It will be 20 px, and then the background color, which will be white, let's say, or kind of white. And then we are going to add the box shadow. After this border radius, let it be 10 px. That's it. Inside the table I want to style the table header and the table description. So I'll just add border 1 px, and here I can give any color to my border using solid white, let's say, right? After this the padding, which will be 10 px for me, and then text alignment. So let's say it will be left. That's it. Again after this we are going to separately design our table header for background color. Let's say it will be this antique white, and then the table row hover, I want to give it a effect, so it will be antique white. That's it. The table has been designed. Let us quickly have a look on the table. So this is my table, right? So the table has been designed here. So now next what we are going to do is we are going to design our flex box. So first let me quickly see the class name. It is flexbox with small f. So it will be flexbox, right? inside the flex box, the first thing will be display flex, and justify content will be space around, right? After that, we have margin on top, which will be 20 px, and then we have padding, which will be 10 px, right? Then inside that we have flex items. So inside this we are going to do background color. I'll just quickly give the styling. So we have provided flex 1 here. So that means the container can either shrink or expand according to the space that is available around the container. That's it. This is all about the flex item styling, and next what I'm going to style is flex item hover. Flex item hover. So in flex item hover, I'm just going to give transform and background color. That's it. And then comes the last thing about our styling, which is responsive design. So for that we add media queries, and here is max width, which is, let's say, 770 px, and the flex box, I'm just going to explain it, and flex direction. So here I have added media queries. So media queries in CSS are essential for creating responsive designs that adjust the different screen sizes and device, right? So they allow us to apply specific style based on the characteristics of user viewport. For example, the media query media max width, which we have written here, and the flex box, flex direction, column, whatever we have written here, target the screen size of approximately 768 pixels. So basically it targets the screen that are of 608 pixels wide or smaller, which is typically for tablets or mobile devices. So in this case, the class.flexbox, which is a flex container, will change the flex direction from default horizontal adjustment to vertical stack. These adjustment enhances the readability and accessibility of the content on the smaller scales. So we are just going to save our code and let us look at the output. So here we have created the 3 flex box. You can see the hover effect, you can see the transition and everything. So this is it about styling. We have seen what is HTML, how HTML works, and how do we write HTML. After that we moved on to CSS, and then we have seen the styling techniques, and we made a web page and we applied the styling to it. So you yourself can examine how the web page was looking without CSS and how the web page is now looking with CSS. So now that we have learned HTML and CSS and we have practically applied styling techniques and HTML tags on the web page, we'll now move on to creation of a form using HTML and CSS. So now let us start with the creation of form using HTML and CSS. And after completing the HTML and CSS form, what we'll do, we'll move on to JavaScript and we'll apply some functions of JavaScript into our form. So now first of all we need to do is we need to open a new folder. For that I have closed this folder. I'll just go on folders and open folder. Again I'm going to create a new folder here. So new folder, we'll just name it form. Okay, it already exists. So let it be new folder only. Okay. So again inside this folder, what we are going to do, we are going to create one HTML file. Let's say form.html, and one CSS file. Let's say style.css. So now that you are familiar with the styling techniques, I'm not gonna explain the every styling technique again. What we'll do, we'll just go through the HTML code and then I'll just write the CSS. Again, I'll explain you the JavaScript code, but CSS part we are gonna skip because I think you have now basic idea of how CSS works and you just need to experiment with the styling techniques. So inside the form.html, again the first thing we are going to write is doc type HTML, and then we are going to start with the HTML tag. So now you have basic idea of how to write the tags in HTML, after what tag, which tag you need to include. So I'll just quickly write everything. That's it. And after this, we are going to start our body section. Inside the body section, the first thing will be h1, and the class that we are going to give is form title, and the heading that we are going to give is application form. After this, we will start the form tag. Inside the form tag, everything that we are going to include in form will be mentioned. Again, to form we are going to give one class because we have to style this form. So let me give application form, and then we are going to start our form. First we'll create one div. Again, we need to give it a class. Then we need to create a label for the form. After creation of label, I'll decide the input. So input type of the name, of course, will be text type. Here you can see I'm giving different classes for different things because I want to style them differently. And then the most important thing, I'll write here required. So this required basically works as a validation. If this required is mentioned in any section of the form, that means user need to fill that section, and without filling that section, user cannot move forward or user cannot submit that form. Right. So we have created the first name section. As it is, we are going to copy this, and same we are going to paste it for the last name. That's it. Again, I'll copy this section for the date of birth, and now I need to change here the input type also, because for DOB the input type will be numbers or dates. It will be dates. Right. So here I will write date and ID will be DOB. Again here DOB. Right. Again, I'll copy this code for the next section. So my next section will be age. After writing the age section, we'll just quickly look at the output, what we have created till now. So the age input type will be number. That's it. Let us save and go live. So far we have created this form, job application form. The O is capital, I'll just correct it. First name, last name, date of birth here. The input type is date, so we are getting a calendar here. Age is mentioned here. So by far we have created this. Okay. Now let us move forward. First I need to change the title, which is job application. Right. Now what we need to mention, we are done with date. So again I need to mention one section which is gender. So for gender, here I need to add labels for male and female, right? So this is correct. We are going to create a radio button here because I want the user to select only one gender. Here we need to give value. So the value here will be mail, and again I need to give class which is radio input. That's it. We have created one label for male. We are going to copy paste for the female section. Just need to make the minor changes, and one more time we'll paste it for others. That's it. We have not changed the male female here. And then again one more label we have to make here, which will be for others. Right. Now Control S and let us look at the output. Here you can see gender, male, female or others. So we can only select either male, either female or others. So this is how the radio button works. So now that we are done with the gender section, we are going to move on to the email address. For email address, again I'm going to copy this and let us paste it. Again we are going to change the label. The input type here will be email, and same goes with ID and name. That's it. And then again we are going to create one more section for the position available, because this is a job application. So for the position available, first label we are going to create for the position available. That's it. Again the input type here I am going to create as checkbox. We are going to remove required from here because it is a checkbox, and here it will be value. So the value here will be junior, and here again it will be class. That's it. So the first checkbox has been created for a junior developer, but let me give a label here. Now what we are going to do, we are just going to copy this and we are going to paste it for different position levels, right? So we have pasted it, and just the minor changes we are going to do. So the first change is mid-level, and the value here again will be mid-level. Okay, and the label also will be mid-level developer. Again here it will be senior and a senior developer. That's it. Control S, and here you can see the checkbox junior developer, mid-level developer and senior developer. This is the basic difference between radio button and a checkbox. In radio button you can only select one at a time, and in checkbox you can select all. So after this I want the programming languages input. So again for this what we are going to do, we are just going to copy this whole division and we'll just make the changes. So we have pasted it. The first change would be programming languages. The first language will be Java, and we are going to change the name and the values. The second one will be JavaScript. And the third one will be, let's say, Python. That's it. The languages section is also completed. So what is the next section that I want? I want the user to fill the password and confirm the password, right? So now for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy my older div section and I'm going to paste it here. So again for the password I need here is password. So creation of form is very easy. You just need to mention the things that you want in your form and you're good to go. Here in input type, we'll of course keep it as a password. Then only it won't be visible. It will be in the form of stars or dots. That's it. And again, this to confirm the password. The password section is done. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a form action. So for creation of form action, we are going to copy this and paste it. So here we only need input type. We'll just delete it and let us first change this. Input type will be reset. Here we are creating a button. So let me remove this all. After this, we are going to add a value, which again will be reset. We are going to give the class, which will be button reset button. That's it, and we'll just copy paste this for our submit button. This will be submit. That's it. Now the form is completed. The HTML part of the form is completed. Here we have created two buttons, the submit button and the reset button. So you are getting this pop-up. This is because we have mentioned required in our HTML code. So this is the creation of form using HTML. Now just quickly move on to CSS and we'll just quickly style our form. So I'm just going to provide the styling. I'm not going to explain the every part of styling as we already know why do we use everything. You can just yourself change the styling and look at the outputs. So it will be easy for you to understand the CSS. CSS is basically the thing which you can never complete because every day there is a new styling technique. So you just need to experiment with the styling and then you'll be able to understand the CSS features. So after this, I'm going to style my form title. We have just started with the styling technique and you can see the visible difference that CSS is making to my HTML form. And now you can see the output. I have applied so many styling techniques here and now my form is looking like a proper well-designed form. So this is the form that we have created using HTML and CSS. So here I'm going to write Nidhi Jha and the date of birth that I'm going to include is, let's say, 2003 February and 13th. Age, let's say 21, gender female, and here 123@gmail.com. So I'm gonna apply for all of this. I know all the languages. Password I'm gonna keep 123 and 123. That's it. We have submitted and then I'm gonna write here anything and reset, and the reset button is working. So now what we'll do further, we'll just add some JavaScript functionalities into our form, like form validation. And one more functionality I want to add in my form is that whenever I'll enter my date of birth, it should automatically calculate my age. So this is the function that I want to apply in my form. So first thing that we are going to do is we are going to discuss the topics of JavaScript that we are going to apply in this form, and further while we are working on the project using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So first of all, let us see the basic features of JavaScript that we are going to use in our form, as well as the project that we are going to make using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So first of all, we have JavaScript basics, which includes syntax and structure and control structure. So JavaScript syntax is a set of rules that defines how the code should be written, while its structure involves organizing your code logically with variables, functions and loops. Now control structure in JavaScript, such as if-else, for loops and switch statements, allows you to control the flow of your code based on the conditions and iterations. So the next feature of JavaScript is DOM manipulation. So DOM manipulation in JavaScript let us dynamically change our website content, structure and style by interacting with the elements in the document object model. This allows us to create interactive and responsive user interfaces. Next one we have is event handling. Event handling in JavaScript lets you to respond to users' action like click and key presses. That makes your website more interactive. And then on we have form validation. Form validation ensures that user inputs are correct and complete before they can submit the form. That improves the data accuracy. Then on we have local storage. Local storage allows you to save the data in user's browser, so it remains available even after the page is refreshed or closed. Now let us add some of these features to our form. What we'll do, we'll use the local storage and form validation into our form, and then afterward when we'll start creating the website using HTML, CSS and JavaScript, we'll use DOM manipulation, event handling, form validation, local storage and of course the basics of JavaScript, all these features of JavaScript in our website. So now let us move to the VS Code, and then we'll create some basic functions of JavaScript and then we'll apply that to our form. So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to create a file for JavaScript, script.js. And the next step is to link our JavaScript file to HTML file. So for linking our JavaScript file to HTML file, we'll use script tag in our body section. So we'll just link it like this, script and then again source, and we have given the name script.js. Now the JavaScript file has been linked to the HTML file. So whatever functions we are going to create in script.js will be applied to form.html. So here in script.js, the first function that I'm going to create is validation function. So validation function is most basic function that you can create. It is just used to validate the form. So what this line of code means? So this line of code basically is retrieving the value from first name. Let us see where we have created first name. Here is the ID first name. So whatever input we are going to give in this first name will be accessed by this first name. Right. Now again for the last name and everything, we are just going to copy paste this function. That's it. We are going to change this as last name. Here it will be last name. Just keep it in mind, the ID should be same here. Okay. So after last name we have created DOB and then age. After that email, and again we have created password and confirm password. Right. Again we are going to change the IDs here. So for DOB the ID was DOB. For age also the ID was age. For email it was email, and so on. Password and confirm password. Right. So this is it. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna quickly check the ID name. last name and first name. It is okay, it is okay. And again we have created for email and password and confirm password. Here P is small. So here also P is small. That's it. So this will retrieve the data from first name. This will retrieve the data from last name. Same as from DOB, from age, from email, password and confirm password. Okay. So just save it. Next thing what we are going to do is we are going to validate if the user have entered the data or not. So if first name and last name, here I am basically given if any of the data including first name, last name, DOB, email address, password or confirm password is not entered, then you should get an alert. So basically I am creating an alert function here. So then a user will get an alert that you need to fill this required section. So here the user will get an alert and the alert will be all the fields are required to fill. All the fields are required. That's it. So this is the alert that the person is going to get if he does not fill the any required section. So after this what we are going to do, we are just going to add return false. So what this will do, this will just prevent the form from submission. It will make sure that all these sections including first name, last name, DOB, email, password and confirm password are filled. Otherwise the form won't submit and the person will get alert. Right. Now one more validation I need to keep, that if the password and the confirm password matches. For that we will do password. If it is not equal to confirm password, then user will get alert password does not match. Right. That's it. Let me do it. Do not match. That's it. Again I'll add a return false. Again it will prevent the form from submission. So after this one more function we need to add for the validation of the password if it is meeting the standard criteria of the password. For that we'll call one function which is password validate. It is password valid. So it will basically match with the password that we have entered, and then if it does not match it will again throw an alert that password, the basic alerts that we get. That's it. This is the alert that user is going to get, that password must contain uppercase, lowercase, number, character and everything. So this is the basic criteria that our password needs to match. Again, what we are going to do is we are going to add a return statement here. So if it does not match, the form should not get submitted. And outside this, we are going to call return statement again and we'll add true. So if it is not the case, like if the password is matching all the criteria that we include in is password validate, then the return true will be called. So now we need to make a function that we have added here, right? So the next thing that we are going to do is again we are going to make one function to handle the event. So it will handle the form submission event. So whenever the user will click on the submit button, it will get triggered and it will basically check the form validation criteria whatever we have applied. So first one is validate form. So it is going to check this. And the else condition will have form successfully submitted. Right. So if the form is not validated, then it won't get submitted, and in else condition we have included that if this is not the case, the else statement will run. Okay, the form will get submitted. Now this is to handle the submission, and again we are going to create one function to validate the password. So we are going to create the isPasswordValid function here. So inside this we are going to create whatever features we want in our password. The first thing we want is uppercase. So this should include A to Z. It should test in password that at least one character from A to Z is included in the password. That's it. Now again for the lowercase, that will be included from A to Z. Again we'll do the same for numbers and special characters. Number should be from 0 to 9, right? And it should also include the special character. That's it. So special characters we are going to mention it manually. That's it. Also colon and semicolon. So these are the special characters that I want to check in my password. Any one of the characters should be included. So the return statement will has uppercase and has lowercase. Similarly, that's it. Okay. Now the validation has been completed. So this section is basically validating that everything should be included. It will take the input from first name, last name, DOB, age, email, password and confirm password. This will validate basically the every section is filled, and this will basically check that password and the confirm password are matching. This will basically call this function which we have written here, and it will basically check that the password is containing uppercase, lowercase, number and special characters. Right. Now one more function I want to include in my JavaScript form. That will be the calculation of the age. So what I want that when user is entering their date of birth, then the age should get calculated by itself. For that I'm going to make one function calculate age, right, from DOB. So this function basically will calculate the age from the date of birth and the current date. That's it. This will just subtract the years and the months of your date of birth to the today's date. Right, the date you are born to the date you are filling the form, that will get subtracted. So again, if the month difference is less than 0, or the month difference is equal to 0, and that's it. We have created here a function. It will read the user's date of birth, the month, and then it will calculate the age according to the today's date and the month. Right. So this is basically the function to calculate the age, and now we are going to add an event listener. So now we are going to add an event listener that basically updates the age whenever the DOB changes. For that we will add document.get element by ID DOB, right? Add event listener, which is change. That's it. if the DOB get changed, then the age will also get recalculated according to the recent data of DOB. So here we are going to write again age and value will be age. That's it. So what here we are going to do, we cannot close this change here. We have to close it here. So that's it. After that, we are going to add one more event listener that will handle the form submission. So it will basically read all the application data from application form. Right? Here again we need to add one event listener that will be submit. So it will now handle the submission, right? After this, again, one more event listener we are going to add that will be for the local storage. It will for the storage of form data. That's it. Now one more function we need to make to store the form data. What things we need to store, we need to mention it. So I need to store first name. It will read this from first name itself, right? It will read the input value from the first name. After this, again same thing for the last name and everything. So this is for the last name. Then it will be for the date of birth. After that, for the gender. Everything will be stored in the user's browser. That's why we use local storage to store the data into user's browser. So before gender we have age, and then on we have gender. So here we have applied radio button, so we need to use the query selector here. After this, we are going to mention for email. So for email, again we are going to add that's it. And after this, for positions, every data we need to store, and we need to store multiple things here because it is not a radio button, it is a checkbox, so we are going to use array. So again, for the programming languages also we are going to use the same line. We are just going to add here languages. And last but not the least, we are left with the password. So now that's it. Before closing, we'll just add local storage, set item from form data. That's it. We are done with the JavaScript part. So now that we are done with the JavaScript part, let us quickly go to our form and let us quickly check the validations and everything. So Nidhi Jha, and here the date I'm going to add is, let's say, 2006 and randomly any date. Now here I can see the age has been calculated by itself. So this is the JavaScript function that we have made, 123@gmail.com. So the local storage is also working. Again, this checkboxes and password, let's say Nidhi I have kept, Nidhi, and submit. So this is giving me alert, which I have added. And now let's say I will keep 123 @Nidhi. And again 123 @Nidhi. So still password is not correct because the uppercase has not been included. I'll just write A @123, A @123, and one small letter also, which will be A and A. Okay, so now the password does not match. Let me quickly see. Now it should match, and the form has been successfully submitted. So now our form is working and it has been created using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So now we will move to our VS Code, and there we will start learning HTML practically. So now we are on our VS Code, and let's start HTML coding. So the first step is to open a folder inside your VS Code. For that you will just click on Files. Here you will click on Open Folders, and you can create a new folder or you can open the existing one. I have created one new folder, that is HTML tutorial. I'll just select this folder and I have opened this folder in my VS Code. So after opening this folder, what we are going to do is we are going to add some extension in our VS Code. So the first extension that you need to add is Live Server. So this will help you to run your HTML code. So here you will see an install option. You just have to install that into your VS Code. After that you will get this sign in your VS Code. After that you can include one more extension, that is Auto Close tag. So while you are working with HTML, you have to deal with a lot of opening and closing tags. So there will be some time when you will be forgetting to close the tag and that will be throwing an error. So for making that easy, you can just add this extension in your VS Code, that is Auto Close tag. And there is one more extension that says HTML boilerplate. So this is the extension of HTML boilerplate that you can add into your VS Code. So this will help you to generate the basic structure of HTML, that is the boilerplate code. These are the basic extensions that you need to add in your VS Code. So after this, let us start by creating one file. So as we know, we have added one extension, that is HTML boilerplate. So for using that extension, what you are going to do is you are going to click Ctrl+Shift+P. So after doing Ctrl+Shift+P, you will get the option here that will be the name of the extension that you have added. You will just click on Create the Boilerplate. So after clicking on Create the Boilerplate, you will just see the three files that has been created here. The HTML file, the JS file and the CSS file. So one thing to notice here is whenever you are going to make an HTML document, whenever you are going to write an HTML code, you will always include that code inside the .html file. Whenever you are working with JavaScript, you will always include that JavaScript code in .js, and when you are working with CSS, you will always write the code inside .css file. So these are the extensions for HTML, CSS and JavaScript file. So we are not going to work with JS and CSS today. We are going to focus on HTML. So we will just click on HTML, and here is the boilerplate code. Here is the basic structure of HTML document. Now let us just understand this. So for now, you are not just going to deal with these meta tags. So we'll just remove those. And now this is the basic skeleton of our HTML. So the first line that here you can see is doctype HTML. So basically we mentioned doctype HTML to tell the browser what is the type of the document that we are working on. So basically this document type will be HTML. Now here is the next line which shows the language of the HTML document. Here EN stands for English. You can see here is the HTML opening tag and this is the HTML closing tag. And inside the HTML opening and closing tag, we are going to mention all of the content which we want to see on our web page. So the next tag is the head tag. So inside the head tag, we have included the title tag. So title tag basically represents the title of the document. Here we can change this title. Let's say HTML tutorial. So I want this to be the title of my document, so I have changed it. And after the head tag, we have this body tag. So inside the body tag, we are going to mention all of the web content that we want to be present on our website or the web page that we are going to create. So that's it. We will just do Ctrl+S to save this file and we will just click on Go Live.
So after clicking on go live, this is the empty web page. We have not included anything inside the body section, so this page is empty. But you can see the name of the document which says HTML tutorial. The file that we are working on is index.html here, and the document name is HTML tutorial. Now the first basic thing that we are going to do is we are going to see how the body tag works. So we are just going to include the p tag here, and I'll just write hello world. So after this, we'll just save this. We'll move to our document, refresh it. So here you can see the hello world has been printed on the screen. So that means whatever you are going to mention inside the body tag will be visible on the web page. So that's it about the paragraph tag. Now we know about the basic structure of the HTML. Now what we are going to do is we are going to start with the tags. For now, we will just comment out. So one more thing to learn in HTML is while you are starting with the HTML, you should know how to comment out your code. So for commenting out, what we are going to do is we are going to just select this, and after that you need to press Ctrl and /. So after pressing Ctrl and /, this line will be commented out. And to uncomment, again we are going to press the Ctrl and the /. So this is how you comment out your code inside the HTML. So now we are done with the basic structure of HTML. We know what is the purpose of document type, the HTML tag, the head tag, the body tag and everything. So now let's move on to the basic tags that are heading tags and paragraph tags. Let's say bold, italic, underline, list and everything we will cover one by one. So after removing the paragraph tag, first of all we are going to work with the heading tags. So one thing to know about the heading tag is heading tag goes from H1 to H6. Now we will just mention here H1, right? So we will just write here, this is my document, right? So this is heading tag. So H1 stands for heading tag. Likewise, we'll just copy this and we will just paste it. We will just paste it 6 times. To know the difference between H1, H2, H3, H4 and H5. So we will just mention here. So that's it. I have created these 6 heading tags from H1 to H6. We will just save this and we will just look at the file. So here you can see 6 times this is my document has been printed, and here is the H1 and here is the H6. So H6 being the highest and H1 being the lowest. So this is how you provide heading to your web document: H1, H2, H3, H4, H5 and H6. So that's it about the heading tags. And after the heading tag comes the paragraph tag. So paragraph tag we have already seen. Inside the paragraph tag you can write anything. Let's say you want to write. So this is what I have written inside the paragraph tag. I'll just save this and we will again look at the output. So here the paragraph has been added. So that's it. This is the use of the paragraph tag. And after paragraph tag comes the break tag or horizontal line tag, right? So before moving to the break tag or horizontal line tag, we are just going to add one more paragraph. So this paragraph will say, this is the long paragraph that I have given. I'll just save this and we'll look at the output. So this is the paragraph that I have added. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language and it is used to structure the web pages. So that's it about the paragraph tag. So the next thing that we are going to learn in HTML is about list. So first of all, we are going to provide one heading using H3. We'll just write here example of list. So now we are going to understand about the list. So in HTML, we have 3 different types of list. The first one is ordered list. The second one is unordered list. And the third one is description list. So these are 3 types of list in the HTML. First of all, we will start with unordered list. So here we will give one more title. Let's say using H3. We will just write, we have just given heading as unordered list example. So to create an unordered list, what you are going to do is you are going to use an UL tag. So inside the UL tag, you are going to mention the list items, whatever you are going to provide in the list. So to mention the list item, the tag that we are going to use is LI. That means list item tags. Let's say I want to mention milk. So the next item that I want to mention is bread. So the next item I want to mention is, let's say, butter. And next I will mention cheese. Next I will mention chicken. And let us add one more item, that will be mango. So we will save this document and we will just create one more list, that will be ordered list. So first of all, we will provide one heading using h3 and we will just write ordered list example. So inside the ordered list example, we are going to mention the ordered list, and to create an ordered list, you will use the OL tag, that stands for ordered list. So now again, inside the ordered list, what we are going to add is list items. We are just going to copy this and we are just going to paste it. We will just change the list item names. Let's say boil water. Again, we are just going to add tea to the water. Then let's say we are going to mention boil milk. So that's it. This is how you can create the ordered list and an unordered list. Last thing that we are going to mention is pour into cup and enjoy. We are just going to remove this. So basically, to create an ordered list and unordered list, you will just have to use two different tags, that are UL and OL. And for mentioning the list item, it is same tag, that is LI. And now that we are done with the two lists, that is ordered list and unordered list, the third list is description list. So again, we are just going to write the heading. The heading says description list example. So after this, inside the description list, first tag that we are going to mention is DL. So in order to create a description list, you need to mention the DL tag. After that, we will mention the DT tag. So inside the DT tag, what we are going to write is HTML. After running the code of ordered, unordered and description list, you will be able to see the difference and you will understand why there are three types of list. So inside the DT tag, what we are going to mention is hypertext markup language. Again, one more we will create, that will say CSS and its description will be cascading style sheets. Okay, let's create one more for JavaScript. So for JavaScript, again we will mention DT and it will say JavaScript, and then description will be programming language. That's it. We have created all three lists, and here we will just cut this and we will just paste it here. So this description list is starting here and it is ending here. So you have to keep this thing in mind, that where you are starting the tag and where you are closing the tag. Okay, so that's it. We will just save this document and we will just look at the list that we have created. So first of all, this is the unordered list example. Here you can see the difference, that the pointers that we are getting, these are the bullet pointers. So we are getting this. We are not getting 1, 2, 3, 4 and all. So this is why we call it unordered list. And in ordered list, we will always get a numeric number. It will be the counting from 1 to how much ever items you have added. So this is the difference between ordered and unordered list. While in the description list, what you are getting is there is the HTML and it is the description of that HTML, which is hypertext markup language. Then we have added three things and its description. So most of the time we use ordered list and unordered list. So this is why so many people will just only teach the ordered list and unordered list and they will just ignore the description list. But in reality, there are three types of list in HTML and these are unordered, ordered and description list. So that's it about the list in HTML. Now what we will do is, now we will move on to the links in HTML. So now before moving on to the list, what we are going to do, we are going to see some small tags. So let us see the break tag first. So break tag will basically like we have this very long paragraph in our web page, but I want this paragraph to come in 2 lines. So what will I do is, I'll just remove this and here, and I'll just write BR tag. So break tag is the tag in HTML which does not have a closing tag. So you can just write this break tag and you don't have to mention any closing tag for the break tag, and it will break the line from the between. So after that comes the one more tag, that is horizontal rule tag. So let's say here I have mentioned the HR. The HR tag will create one horizontal line between these 2 paragraphs. So after that, one more tag that is missing is italic tag. Let's say I want to make this milk italic. So here I'll just copy this and paste this. So that's it. This will make this milk text as italic text. And one more tag we are missing is bold tag, or you can say strong tag. We will just write B and we will write the closing tag of B. So this will make this bread bold. Let's see, Control S, and here you can see the milk is converted into italic and the bread is bold here. So that's it. And one more thing we have added is horizontal rule. So here the horizontal line you can see between these 2 paragraphs. And the first thing that we mentioned is break tag. Here you can see this one paragraph has been broken into 2 lines. So this is the use of italic tag, bold tag, the break tag and the horizontal rule tag. So these are some basic tags in HTML. So now let us move on to the links in navigation part. So here what we are going to do, after this description list, we are going to give one H2 heading. Let's say links example. Okay. So inside this links example, we are going to mention one P tag. Let's say we will just write, you can use links to navigate. So that's it. We have given this paragraph. Now to mention link, we have to use this tag, which is A, and we call it as anchor tag. So inside this anchor tag, always the link is provided. So you will just open the anchor tag, and inside the opening tag, we will just mention the href. That means what is the reference of the link here, right? So we will provide the reference of the link inside this tag. And I'll just quickly copy one link and I'll just paste this link here. So after this, what we are going to do is we are going to write this target blank. And now we are going to provide the text on which the link will be provided. So we will just write visit Edureka here. So now we will just save this file and we will look at the output. Here you can see I have this text of visit Edureka and it is in blue. And we will just click on this and we are redirected to this Edureka page. So the thing is, what we have mentioned here is target blank. So basically the use of this target blank is that it will make the link open in the new tab. Let's say we will not mention this. What will happen then? The Edureka site will be opened on the same tab on which we are working. So if we'll mention the target blank, that will make the link open into the new tag. Here we can see that the Edureka's website is being opened in the new tab. This is the use of target blank. So this is how you provide link. And now let's move on to the next part, which is images. Now we will learn how to add images in the HTML document. So that's it. I have provided one heading here that says images. Now what we'll do is we will provide one paragraph here again. So what I have written here is images can be displayed using img tag. So that's it. Here I have provided this paragraph. Now what we are going to do is we are going to copy one image and we will mention that image in the img tag. So let me just copy one image quickly. So that's it. I have copied my one image, and now to add image, I'll just use img tag and I'll just write img src. So basically we will give the source of the image inside this src and I'll just mention the link. So I have just mentioned the link of my image which I have copied from the web page. And with this image, what we are going to do is we are also going to mention one alt attribute. So what is the meaning of alt attribute? So basically in some cases, let's say the image is not able to load. So in that case, instead of that image, whatever I am going to mention inside the alt attribute, it will be displayed instead of the image. So let's say I'll just write Edureka. So inside the alt attribute, I have mentioned Edureka. Now I will close the image tag. Let it save. So here you can see the image has been displayed. I have used this Edureka image. And now let us see what is the use of this alt attribute. So what I'll do is I will just delete this. So I've just removed this link of the image, and again I'm going to save this, but I have not removed the alt attribute. So now let us look at the output. So as we know that I have provided Edureka as the alt attribute, so now image is not able to load because I have removed the link, and instead of that image I am able to say this Edureka tag here. So that's it. This is the use of alt attribute. Now what we are going to do is we are going to move on to the next topic, that is tables. So now what we are going to do is we are going to provide one more heading, and we will just write table here. So again we will include one paragraph. Inside this we will write, I have given one paragraph that says table help to organize data in rows and columns. Now let us create one table quickly. So to create one table, the first tag that we are going to use is table tag. So inside the table tag, we are going to mention the TR tag, that stands for table row. This will give the row to the table. And inside the TR tag, we are going to mention TH, that stands for table header. So inside the table header, I'm going to write name, and we are going to create one more table header. So the second thing will be age, and then again one more header. So the next thing will be country, one more header. So the next thing will be occupation. So that's it. This is about the table header. Now table row, this we will close. Now again one more table row we are going to create. So again we are going to use the table row tag. Inside this we are going to mention the table data using the TD tag. So let us write Nadija for one data. Then again we will write 21, and again we will write the country, that is India. One more thing, occupation, we will write actor. That's it. This is the one data that we have included. Now again one more data we are going to include. So we will just copy this and we are just going to paste it again. Let us remove the name. Let's say Alice here, and 22 USA, and let's keep it as software developer. Again we are going to mention one more data. I have mentioned 3 data inside this table row. Let's say one more data we'll mention to make it look good, and we are just going to mention here as these are the table rows and table data and table header, heading, everything we have added inside the table. Now we are just going to save it by Ctrl S, and let us look at the output of our table. So this is the output of our table. The table has been created here. You can see the table header, table row, and the table data, everything here. The table has been created. So that's it. You can style this table using CSS further. When we will learn CSS, we will learn everything. Now that's it about the basic tags. We have covered the table, we have covered list, we have covered images, we have covered heading, we have covered paragraph. So now let us move on to the media elements of HTML. So we will just include one more heading, and we will just write here media elements example. So after mentioning this, first example that we are going to take is audio example, and again we will write just one paragraph. So inside the paragraph tag we are mentioning HTML allows embedding audio files with, let's say we will just tell, so this we have added inside the paragraph that says, so audio can be added in the HTML document using this inline code tag. We have to use one audio tag to add the audio, but this code tag will allow audio to get added inside this HTML document in the inline way. So we just don't have to mention it in CSS or JavaScript, anything. We can just mention it in HTML document. So after this, we are going to apply one tag, that is audio control. That will help to control the audios. So now inside this audio control tag, we are going to mention the source. So currently I'm not going to embed any of the audio here because I have to download one audio. So you can just mention this tag and you can just give any source to this tag. You can just provide the source link here. So you can just add this code to your document. You can provide the source of your audio here. Now after providing the source of the audio, we have to do one more thing. We have to mention here the type of the audio. That means it will tell the browser what is the type. So let's say my audio will be MP3 type. So I'll just write here audio MPEG. So this will tell the browser that what is the type of the audio. Now after that, what we are going to do, just in case the audio we have provided does not support, we are just going to write one line here for that. So just in case the audio is not able to play, right now we have not even added the audio, but just in case the audio is not able to play, this will be the line written on the document instead of playing that audio. So this is how, using this code, you can add any kind of audio to your web document. So only thing that you need to do here is you can add the source of your audio here, that's it. Then you can see. So now we'll just save this document and let us look at here. So here you can see this audio thing is visible here. Now if you will give the source of the audio, you can play this audio. So while using the code tag and the audio tag, you can just provide here. This is just a pseudo. We got this playback speed and everything by adding the inline code and the audio tag. So this is how you can give the audio to your HTML document. So the next thing that we are going to learn about is video. So inside the media element, we have audio and video as well. We will just provide this paragraph tag. We will just write HTML also supports embedding video. Using the code again, we will write same thing. We will just copy it from here. We will just change video. Now let's see, we can just again copy this. So for this audio, I'll just give video, and here also I'll just write video. That's it. Here also I'll just give type is video, and the type of the video is MP4, let's say. So that's it. Your browser does not support audio element. We will just do it as video element, and the video tag is not closed. We will just close this video tag. That's it. We will just save it and let us look at the output. So here you can see the audio example has been added. The video example has been added here. You can see this. So by adding the video tag and the code tag, we are able to see this. So this is how you can just provide the source of the video here. You can just provide the source of the audio, and you will be able to see videos and audios onto your screen, onto your web page. The last thing inside the media elements we are going to study is how to embed a YouTube video, right? So to embed a YouTube video, again, we will just give the H3 heading. So we will just write here embedded YouTube video. That's it. We have given the title here, and there is one problem. We have just written everything inside the table tag. We'll just cut it from here and we will just close the table tag here. That's it. So again, let's see how to add a YouTube video. So for adding a YouTube video, first of all, let me write one small paragraph, and here we are going to use an iframe tag. So to play a video on the web page, that means we don't have to get redirected to any other web page. We use the iframe tag. So let me write one paragraph here. This is how you can use the iframe tag to embed any YouTube video into your web page. So now we are just going to style the iframe tag. So we have to mention everything inside the iframe tag. Let's say we are going to mention the width. After width, we are going to mention the height. So inside the height, we are just going to give 315, let's say. And again, here will be the source of the video that we want to mention. So let's say for now, I'll just keep it normally empty. And after this, we are going to mention the title, right? So inside the title, let's say we will write YouTube video player. And we will just give the frame border. So these are some parts of CSS which I am including here. So let's say the frame border will be 0. Now we are giving some permissions. Now after this, we are going to mention allow full screen. Now we are going to close this and we are going to close the iframe tag. So this is what you need to mention if you want to include any YouTube video in your web page. So we can just do it via CSS or through JavaScript also. So this is a bit lengthy to include it in HTML, but I have just showed you one example how to add audio, video and YouTube video in your HTML document. But you can just use JavaScript to fetch the video. You can just use CSS. You can just use the JavaScript or CSS to add any video or the audio. So for now, I'll just comment this part out. It is just a basic understanding how you can use iframe tag and you can apply the CSS styling inside your HTML document. So basically, whatever I have mentioned here, these are the CSS styling. So if you're a beginner, you just don't have to get into all this. I'm just showing you one example. So for now, I'll just comment this part out and I'll just save the document. So till now, we have covered the media elements, we have covered the basic tags, we have covered the tables, we have covered images and everything. So basically, we have covered the basic things in HTML, whatever you need to learn as a beginner. So these are all the things that you need to learn as a beginner. We have covered all those things. Now what we are going to do is, there are few more tags. So in HTML, there are too many tags. So what we will do is, we will create one form, and while creating that form, we are going to learn some more tags like how to create text box, how to give input, how to create checkbox and everything. So while creating that form, we are going to understand a lot about HTML more. So this basically we have covered the basic part of the HTML, how you can write tags, how you can give headings, how you can include the paragraph and everything. This is the basic part of the HTML. So we are done with the basic part of the HTML, creating tags, creating tables, creating links and everything. Now we will move on to creating the HTML form, and while creating HTML form, you will learn a lot about HTML. So now we are going to create an HTML form. So while creating this HTML form, we are going to explore more about tags and how to create checkboxes, how to create radio buttons, and how to take input from the user in the text area. So these all things we are going to cover while creating this HTML form. So let's get started. So let us look at this code quickly. First of all, we know that why we have mentioned doc type HTML. This is the way to tell the browser that what is the type of the document we are writing. So basically, this is the way to tell the browser that the language that we are using in our HTML document is English. Now we have started this head section, and inside this we have mentioned the title tag. The title that we have given to our document is complete HTML form. After that, we have closed this head tag, and then comes the body tag. So inside this body tag, first of all, we have mentioned this H2, that is registration form. And after that, we have opened one form tag. So yeah, the next thing to notice here is, while creating a form, you are going to use the form tag. So inside this form tag, we have mentioned label. So we have used this label tag for that. This is the opening tag of label and the closing tag of label. So inside this label, the first label that we have created is for full name, and the full name will be written beside that label. So the next thing here is to take input from the user. So to take input from the user, we use input tag, and the type of the input that we are going to take will be text type. Then we are going to provide one ID to this, and that ID will be full name. After that, we are going to write here required. So this required has been written here because it won't let the user to move forward without him typing his name. So if the user did not write his name and then they move on to the submit button, so that form won't get submitted because we have a required section there. So it is mandatory to fill that section of full name. After that, we have added this BR, that is break tag twice, to maintain a distance between these two labels. Again, after that, we have created one more label. Similarly, we have this input type as email and the label is for email. After that, one more we have created for password. You can just look at this syntax here. Again, we have mentioned the BR tag to create a distance between these both. And then we have this input type as email. We have this input type as password. And after that, one more label we have created, and that is for DOB, stands for date of birth. And after that, we have created one more label, that is for gender. And inside this gender, we have created this radio button. So this input will be basically a radio type. When we will run this code, we will see what is the radio type. So inside this, we have three options: male, female, and other. So basically, radio type will let you select only one option. So you will have these three options that we have created, which is male, female, and other. So using radio button, what we can do is we can select only one option from all of the options. So after that, again, we have created one label that is for phone. So you should just look at the tags we are using here. So for creating label, we are using the label tag. For taking the user input, we are using the input tag. And for creating the space between two labels, we are using the BR tag. Again, the next thing here to notice is this label tag. We have created one label for address, and here we have mentioned text area. So basically, we all know what text area is. If you have a box in which you are going to write something, so that is basically the text area. So again, we have provided rows and column to that text area, and we have closed this text area tag. So after that, we have one more label that is for country, and in this we have created one drop down. So how do we know that we have created drop down? Because we have mentioned here option tab, and we have given these options to the user, and they can select one option from this. We have used the select tag here. After then, again, we have used the BR tag, and after that, we have created one more label for interest, and the input type is checkbox. So the difference between the checkbox and the radio button is that in radio button, you can only select one option, while in checkbox, you can select multiple options. So where we have created male, female, and others. So there we have mentioned only radio button because you cannot select multiple options there, right? But here, a person can have multiple interests, so they can select multiple options here. So we have created the checkbox here. So after that, we have also included one label for resume for a person who want to upload their resume. So for that, we have kept the type as file. So this will allow the user to select the file from their system. So after that, at last, we have created one more checkbox, that is for I agree to the terms and condition. So in this case, this is also required because if the person will not agree to the terms and condition, they cannot register the form. So after that, we have created buttons here. Input type is submit, and the next is input type of reset. So this is it. We have closed the form tag, the body tag, and the HTML tag. So that's it. This is the basic forms. So through this form, what we have covered is how to use the label tag, how to use the input tag. And again, moving forward, we have learned about how to use the required tag as well. And then we have learned about how to create radio buttons and how to create checkbox. And after that, we have learned what is text area, how to create that. And after that, we have learned how to create options using select tag. So this basically will provide you a drop down. Again, we have seen how to create a checkbox. And after that, we have seen how to create a submit and reset. So here you can provide the value. The value, you can write anything. Here we have written register, and here we have written reset. We will just save this and we will just run this code. So this is the output that we have created. We have the full name section here. Here we have the email ID, the password, date of birth. We can select any one option from here because they are radio buttons. And after that, we have a drop down of countries. After that, we have checkbox of interest. We can select multiple options. So here, if I am clicking on choose file, we can select the file, and that's it. After that, I again have this checkbox. I agree to the terms and condition, and have two buttons, which is register and reset. Suppose I have entered anything from here and I can register. it will show me please fill out this field because this is required field. I will enter anything here. So I'll just write nidhi@gmail.com, right? So that's it. And then we will register. Okay, password is also required field. We'll just write anything. Then we will register. So that register button is not functional yet, so that will register your page. If we will click on reset, then your form will get reset. Here the input value was given date, so we just got a calendar, and from here we can select the date.
So let's get started. So what is JavaScript? Now JavaScript is basically a high-level interpreted programming language which is used to make web pages more interactive. Now it all started in the year 1995 when Brent and I created JavaScript in a span of 10 days. Since then, it has seen multiple versions, updates, and has grown to the next level. Now JavaScript is basically the language of the web. So it is used to make the web look alive by adding motion to it. Now to be more precise, it is a programming language that lets you implement complex and beautiful things or design on web pages. Now let's move on and see what can JavaScript do. So basically there are a lot of queries about why do we need JavaScript and what it can do when we have HTML and CSS already. But JavaScript as a language helps you build a website that will do a lot more than just gawk at you. Now currently we have hundreds of programming languages and every day new languages are being created. Now among these are few powerful languages that bring about big changes in the market, and JavaScript is definitely one of them. Now JavaScript has always been on the list of popular programming languages. According to Stack Overflow, for the 6th year in a row, JavaScript has remained the most popular and commonly used programming language. Now moving on to what this programming language can actually do, we see that JavaScript is mainly known for creating beautiful web pages and applications. Now an example of this is also the Google Maps. So if you want to explore a specific map, all you have to do is click and drag with the mouse. And what sort of language could do that? Of course, is JavaScript. Now this language is also used in smartwatches. Now the popular smartwatch maker Pebble created Pebble.js, which is a small JavaScript framework that allows a developer to create an application for the Pebble line of watches in JavaScript. Not just that, the most popular websites like Google, Facebook, Netflix, Amazon, etc. make use of JavaScript to build their websites. Now, among things like mobile applications, digital art, web servers, and server applications, JavaScript is also used to make games. A lot of developers are building small-scale games and apps using JavaScript. Now, a lot of people ask about where to run the JavaScript code. Now, when it comes to running the JavaScript code, you can use the console, which is pretty simple because you can just type whatever you want to do with your code and you will see the output here itself. Or you can use any text editor. For example, I will be using the Visual Studio Code and show you how you can write your code here and then how you can run it in your website and see how it works. So you can work it both ways. You can enter any data or input here and then you can go back to your console and check your output. Also, if you have to check anything for your code, you can check it inside the console itself. Now, JavaScript was originally designed to run only in browsers, so every browser has what we call a JavaScript engine that can execute JavaScript code. For example, the JavaScript engines in Firefox and Chrome are SpiderMonkey and V8. So it's pretty easy for you when it comes to running JavaScript code online. Now, JavaScript can build the backend for our web and mobile applications. So, in a nutshell, JavaScript code can be run inside of a browser or in Node browsers, and Node provide a runtime environment for our JavaScript code. So now that you know where the code runs, let's move on and have a look at the different benefits of JavaScript. Now there has to be a reason why so many developers love working on JavaScript. Well, there are several benefits of using this language, such as it's easy to learn and simple to implement. Now it is a weak type programming language. Unlike the strong type programming languages like Java and C++, which have strict rules for coding. Now, it's all about being fast in today's world, and since JavaScript is mainly a client-side programming language, it is very fast because any code can run immediately instead of having to contact the server and wait for an answer. Not just that, it has a rich set of frameworks like AngularJS, ReactJS, which are used to build web applications and perform different tasks. Lastly, it also builds interactive websites. Now, we all get attracted to beautifully designed websites, and JavaScript is the reason behind such attractive websites and applications. Now, finally, we will have a look at the setting up of the development environment or the IDE. Now, there are different editors that you can use for writing your JavaScript code. So there's Visual Studio Code, and then we have Sublime Text, and then we have Atom as well. Now, these are pretty famous and popular when it comes to working on any programming language. But when it comes to choosing the favorite one, I would definitely opt for Visual Studio Code. So today I will be using the Visual Studio Code in order to show you all the examples and also explain the fundamentals of JavaScript. Now, out of these, my favorite is the Visual Studio Code. It's simple and easy to run your codes here. Now, to download Visual Studio Code, you just have to type download Visual Studio Code and just go to the website code.visualstudio.com and get your version that is suitable for your system. Now, it's a very simple, lightweight, cross-platform and powerful editor. So if you don't have Visual Studio Code on your machine, go ahead and download it right away. Now, in order to become a front-end developer, you should also be aware with HTML codes. So here we are going to use our HTML code as our host for the JavaScript. Now, first thing first, you must get this live server extension installed here before you try to run your JavaScript or HTML code here. So all you have to do is just go to the extensions and then search for live server. Now, I have already installed this, so you just have to install this before running any of these codes. So now that you are ready to learn how to code in JavaScript, let's begin with the fundamentals. Now, talking about the fundamentals, the first thing is the variables in JavaScript. Now, this particular programming language includes variables, which basically holds the data value and it can be changed anytime. So it uses a reserved keyword var to declare a variable. Now, all your variables must have a unique name. So now let's get back to our Visual Studio Code. So this is my basic HTML file here. So here I have the HTML head and title, and after that I have the script tag as well. So inside my body I have a head tag that says welcome to Edureka, which means when I go to my website, it will show me this particular head tag that is welcome to Edureka. Now, it's always a good practice to keep your script tag at the end because the browser parses this file from top to bottom. So if you put the script element here in the head section, you might have a lot of JavaScript code there. So your browser may get busy parsing and executing that JavaScript code, and it won't be able to render the content of the page. Now, almost always the code that we have in between the script elements needs to talk to the elements on this web page. For example, if we want to show or hide some elements, so by adding the code here at the end of the body section, we will be confident that all these elements are rendered by the browser. So here we use a variable to store data temporarily in a computer's memory. So we store our data somewhere and give that memory location and name, and with this name we can read the data at the given location in the future. For example, think of the boxes that you use to organize your stuff. You put your stuff in various boxes and put a label on each of them so that you can find your stuff easily. Now, a variable is basically like a box. So what we put inside the box is the value that we assign to a variable. Now, that's the data, and the label that we put on the box is the name of our variable. So let's see what's the code for declaring our variable here. Now, in the old days, we used to use the var keyword to declare a variable, but there are certain issues with that. So now we have started using the let keyword to declare a variable. So first we will use the let keyword here, And then we have to declare a name for our variable. And your name should be something that is understandable, or by looking at the code you can see that what you are trying to write. So here I have a code with the variable name. So I have given the name as Edureka, and then I'll just write console.log name. So now once I save this code, and finally we will save this code with the extension .js. So this is our JavaScript file. Now in order to run this in your web browser, you need an HTML file. So now this is where this file will come into existence. So here I have added one source which points to my JavaScript file. So here I have just given an extension as src equals to index1.js, which basically takes me to my JavaScript file. So now when I run this HTML file, it will take me to the browser, and you can see the heading here that is welcome to Edureka. Now how do I get this console? So you just have to right click on your website and go to inspect. And once this window has come up, you can just go to console. Now inside console, you can see that you have Edureka mentioned here. Why? Because we have declared a variable with the name Edureka. So our output was console.log name. So as soon as we run this code and go to our console, you can see Edureka. Now in case I change the name, for example, I'm just changing the name to Learn JavaScript. Now make sure you give something unique, because you cannot use the keywords that are there in JavaScript as your variable names or any sort of value. So here I have given the value for my variable as Learn JavaScript. Now once I just save this and go back to my browser, and once I refresh this, you can see that it has been changed to Learn JavaScript. Now previously it was Edureka, and now you can see that the name has changed to Learn JavaScript because the value also has changed here. So now that you have seen how this variable works here, let me tell you about certain rules that you need to follow while writing the name of your variable. Now the first rule is that it cannot be a keyword. That is, it cannot be a reserved keyword in JavaScript. For example, let, where, these are all reserved keywords for JavaScript, so you cannot use them as your variable name. Next up is you should always have a meaningful name. So you must keep in mind that when you are giving a name to your variable, it must be meaningful and understandable while just seeing the name itself. Also, your name must not start with any number. So how odd would that be to just have a name that begins with a number like 1 Edureka or 2 Edureka? So it does not look good that way. So you must not have a variable name that starts with a number. Next up, you must keep in mind that there should not be spaces or hyphen when it comes to the name of your JavaScript. For example, I have written Learn JavaScript here. I can also just write it like this in order to separate the two things, but there should not be a hyphen or a space in between the two words. So you just have to write it together. Also, the names here are definitely case sensitive. That means if I write Learn JavaScript like this and then I change it to Learn JavaScript with a capital L, these two will be considered as different names because it is case sensitive. So now this was all about variables. Now let's move on and take a look at constants. Now by declaring a constant, you basically assign a meaningful name to a value. So once a constant is declared, it cannot be modified or assigned any other value. So now let's see how we can define a constant in JavaScript. So for example, you want to describe your name in two different parts such as the first name and the last name. So suppose you have let first name is equals to Edureka, and then you have last name as JavaScript. So here you would need a semicolon to separate the two things and declare it separately in such a manner. But rather than doing this, you can just use constants that makes your work easier. So now let's see how you can use the constant in your JavaScript code. So now let me just take the variable name as age. So for age, we have a specific value. Suppose I'm giving the age as 23. Now when I type console.log age And then let me just save this one again. And now once I go back to my website and refresh it, you can see that it gives me the value 23. So here what I'm doing is I'm declaring a variable, but also I'm giving it a constant value. So now I cannot change the value of my age here. Now sometimes we don't want the value for a variable to change because otherwise it's going to create all kinds of bugs in our application. Now in those situations, instead of a variable, we use a constant so that the value of a variable, that is the name implies, can change. But then the value will remain constant. Now in the next line, I give age is equals to 21. And then now let me save this one and see what output do I get when I run this one. So let me just refresh it. So you can see that I get an error here because we have already declared a constant value for age, which is 23. And again, we are changing the value to 21. So this will definitely give you an error, that is the uncaught type error, assignment to constant variable. So here your variable age is a constant. You cannot assign any other value to this variable anywhere. So thus it will show you an error. So basically we cannot reassign a constant. So once you have used constant, you cannot change the value. So the best practice is to use var whenever you're planning to change the value next. So now that you know what are variables and what are constants, you must be wondering what are the kind of values that we can assign to these variables. So now let's move ahead and have a look at the different data types that you can use. So now here we have two different types. So first we have the primitive or the value types, and then we have the reference types. First we will have a look at the different primitive types. Now the data types are basically the type of data that can be used and manipulated in a program. So the different data types include the numbers, strings, boolean, undefined, and null. So now talking about these data types, let's go back to our code and see what are string literals, what are numbers, what are booleans. So let's just type let name equals to Edureka. Then we have another variable as age, which is equals to suppose 23. Now for checking boolean, let's just give another variable as is approved is equals to true. So true and false are the ones that represent our boolean values. So this one is basically our string literal, and this one is our number literal. This one we are using for boolean. Next up, if we just write let first name and put a semicolon, it automatically gives an undefined value to this one. But we can also write it as first name is equals to undefined. So there's basically no value assigned to this particular variable. Now the final one is the null value. So let me just give it as let date equals to null. So now let me just save this. And then let me go back to my console again. Now once I refresh it, so basically I have not given any console here, so there's no output in my console, but then you can always check the type of your literals here. So what I have to do is just type of, and then if I want to check the type of my variable name, so I can just give name and it shows me string. So here I have my name as Edureka, which is a string literal. So this is exactly the value that it is showing me here. That is the type of my name is string. Now let's check the type of age. So you can see that it shows number. So my age declares my number literal here. In the same way, when we type of is approved, suppose I write type of is approved, it'll show me boolean. So you can see that inside the console itself, you can find out the types of all of these variables. Now, if I just want to check the type of my date, so I'll just write type of date, and it shows an object. Because we do not have any value here, we have a null value, which is also considered to be an object in JavaScript. Now, this is exactly where the reference type comes in. So these were the different primitive types. Now we will have a look at objects. So now that you have seen the primitive types in JavaScript, we will have a look at the reference types. In the reference type category, we have the object, array, functions. So now we will talk about these three different types. So first, let's talk about the object. Now, object in JavaScript and other programming languages is like an object in real life. So think of a person who has a name, age, address, and so on. So here I have given three attributes to my particular object. Suppose the girl is my object, so I have three different attributes for this object, that is name, age, and eye color. Now, when we are dealing with multiple related variables, we can put this inside our object. For example, we have two variables, name and age here. So what we can do is we can declare it as a property for our object. So we can refer these two as elements or properties for our object. This basically makes the code clear. So now let's see how we can declare an object in JavaScript. So let me just declare my variable as girl, and inside girl I'll add properties for the girl. So we have to begin with the curly braces. So now inside the curly braces I will add the properties. Now the first property was name. So let me just give the name as Emily, and then we have the age as 23, and then we also have another property as eye color. So it's brown. Now we separate these properties with the help of a comma. Now finally we close this curly brace along with a semicolon. Now I will just use the console.log and find the output for my object, which is the girl. So now let me just save this one and let's go back to the console and see how it works. Now inside this I will add the properties for my object, which is the girl. So here you have to give the name of your first property and then use colon, and then I'll just write the name as Emily, and we separate the properties with the help of a comma. So the next property is age. So I'll write it as 23. And then we need to close the curly braces along with a semicolon. Now I'll just type console.log and the name of my object, that is girl, and close it with a semicolon. So here I have declared this variable or my object, which is the girl, and inside girl I have declared certain properties for the girl, which is the name and the age. Now let me just save this one and go back to the console and see. So you can see that once I run this code, I'll get to see the properties for my object. So it shows the name, that is Emily, and age as 23. Now suppose we want to change the name of this particular object. What do we do? So this is exactly where we use the dot notation. So what we will do here is we will just give the name of our object, which is girl.name. Suppose I want to change the name here. So I'll just give the name is equals to, and I'll give another name here. Suppose I want to give the name as John, and then add the semicolon. Now let me just save this one and see what happens to the output. So now once we go to the console, you can see that the name has been changed to John here. Now this is one approach. There's another approach that you can change in order to change the name. So what you can do is use the bracket notation. Now what is this bracket notation? So we can just type girl and use the square brackets. So inside the square brackets, I'll give the name, that is for the variable that I'm planning to change. So my name now will be equal to, suppose I want to give the name as Sam. So I just type Sam and close it with a semicolon. And then now let me save this one. Now once I go back to my console and see, you can see that the name is changed from John to Sam again. So these were two different approaches, that is the dot notation and the bracket notation, through which you can also get into the property of your object and make any particular changes. So now that you have learned how to declare an object, let's move on and see what are arrays and how you can declare arrays in JavaScript. Now the JavaScript array object is basically a global object that is used in the construction of arrays, which are high-level list-like objects. So now in case you have a list of products in a shopping cart or list of colors or list of items that are used in order to make a painting, you will need to declare them with the help of arrays. Now declaring them just using variables would be hectic because you have to define all of them separately, which might be a tedious task when your list is pretty longer. So now here comes arrays to your rescue. So let's see how the arrays work in JavaScript. So I'm just going to give the name as items, and inside this I will declare my array here. For example, I have certain items inside my list. For example, I have color, then I have paintbrush, and then I have a plate. So suppose these are the items that are present in my list. So what I can do is close it with a semicolon, and then now I'll just use the console.log and I'll put items here. Now let me just save this and go back to the console. And now once I refresh this, you can see that it gives me the value and also what are the items in my list. So you can see that I have added 3 different items in my list, that is colors, paintbrush and plate. So it gives me the value of the number of items inside my list and also what are those different items. So now once I click here, you can see that it also gives me the index value for each one of these items. So in array, the index value always starts from 0 and not from 1. So you can see that the index value for color is 0, and then for paintbrush it is 1, and then finally for plate we have 2. So basically the index value goes from 0. So here we have 0, 1, 2, which means that the total length of the array is 3. So now if you want to display any particular item, you can just use this index value. So suppose I want to display the paintbrush. So what I can do is use the square bracket, give the value as 1 because the index is 0, 1, 2. So the index value for paintbrush is 1. So let me just save this one. And now let's go back to the console. So you can see that the output it gives me is just paintbrush because I have just given the console log item value as 1. That means I only want to see the value that is there in the place of 1. That is, the index value should be 1. Not just that, you can also add something else in your list with the help of the index value. For example, I can just give the name and specify the index value where I want to add something. Suppose I want to add another item, so the index value will now be 3. Because I want to add it at the end of my list, so I've just given the value as 3. And suppose I just want to add sprays, so I'll just type sprays, semicolon, and then I'll just save this code. So I'll add the item sprays here. Now let me just change this so that it shows me the value of all the items. And let me save this one. Now once I go back to my console and reload this, now you can see that the value of the items have changed from 3 to 4, and also another item has been added to my list. And also you can see the index value. So sprays come at the index value 3. That's exactly what I have added, and that is exactly where the value has been added to. Now here you don't need to have a similar type of data. That is, if I want any number to be added here, suppose I just want to add 100. So I can just add this number here and then save the code. So you can see that in the output it will give the value as color, paintbrush, plate and 100. So it need not be a similar data type. You can add different data types and also put it in the array itself. Now if I go back to my console and just type of the name of my list, that is, I've given it as items, you can see that it shows object. So you can see that array is basically a type of object. We can also use the dot notation here and find out various properties. So you can see that you already have different properties that you can find out. So let's just find out the length of my list. So we can just type length and let me just save this one. Now once we go back and refresh this, you can see that it gives me the length as 4. So basically with the help of dot notation, you can also find out the values or different properties for your array. Now this was all about arrays. So we have seen what are objects and what are arrays. Now it's time to move on and have a look at functions in JavaScript. So functions in JavaScript are divided into two different types. First, we have the predefined functions, and then we have certain user-defined functions. So basically, a function is a subprogram designed to perform a particular task. Now, functions are executed when they are called, and values can be passed into functions and used within them. So now let's see how we can declare a function in JavaScript. So here I'll use the keyword as function for declaring any sort of function or the name that I'm going to provide to my function. So now let's see how we can declare a function. So I just want to view welcome to Edureka. So what I do is take the function keyword and suppose let me just type view, and inside this I'll have to add the curly braces inside which I will have my console.log. So I want to print welcome to Edureka. So now once I close this, now after the curly braces, we have to call the function now. So my function name is view. So what I'll do is just call my function here. And now let me just save this one. So now once I go to my console and then I run this code, you can see that it shows me welcome to Edureka. So what actually happened is I have used a function view and I have inserted whatever I want to display. And after that, I have called my function here. So what happens is, so inside console log, whatever I have written is displayed in my output with the help of this particular function that has been called here. Now we can also add a parameter. So let me just add a parameter inside my function. So suppose I've added a parameter as name. And here I'll concatenate that particular parameter. So let me just type name here. And then inside my function, I will be typing whatever parameter I'm going to pass through it. So inside my function, I'll just write learn JavaScript. So here I'm just passing a parameter inside my function. So here I'm giving the name as learn JavaScript. So let me just save this one and go back to the console. So once we run the code, you can see that it shows welcome to Edureka, learn JavaScript. So the value has been concatenated here. So you can see that there's a missing space here because in my code I haven't added the space. So in order to add a space, so you just have to leave it blank and then add it again. And now once I save this code and go back to my console and run it again, now you can see that there's a space after Edureka because here I have added a space and then concatenated the name. So now let's check for the value square. So now let's see how the function works in JavaScript. So here we have taken the keyword as function and we have given a name to our function. Suppose I want to find the square of a number. So I have taken the function name as square. So now inside the square, I've given the parameter as number and then you have to open the curly braces inside which I'll return the value that I want as my output. So here I want the square of the number. So I've given the return value as number into number, which will give me the square. Now you have to close the curly braces. Next up, you will define the number now. So here, suppose I want to find the square for number 2. So I have defined the number here as let number equals to square of 2. So I want to find out the square of the number 2. And then finally console.log number. Now once we go to our console, you can see that it has given me the output as 4. Because the square of 2 is 4 and I have asked for the square of the number 2. So this is what the output is. So now that you know how functions work in JavaScript, let's move on and have a look at some conditional statements in JavaScript. Now what are conditional statements? When we use the word as if, else or we put certain conditions, that is when the conditional statement comes in JavaScript. So let's see how that works. So first, let's have a look at the if statement. So suppose I'm declaring a variable here as number. So let number equals to, let it be an undefined array here. Next up, I will define the array or I will provide a set of numbers inside this particular array. So let me just define this and provide certain values. So let my array be 1, 4, 1, 2, 5, 2. So these are the set of values that I have provided inside my variable. Next up here, I will be using the if conditional statement. So now inside if we are basically supposed to provide any particular condition. So I have to find a condition here. Suppose I want to check if the number in position 0 is equal to the number in position 2. So this is the condition that I have provided here. So now after the condition, I will just try to get the output. So I'll just give console.log. So let me just say the answer would be yes. So in case the condition is satisfied, it will give me an output as yes. So now let me just close this with a semicolon. So now this is where and how we are using our if conditional statement. So inside if, we have just provided a condition for our variable that we are using. So our condition is that to check whether the number in the position 0 is equal to the number in position 2. And in array, as you remember, the index always starts from 0. So we see that this is 0, 1, 2. So you can see that the numbers in position 0 and 2 are same. So basically the output should be yes. So now let me just save this one and go back to our console and see what it shows. So I get the output as yes because the condition has been satisfied here. My if condition is satisfied and that is exactly where I've got the output as. So now let's see what is the if else condition. So it is pretty similar to the if condition. So it's pretty similar to the if condition, just that there's one more condition that gets added here. Now in this case, if both the numbers were not equal, what we would have got. Suppose let me just change this value to 3 and now let me save and see what my output is. So you can see that we do not have any output because I haven't given any value for the next condition. That is, what if these two numbers are not equal? So now this is where the else condition comes in. So I'll show you how you can add the else condition. So you just have to write else and then I will give another output here. So I will just type console.log and then let it be no. So when the condition is not satisfied, it comes out from this loop and goes inside the else condition, where if the condition is not satisfied, it will give me the output as no. So now let me just save this and go back to the console and see. Now you can see that the output is shown as no because here the condition is not satisfied. So it has come out of this particular condition and now it's checking the next condition. So here, if this condition is not satisfied, the output would be no. So you can use this if-else condition a number of times and you can provide different conditions and also provide different outputs for different conditions that you are going to imply here. So now let's move on and have a look at loops. So in JavaScript, we have the for loop, the while loop, and the do while loop. So first, let's see how the while loop works. So for that, first I have to declare a variable. Suppose I'm taking I equals to 0. I have to initialize the value of I and then give a condition. So here I'll use the loop. So I'll take while and give the condition as while I is less than 5. That is, the value of I is less than 5. And then I'll give the output here. So it will be console.log number is. Now I'll concatenate the value of I here. And then finally it's I++. So now what happens here exactly is, so I have initialized the value of I as 0. And then I have given a loop which says that while I less than 5, we will be printing the number, that is number is and the particular number. And I++, that is the value will be incremented after each loop. So what happens here is the loop will start from 0 and it will go on till 4. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. As soon as the value of I reaches 5, it will come out of this particular loop. And the output will be only from 0 to 4 because, so now in order to check the while condition, first I will initialize the value of I. So let me just take the initial value of I as 0. And then here I'll use my loop. So suppose I'm giving a condition here that is I is less than 5. And for the value of I less than 5, I will give an output which will be console.log number is, and then I'll concatenate the value of I here. And then finally increment the value of I here. So now what exactly happens here is that, so first I have initialized the value of I to be 0. and then I have considered a condition that is I must be less than 5. So I had to put it inside a loop. So I have taken the while loop here. So what we consider is while the I value is less than 5, our output will be number is, and it will take the particular number. So it will count from the number 0 and go on till 4. Now as soon as the number reaches 5, it will come out of this particular loop. The I++ is for the increment, that is from 0 to 4. And as soon as it reaches 5, it will come out of this particular loop, and then only the number 0 to 4 will be visible in our output. So now let me just save this and see what happens. So let's go back to the console. So now you can see that the number is printed as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So as soon as the number reached 5, it has come out of this particular loop. So this is exactly how the while loop works. Now in a similar manner, you can also use the for or the do while in order to insert loops in your JavaScript code. So in do while, what happens is first you make the task happen, that is you use the do keyword and put your output or whatever value you want, and then later on you put the condition. So the condition is checked later, whereas in while first you check the condition and based on that you provide the output. Okay, so this was about the while loop in JavaScript. Now let's move ahead and see that how does the do while loop works in JavaScript, and also how the do while is different from the while loop. So in case of do while loop, what happens is the condition comes a little later. So first we declare the variable, and here we take our do loop, and inside the curly braces we give our output. So we have our output as number is, and we concatenate the value of I, and then we increment it as I++. Now once we're out of this loop, here we will be adding our while loop. So here we will be giving our condition. So suppose I'm giving the condition as I less than 6. So what happens is now it will take the values till 5 only. And what happens here is it will keep printing the value and come out of the loop and check for the value or the condition that I have provided inside the while loop. So now let me just save this one and go back to my console and refresh this and see. So here you can see that it's printing the value from 0 to 5. So previously we had given the condition as I should be less than 5. So it printed till the value 4. Now in my do while loop I have checked till I value less than 6. So here it has printed the value from 0 to 5. And as soon as the value is more than 5 or the value goes to 6, it comes out of the loop. So now let's move on to the for loop and see how the for loop works. So while using for loop, you don't have to initialize the value here. So here we will begin with our for loop, and inside the for loop, there are 3 sections. In the first section, you initialize the value for I. So here we are giving I equals to 0. And then the next section is the condition for the I value. So here I'm giving the condition as I value should be less than 7. And finally, we will give the increment or decrement value. So I'm giving I++ here. And finally, we give our output, that is console.log number is, and we concatenate the value of I here. Now, instead of declaring your variable here, you can do one more thing. So what you can do is inside your for loop itself, you can just type let and then initialize the value in this manner as well. So now let me just save this one. And now let's go back to our console and see what is the output. So you can see that I have given my condition that I value should be less than 7. So what it prints here is the value from number 0 to number 6. So you can see that using the for loop is pretty easier compared to the other loops. You do not have much to worry, or you do not have too many sections to be divided in this. You just have to use the for loop, inside which you can initialize the value of your variable and also provide the condition and then give the increment or decrement value all together. And finally, you just have to add the output, that is whatever you want to print. So this was all about for loop, and with this we come to the end of loops. So we have learnt about the while loop, do while loop and the for loop, and how these 3 loops work in JavaScript and how easily you can define any variable and insert it into the loops. So for any sort of condition, rather than writing the same thing twice or thrice or number of times, what you can do is you can just put them inside the loops and let it just take place all at once. Now the final thing that we can discuss in JavaScript is the switch statement. So what is this switch statement? So if you have a number of cases that you are supposed to check inside any particular program, so you can use the switch statement. So what happens is inside your switch statement, you can add various cases and then go for the value that you want to execute. So let's see how the switch statement works in JavaScript. So for example, let me just take a variable as let game equal to, let me just take any particular game such as cricket. It's World Cup season anyway. So let's take the value of my game as cricket. Now you just have to use the switch statement inside which I will just declare my variable game. So first we take the switch condition inside which I'll take the variable as game, and inside the curly braces I will have my first case. So my first case, I'm adding the game as football. So whenever the game football appears, I will just give the output as console.log. I don't want to watch football. Now this is our output, and then we give the break statement so that we can switch into our next case. So now if we consider another case, and suppose here we have hockey, and then we will give another output for hockey, that is console.log, and then we put console.log as I don't play hockey, and then break the statement again. Now the next case would be cricket. So suppose I have cricket here, so I will just give the output here as console.log I love cricket. Now in case I hadn't initialized any particular game here, so we always need a default value when it comes to switch statement. So here what we do is we take another default value, and for our default value we give another console.log. So we just give match not found. So this is how we write a switch statement in JavaScript. Now let me just save this one and go back to my console and refresh this. Okay, so there's some error. Let's see. So yeah, we just had to put colons instead of semicolons. Now let me just save this one, and now let's go back to our console and see. So you can see that the output is I love cricket, because here I have already initialized the game to be cricket. So what I want to see is whenever the switch statement comes in and inside switch we have various cases, it will only take the output where I have the value for game as cricket. Now in case I change this value to football, and now let me just save this one. Now let's go back to our console and refresh it and see. And it says I don't want to watch football, because for my football case I have given the output as I don't want to watch football. So this is exactly what is getting printed, or this is what we get as the output. Now let me see, let me just give foosball, and we do not have foosball in any of these cases, so it should go to the default value. But let's see what is the output here. So let me just save this one now and go back to the console and refresh it. Yes, so exactly we get the output as match not found, because it goes to the default value. So in case any of these are not found or matched with the initialized value, it provides us with the default value here. So this was all about the switch statement in JavaScript. Now with this, you know a lot more about the loops and switch statement. And before that, you have also learnt about all the fundamentals such as the object, arrays, strings, and how you can take the syntax and include everything inside your JavaScript code, and also how you can get it inside your console and see what is the output with the help of your HTML file as well. So now with all of these, you have learnt about the variables, objects, functions, arrays, loops, and conditional statements in JavaScript. Now this will help you create your own website. Now you can beautifully design your website with the help of JavaScript, and also by playing around with these fundamentals of JavaScript.
let's dive into the 3 major reasons to make React so useful. So the first one is component-based architecture. In React component-based architecture, UI is broken down into reusable, self-contained components. Each component has its own structure and behavior. In this layout, the page is divided into different parts: a navigation bar at top, a sidebar at right, and the main display area. In React, we build each of these sections as individual components, meaning each one can function independently. So the next one is virtual DOM. The virtual DOM is essentially a lightweight copy of actual DOM. Instead of directly making changes to the real DOM every time something updates, React updates this virtual DOM first. Once React has figured out what has changed, it then updates only the necessary parts of the real DOM. And after that, we have the development speed. React component structure allows us to quickly build and test small parts of the app individually. Since each component is separate, we can focus on building and styling one section at a time without breaking other parts of the page. This saves the time and helps us to build application faster. So in short, React component structure, development speed, and virtual DOM help us to create dynamic, efficient, and user-friendly applications. So now let us move on to what is React. First of all, React is an open source JavaScript library. React is maintained by developers worldwide and is focused on building user interfaces, making it highly adaptable and community-driven. The next one is React makes development fast, scalable, and simple. React component-based architecture allows developers to break UIs into reusable paths, speeding up the development and making the large application easier to manage. Next is React is used for building user interfaces, mainly single-page applications. React is perfect for single-page applications where content updates dynamically without reloading the entire page, offering a smooth user experience. And the last one is React enables data changes without reloading the page. With features like virtual DOM, React efficiently updates the data in real time, allowing the web applications to respond quickly without full page reloads. Now let us have a look on trending frameworks. So here is the data from Stack Overflow, and here we can see that ReactJS is most trending framework currently. So React is the popular choice for developers nowadays. Now that we have a clear understanding of what React actually is, let us explore why it is a such popular choice among the developers. So the first one is virtual DOM. React's virtual DOM updates changes efficiently without refreshing the whole page, making apps fast and responsive. The second one is development speed. With the reusable components and large community of pre-built libraries, React helps developers to build applications quickly. Next one is stability. React uses one-way data flow, which means change in child component won't affect the parent component. This keeps the app stable and easy to manage. The next one is interactive interface. React makes it easy to build highly interactive UIs, which means user can get smoother and more engaging experience. The next one is component-based architecture. React divides the UIs into components, allowing us to build, update, and reuse parts independently, saving a lot of time and effort. The next one is server-side rendering. React supports server-side rendering, which can improve page load speed and SEO by rendering the content on the server before sending it to the user. The next one is simple to use. React's simple syntax and clear structure make it beginner-friendly, letting new developers start creating apps quickly. The next one is flexible development. React flexibility allows it to be used in a variety of projects, from small apps to large-scale enterprise applications. So now that we have covered the key components of React, let's move on to setting up your development environment, where we are going to download VS Code and then we will install Node.js for running React on our systems. Now to download Visual Studio Code, we need to visit the official website of Visual Studio Code. We are just going to click on this website and then we are going to just click on the download. If you are using Windows, you just need to click here. In case you are using Mac, you need to click here. So I'm using Windows, I need to click here. So now after the download process, you'll see something like this. You just need to click on I accept the agreement. Next, just check these boxes, create desktop icon, open with code and open with code. Click on next and finally click on install. So that will install Visual Studio Code into your system. So now after installing VS Code into our system, we are going to install Node.js. And to download Node.js, just visit this website nodejs.org. And you just need to click on this download the LTS version. So now after clicking on the download Node.js LTS version, you'll be able to download the exe file. So after completing the download process, you will see this interface. You just need to click on next, and I already have Node installed in my PC, so I'm getting these options. Otherwise, you'll just get a next option. Let us say I want to change it, and then again you will click on next, next, and then you will just get a finish option here. So that will start the installation of Node.js. So after successfully installing the Node.js, what we are going to do is we are going to open our command prompt to cross-check whether Node.js has been successfully installed into our system or not. So for that, we need to write one command. So the first command is node-v. So this right here is telling the version of our Node.js. So the next command is npm-v. So this is also telling the version, npm version that we have installed. So by this, we know that Node.js and npm has been successfully installed into our terminal. So what is the next step? So next step is to open our VS Code, and then in VS Code, we are going to check whether Node and npm are working or not. So here I am on my Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to open my terminal here, and here is my terminal. So inside terminal, I'm going to repeat the commands. So the first one was node-v. That's it. It is showing the version of Node and it is successfully working in my Visual Studio Code. And then it is npm-v. So now npm is also working in my Visual Studio Code. So now we have successfully installed the VS Code and Node.js into our system, and now we are ready to create one project. So now that React is installed, let's move on to creating our first React app. So to create our first React app, we are going to open Visual Studio Code. Inside this, we are going to open one folder. So here I am going to create one new folder, and I'm going to name it as React Dev. We'll just select this folder, and now we have access to this folder. Inside this folder, we are going to open the terminal, and inside the terminal, we are going to create the app. So to create the app, we are going to use this command, that is npx create react app. And after this, you can provide any name which you want to provide to your app. Let's say I'll provide it as React, and then enter. And the installation of the dependencies will start. Just write Y here and enter. So now this will create the React app and add the dependencies into my React app. So we need to choose the different project name. I'll just choose npx create React app and let's say counter. That's it. Now it should create my project. And now this is installing the packages into my folder. Right here we can see the counter app has been created and the package.json has been added inside it. Now let us wait till the React app is getting created. Now here we can see that our first React app has been successfully created. The node modules has been added, the source components has been added, and we can see the package.json and everything is added in our folder. So this is how you create your React app. And now what we are going to do is we are going to run our React app. So for that, we can just use cd and the app name, that is counter, and enter. And after this, we'll just start our React app. That's it. We are going to launch our React app. So here we can see this is our first React app. So by default, when you are going to install the React app, you are going to see these things. So now we are going to make some changes in our React app, and then we are going to write the code for Hello World. So there are some useless files that you need to delete first. So inside the src, you are just going to keep the index.js and app.js. Rest you can delete. And that's it. I'm going to remove the logo also. Now we are going to make some changes in our app.js. So first of all, we are going to remove these. And then we are going to remove the code inside the return statement. And we are going to write one heading here that will be hello world. That's it. We are going to save it. And we'll move on to index.js. Inside index.js, first of all, we'll remove all this. And then we are going to remove this and this. So now we are going to just save our file and just look at the output. So this is the output. The code we have written inside the return statement is hello world. So this is our first React app. We have successfully written our first code in React, that is hello world. So now what we are going to do is we are going to learn some core concepts of React, and then we will be creating one counter app. So now that our first React app is up and running, let's dive into the core concepts of React that make building applications so powerful and efficient. So the core components of React includes components. Components are the building blocks of React app. Each part of your UI is component, which can be reused to make development faster and cleaner. They help us to break down the complex UIs into manageable pieces. Next on we have JSX. JSX is a syntax that looks like HTML but works inside the JavaScript. It makes it easier to write the structure of your React component. JSX allows you to combine HTML-like code with JavaScript functionality in one place. Next on we have is Virtual DOM. The Virtual DOM is lightweight copy of the actual DOM. React uses it to update the UI efficiently by only changing what's necessary, making the app faster. This reduces unnecessary operations and improves the performance. Next on we have is state management. State refers to the data that changes in your app. React lets you to manage state inside the components. So when the state changes, your UI automatically updates. This is essential for handling dynamic data like form inputs or user interactions. Next on we have props. Props is basically short for properties. These are used to pass data from one component to another, helping you make your component dynamic and reusable. They allow you to customize component based on the data that they receive. Next on we have is event handlers. Event handlers in React are functions that handles user interactions like click, form submissions and more, allowing your app to respond to user actions. They provide a way to trigger changes in your app based on the user input. So now that we have covered the core concepts of React, let's switch to VS Code and apply these concepts in real project. We will see how everything works together with hands-on coding. So the first thing again I'm going to do is I'm going to open one folder inside my Visual Studio Code. So I'll just create one more folder naming counter. I'll just select this folder and again we are going to create this app. So inside our terminal, again we are going to write npx create React app counter. That's it. So our app has been created. Now what we are going to do is we are going to move into the app by cd counter. That's it. Now again we are going to delete the unnecessary things. That includes index.css, logo, and these two files. We are also going to delete this app.css. So now we are going to create one more file inside it, which will be counter.js. That's it. We are going to work on these three files. And again, one more file we should create for our styling. So it should be style.css. And that's it. So first of all, we will start with counter.js. So by creating this counter.js, we are going to understand the concepts of state, props, and event handling. So what we are going to create is we are going to create an app in which we will increment or decrement the numbers. And by creating that, we will be understanding the concepts of state management and properties and event handling. So first of all, we are going to import the React to use the JSX syntax and define the React component. So it will be import React from React. Now here we are defining the properties that we are going to use, which includes count, increment and decrement, and along with that one reset. So these are the properties that we are passing. So basically counter is a functional component that takes the 4 props, which includes count, increment, decrement and reset. These props are passed down from the app component, enabling counter to display and manipulate the count value based on the user interaction. Now the counter component returns JSX that renders div element with class counter. Inside this div section, the current count value is displayed inside h1 element as a counter count. And then we have created these 3 buttons, including increment, decrement and reset. The increment button triggers the increment function from the properties to increase the count when clicked. And after that we have this decrement button. So this triggers the decrement function from the properties to decrease the count when clicked. And then on we have this reset button. This reset button triggers the reset function from the properties to reset the count to 0 when clicked. Now here we can see that each of the button uses onClick attribute to call the function when clicked. Since increment, decrement and reset functions are passed as props from the app component, clicking these buttons triggers the respective functions in the app that we are going to write. So for example, the increment button is clicked, the increment is called, which increases the count in the app component state. This triggers a re-render of counter updating the displayed count. So that's it for the counter.js. And now we are going to create the app.js. Now here we are on the app.js section. So let us have a look on the app.js. So for imports, we are importing useState from React. This hook manages state within the component. And after that comes the counter. So counter component from counter that we have created, this child component will display the counter and the button from the user interaction. Now again we are importing this style.css from the style app that we have created. After this comes the app components. So inside the app component, useState0 initializes a count state variable with the initial value of 0. And after that, count holds the current count and setCount is a function that updates the value. So state in React is persistent across renders, meaning count will retain the value until it's updated by setCount. And after that comes the event handlers. These functions are used to update the count state based on the user actions. First of all, we have the increment. So it increases the count by 5 each time it is called by executing setCount count plus 5. And then on we have is decrement. It decreases the count by 1 each time it is called. And then we have this reset. So reset sets count back to 0 by calling the setCount 0. So by defining these functions, the component becomes interactive, allowing user to modify the state and see the changes reflected in the real time. So that's it for the app.js. We'll just save this file. We'll just save the counter.js, and after that, let us move on to the style.css. So after writing counter.js, app.js, and we are just going to keep the index.js as it is. We have just excluded the codes. Those were not necessary. So we have already seen those in the first counter app that we created for Hello World. So now we'll just save the index.js, and for styling.css, first of all, we have just styled the body using the font family, display, justify content, alignment of items, height and the background color. After that, we have styled the app using these styling techniques, and then we have styled the counter. After that, we have styled the button, and that's it. We have made the button hover. So that's it for the styling. Now we have created the counter app. Here we learned about 3 concepts: the properties, the state and the event listeners. So these are the 3 core components that we have learned,
And now we'll just save this project and we'll run our project. So here is the counter app that we have created. So when we are clicking on increment, the count is incrementing by 5. When we are clicking on decrement, it is decrementing by 1. And after clicking the reset button, it is being reset to 0. So this is the simple app that we have created using props, states and event listeners. So now that we have a proper idea about prop, state and event listeners, we'll now move on further and we'll just create our Mario game. So before that, as we have now understanding about the prop, state and event listener, so basically what are components? So all the files that you can see inside the source are components of the React. So app.js is one component, counter.js is one component, index.js is one component. So again, the other core concept of React was JSX. So this right here, the code that we are able to see is basically JSX syntax. So basically this is a JavaScript code, but we have written HTML inside the JavaScript file. So this is called JSX. So now we have clarity about the core concepts of React. First of all, the components. Here are the components. Then the JSX, these are the JSX. And after that we have properties, these are the properties. And then these are the event handlers. And we have also seen the state management. So after that we have this styling. So that's it about the increment project, and I hope you are clear with the concept of prop, states and event handlers. So now that we have clear understanding of the concepts of React, we'll be starting our Mario game. So let us now understand how we created this Mario game using React. So first of all, we'll start with the sources. In this, there is a section named asset. In this, we have included the audio, font and the images that we are going to use. So after this, we are going on the section of components. So inside this components, we have one section that is atoms. In this, we have included all the components that are being used in this game. For example, we are using birds, bricks, clouds, key message, obstacle, sun and all. So after this, we have this molecules. In this, we have included the footer, the loading screen, Mario the character and the mobile controls. Again, we have included the title and the score. So now one by one we are going to have a look on these codes. So first of all, let us start with birds. So inside birds there is a section of bird.js. So first of all, we are importing the use effect and the use state from the React. And after that we are importing the bird.css from the style sheet file. So first of all, here isReady is a piece of state that starts as a false. It will later be set to true when the document is fully loaded. And after this, the use effect hook runs after the component mounts. It defines a function setLoad that sets isReady to true. So after that, this part checks if the document is ready to fully load it. If it is, it calls the setLoad immediately. If not, it adds the event listener for the load event, which will call setLoad once the page finishes loading. The cleanup function removes the event listener if the component unmounts or if the effect runs again. At last, we have the return statement. The component return a div containing another div for the birds. The class name of the inner div changes based on the isReady state. If isReady is true, it adds the class birdAnimate, which likely triggers an animation. So that's it about the bird.js. Now let us look at the bird.css. So for that, first of all, we have provided this GIF, and then we have included the background repeat as no repeat, background size, height, width, position, top and left. Then we have provided the bird animation, and after that we have provided the keyframes and media queries. So that we are already familiar with what are keyframes and media queries. So now after bird.js, we have bricks.js. So again in bricks.js, the component imports the use effect and use state from React to handle the state and a lifecycle events. So it also imports the CSS file bricks.css to style the components. And after that, we have this const isReady. So here isReady is a piece of state initialized to false. This state will eventually determine whether the animation of the brick is active or not. After that, we have is use effect. The use effect hook runs when the component mounts.
it defines the function setLoad that sets isReady to true. And after that, we have this if-else statement. This part checks if the document is fully loaded, and if it is, document.ready state is complete, it immediately calls setLoad. If the document is not loaded yet, it adds an event listener for the load event, which will call setLoad once the page finishes loading. The cleanup function removes the event listener if the component unmounts or if the effect runs again. And after that, we have this return statement. The component returns a div with a class bricks container. Inside it, there is another div for the bricks. The class name of this inner div changes based on the isReady state. If isReady is true, it adds a class brickAnimate, which likely triggers the animation. So after this brick.js, we move on to brick.css. So again, in brick.css, we have given this background image, and the styling that we have included is background repeat, background size, height, width, position, bottom and left. Next on, we have brickAnimate. These are the animation that we have provided, and after that, the keyframes and the media queries. So now after birds and bricks, let us move on to the clouds. So again, in cloud.js, we have included all these functions just like brick.js and cloud.js. So you can just pause this and go through the code again. It is basically the same function. We are just importing the cloud.css and we have changed this return statement. So after this, again, we have cloud.css. We have included the background image, background repeat, background size, height, width, position, top and left. Again, we have included the clouds animation and keyframes and media queries. You can just pause this video and go through the code once, and if you have any doubt, you can just comment in the comment section. After that, we have this key message.js. Inside this key.js, first we have imported the key message.css for the styling. So inside this, we have basically created one press container and we have given two paragraphs including enter key and space key. So here enter key is for starting the game and space key is for jump. So after that, we have included obstacles. So now let us look at the obstacle.js code. So inside this obstacle.js, first of all, the component imports the CSS styling images for the obstacle and necessary hooks from the React. It also imports Redux hook from the state management. So after that, dispatch is used to send actions to the Redux store. isPlay and speed are selected from the Redux state, where isPlay indicates if the game is running and the speed represents the current speed of the game. So now after that, we have this use effect that sets up the interval that runs every 100 milliseconds. It dispatches action to update the Redux store from the current dimensions and positions of the both obstacles by accessing their boundaries rectangles through the refs. Each property, height, left, top, width are getting updated from the both obstacle. So after that, we have one more use effect. So this use effect runs whenever the speed value changes. If the speed is non-negative, it sets the timeout to adjust the speed to the small value after 1 second. This could be used to ensure that the game continue to run smoothly. So after that, we have this return statement. The component returns a container of the obstacles. Each obstacle is represented as an image. This class name changes based on the isPlay state, adding moments classes if the game is active. The style props adjust the animation duration based on the speed, making the animation faster or slower depending upon the game's current speed. So that's it about the obstacle.js. Now we'll move on to the obstacle.css. So here we have provided some basic styling techniques to obstacle container, obstacle 1, 2, and then we have separately styled the obstacle 1 and 2, and then obstacle 1 move, then obstacle 2 move, then we have provided some keyframes and media queries. So again, if you have any doubt, you can just comment down in the comment section, and rest you can pause the video and look at the code. So after this all, we are left with the sun. So we are importing the sun.css for the styling, and we have included one class container, sun container, and then we have given the class name as sun. So again, inside the CSS, we have provided the background image of the sun, which is a GIF form, and then we have provided the styling that includes background repeat, background size, height, width, position, top and right. And again we have included some media queries into it. So that's it about the atom section. Now we'll move on to the molecules. So inside molecules, what we have done, we have created footer, loading screen, Mario, the character, score and the title. So now we'll just quickly look to the every molecule. So before moving on to the molecules, we have just imported everything that we have created: birds, bricks, clouds, key messages, obstacle and sun. So before moving on to the molecules, here we have imported all of these things. So each line imports the component of specific file path. For example, bird component is imported from the .birds file. The imported components are presumably React components that will be used in the application to render the different parts of the UI. And after that, this line exports all the imported components into single object. By doing this, it allows other modules to import any of these components easily from one central file instead of importing each of them individually from their respective files. So now, first of all, let us look at the Mario character development. So here the component imports style, images or the Mario character audio files for jump, death sound and various hooks from the React and Redux. So after that, this use dispatch hook allows dispatching actions to the Redux store. Several state values are selected from the Redux store to manage the game state, such as whether Mario is dead, the game is loading or the Mario's position and the dimensions. Now after that, these selectors retrieve the position and dimension of two obstacles, allowing for the collision detection. Now after that, we have this audio handling. For this, we are using useMemo hook to create audio objects for jump, die and background music. This ensures that these objects are only created once, optimizing the performance. Now after that, this handle key function listens for the key presses. If the enter key is pressed, the game isn't playing. It dispatches an action to set the game as ready. And if the space key is pressed while Mario is not jumping, that triggers the jump and plays the jump sound. After 400 milliseconds, it stops the jump sound and resets its playback time. So after this, right here, you can just pause and have a look at the code one by one. And if you have any doubt, you can just comment in the comment section below. So after this, we have again used this use effect that monitors the Mario's position and checks the collision with the both obstacle. So now if the collision is detected, it dispatches the action to set Mario as dead and plays the death sound. It also repeats the game score after the short delay. So that's it about the Mario character, and you can just go through the code line by line. This code just shows the use of use effect and how we are controlling the Mario and when the collision is happening to change the state of the Mario and everything. So now let us quickly look at the CSS of Mario. So here for Mario, we have given the styling technique which includes width, height, position, bottom and left. Then we have animated the jump, and then we have added the keyframe, and then we have added the animation if Mario dies and keyframe again for that, and we have added some media queries. So now after the Mario character development, let us quickly look at the footer section. So this component imports the CSS file for styling, which would typically define how the footer looks. And after that, this defines the functional component named footer. Functional components are simpler way to create the components in the React. And after that, we have this return statement. Inside this div, it displays the text copyright followed by the current year, which is dynamically obtained from the new date get full year. This ensures that the copyright year is always up to the date without the manual change. It also includes the anchor tag that links the placeholder. The target blank attribute makes the link open in the new tab, and then REL adds the security feature to prevent the new page from accessing the previous ones. And that's it for the footer section. Now, this line basically exports the footer component as a default export of the module, making it available for import in the other files. So that's it for the footer section JS. Now this is the footer section CSS. We have just styled the copyright button and the copyright link. So now after the footer design, let us look at the loading screen. So inside the loading screen, first of all, we have added the import statements. This imports necessary hooks, use effect and use state from the React, the Mario character image, CSS for styling, and Redux function set loading screen and use dispatch. So now after this we have added this. This basically declares the functional component named as loading screen. So now after that we have used isReady. So isReady is the state variable initialized to false if it will set to true after the specified delay, indicating that the loading is complete. So again, dispatch is a function from Redux that allows the component to dispatch actions to the store. And after that we have used the use effect. This use effect runs once when the component mounts due to the empty dependency array. It sets the timer for 5 seconds, after which it updates isReady to true, indicating the loading is completed. And then at last we have the return statement. The component renders a div with the class loading screen container. It displays the Mario character image using the image tag. While isReady is false, it shows an H1 element with the text loading. Once isReady is true, it displays the enter button. When the button is clicked, it dispatches the set loading screen false, action likely to update the global Redux state to hide the loading screen. And then at last we have this export default loading screen. So that's it for the loading screen. Now let us look at the CSS of the loading screen. So inside the loading screen CSS, we have provided width, height, position, top, left, bottom, right, background color, display, flex direction, justify content, alignment of items, gap, and z-index. Then we have styled the Mario loading, then the loading title, and then the enter button. After that, we have provided this hover effect to the enter button. So that's it. You can go through the code line by line. And again, that is it for the loading screen. So now let us move on to the mobile controls. Again, we have added the imports here. And after that, we have added this mobile controls. This defines the functional component that is named as mobile controls. And after that, we have added this isPlay Mario Jump isDie. So this indicates if the game is currently being played. Mario Jump indicates whether the Mario is currently jumping. isDie indicates if the game is over. And dispatch is used to send the action to the Redux store. After that, we have used useMemo to create an audio object for the jump sound. This ensures that the audio is only created once for the performance efficiency. And after that, this function is triggered when the start button is clicked. It checks if the game is not already playing, and if it is not over, if the both conditions are met, it dispatches an action to set the game to ready. And after that, we have created this function. This function is called when the jump button is clicked. It checks if the Mario is not already jumping, and if he isn't, it dispatches an action to set him as jumping. Plays the jump sound after 400 milliseconds. It stops the sound and resets the playback time. And at last we have this return statement. So in this, the component renders the div with the class mobile controls container. It conditionally renders the start button when the game is not playing or not over. Again, the over button when the game is over. The jump button when the game is playing. And at last again we have this export statement. And now again we have the styling of mobile controls. So here is the media query and then the mobile controls container. And after that we have styled the start button, jump button and control button. Again we have styled these buttons by applying the filters. And we have given the background color. And then we have given the background color to the control jump button. So that's it for the CSS of mobile controls and the JS of mobile controls. You can go through the code line by line and again comment down if there is any doubt. Now at last we'll move on to the calculation of the score. So now we are at the score.js. Again we have added the import statements that imports the necessary hooks from React, Redux function and CSS file. So after that we have this declaration. This defines the functional component named as score. And after that we have used this query selectors for score, last score, play, die and dispatch. So the score shows the current score from the Redux store and the last score shows the last score recorded. And the play is basically a boolean indicating if the game is currently being played. Die is basically a boolean indicating if the game is over. And dispatch is a function that is used to dispatch the action of the Redux store. And after that we have included this high score. This basically initializes the state variable high score it retrieves the high score from local storage, passing it as an integer or defaults to 0 if the high score is not found. So after that, we have used this use effect. This use effect runs whenever the dependencies change. That means incrementing the score if the game is being played or not over. It sets the time out to increment the score by 1 to every milliseconds, and then updating the last score and the high score. And after that, we have the return statement. So this component basically renders the div with the class score container. If the game is currently being played, it displays the current score. If the game is over, it displays the last score. It always displays the high score along with that. And at last, we again have the export statement. So that's it for the score.js, and we'll move on to the score.css. So for score.css, we have just applied these styling techniques, including the media query and the styling of high score. So after that, last one we have is title. So inside this title.js, first of all, the component imports the CSS file for styling, ensuring that the component has desired looks. So again, after that, we have this const title. This basically defines the functional component named as title. And after that, we have this return statement. So the component returns the div with a class named title container, which acts as a wrapper for the title elements. Inside this div, an image element displays the Mario logo. It uses the imported Mario image as a source, and it has the class Mario logo for styling. And h1 element contains the text Mario jump, styled with the class title. This serves as the main title of the game. And again, we have the export default title. So here is the styling. So first of all, here we have styled the container. Then we have styled the Mario logo, then title, and then we have added the media queries. So that's it for the title. Now let us quickly go through this index.js file. So here each line imports the specific component from the corresponding directories. So footer displays the copyright information, loading screen shows the loading animation and enter button. Mario represents the character, and mobile controls provide the button for the mobile users. Score displays the current, last and the high score. Title basically displays the game title. And after that, this line of code exports all the imported components as named export. This means that when importing from this module elsewhere, you can access each component by its name. So again, in the other index.js file, we have exported the atoms and the molecules. So that's it. We have covered all the atoms and the molecules that we have made for the Mario game. So now what we are going to do is we are going to run our project. So for running our project, we are just going to add the command, and then we'll be able to run our project. So here we are going to add the command to run our project. So we are just going to write, that's it. We are going to give the command as npm start, and it will start our project. So here is our game. Here is the output of our Mario game. It is the landing page. We can just click on enter, and it is basically the screen. Here we have the enter key. We have to press the enter key to start the game, and then we have to press the space key to jump. Here we calculate the score, the high score. We have added these GIFs of birds, clouds, sun, and the bricks. And here we have the Mario character. So here is the footer. Basically, we have designed the copyright, and this is the title. So this is the whole project that we have created using the React. So I'll just quickly enter key, and now I can see the game has been started. So again, I can jump using the space key, and my score is being calculated here. My current score and the high score is being calculated here. So this is the final project that we have created using React.
Let's start by exploring what progressive web apps are. Progressive web apps combine the best features of web and mobile applications to deliver a seamless app-like experience directly through your browser. Built using modern technologies like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, progressive web apps offer enhanced capabilities such as offline access, lightning-fast performance, and option to install them on your device without needing to visit an app store. Some of the popular examples of progressive web apps include Spotify, which ensures smooth music streaming, Telegram for instant communications, and Pinterest, offering a highly responsive and interactive platform for creative inspiration. These examples highlight the versatility and growing adoption of progressive web apps across the industry. So now that we understand the essence of progressive web apps, let's move on to explore the key elements that make progressive web apps so powerful and versatile. So the first one is service workers. These are the scripts that run in the background of your application. They enable offline functionality by caching resources, ensuring user can still access the app even without an active internet connection. The next one is HTTPS. Security is paramount. Progressive web apps are served over HTTPS to ensure data encryption, which protects sensitive information from being intercepted. The next one is push notification. This feature allows you to re-engage users by sending updates or reminders directly to their devices, helping maintain consistent interaction with your audience. The next one is Web App Manifest. This is a JSON file that defines how your progressive web app should behave when installed on a device. It includes the details like app's name, icon, start URL, giving it a native app-like feel. The next one that we have is Application Shell Architecture. This provides the foundation for building the fast and reliable progressive web app. By separating the shell of the app from the dynamic content, users experience quicker load time. The next one that we have is Transport Layer Security. An additional layer of security ensures that all the data transferred between the user and the application remains private and intact. So these elements work together to create a seamless, secure and engaging user experience, setting progressive web app apart as a future of web applications. So now that we have explored the key features of progressive web apps, let's understand how they work to provide a seamless user experience. So to begin with, everything starts when the user interacts with progressive web apps on their devices. For instance, they might tap on the button or explore a new section. This simple action triggers a request to fetch the required source of data. And then comes the role of service worker. Once the request is sent, the service workers take over. Think of it as a behind-the-scene assistant. It steps in to handle the request and decide how to proceed based on whether the user is online or offline. Now, if the user is connected to the internet, the service worker forwards the request to the backend server. The server processes the request and quickly returns the necessary data or the content to the app. But what happens if the user is offline? This is where the service worker truly shines. Instead of letting the app fail, it retrieves the required data from the offline cache. This ensures that the app continues to function seamlessly even without the internet connection. Finally, regardless of whether the response comes from backend or the cache, the service worker sends it back to the app. This guarantees a smooth user experience for the user, no matter their connectivity status. So now that we have understood how progressive web apps work, let's look at some key benefits they bring on the table. So the first one is progressive web apps are designed to meet user expectations effectively. They offer fast load times, smooth navigation, and reliability, ensuring users have a great experience every time. The next one is they bring a native-like appeal. Progressive web apps look and feel just like mobile apps, offering a feature like push notification and an app-like interface. This gives a user convenience of the app without the need to download one. The another significant advantage is cost reduction. Progressive web apps save resources by eliminating the need to develop a separate app for the different platforms. One app works across all the devices, saving time and money. So not only that, progressive web apps are highly adaptive. They seamlessly adjust to different screen sizes and devices, ensuring they are accessible to everyone whether they are on smartphone, tablet or desktop. What's more, progressive web apps eliminate the need for an app store. User can add them directly to their home screen, skipping the hassle to search and download the apps from store. One standout feature is their ability to provide a seamless offline access. Even without internet connectivity, progressive web apps use cached data to keep the app functional, ensuring the user never loses the access of important features. Finally, they are incredibly efficient. Progressive web apps are light on data uses and deliver excellent performance, making them ideal for users in areas with limited connectivity or slow networks. With all these benefits, it's clear why progressive web apps are gaining popularity in digital world. So now that we have explored the key benefits of progressive web apps, Let's shift our focus to understanding the steps involved in developing one. Building progressive web app is a step-by-step process that ensures the application is reliable, high-performing, and user-friendly. Let's walk through all these steps together. We start with the planning the progressive web app feature and functionality, where we define the app's purpose, identify the target audience, and list the key features it will provide. This ensures that we have a clear roadmap to follow. Next is building the front end, where we focus on creating a responsive and engaging user interface. Using technologies like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, we ensure the app delivers a consistent experience across the devices. So after the front end is complete, we implement a service worker. This is a critical step where we add functionality for offline access, caching, and background synchronization, making the app fast and reliable even in poor network conditions. Then we set up HTTPS, which secures the app by encrypting the data exchanges. This step is essential not only for protecting the user data but also for enabling features like Service Worker. In the next step, we add a web app manifest, a JSON file that contains metadata like an app's icon, name, and the color theme. This allows the user to install the app on their devices, bridging the gap between website and a native app. Once the foundational steps are complete, we move on to the testing of progressive web app. This involves rigorously checking the app's performance, functionality, and compatibility to ensure it works flawlessly across various devices and browsers. After testing, we proceed to optimize the performance. This step focuses on improving the load time, reducing resource uses, and ensuring the app meets the performance benchmarks. A well-optimized app provides a smooth experience for the users. With the app optimized, it's time to deploy the progressive web app. This involves the hosting of app on the secure server and making it accessible for users. Deployment marks the beginning of app's journey in the real world. Next, we can optionally register for push notification, enabling a real-time communication with the users. This feature is particularly useful for engaging users and keeping them informed about the updates or the events. Finally, we promote and monitor the progressive web app. Promoting the app involves marketing strategies to increase its visibility, while monitoring helps to track performance, users' patterns, and the user feedback to make continuous improvements. By following these 10 steps, we can create a progressive web app that is secure, reliable, and optimized to provide an outstanding user experience. Now let's explore some of the well-known companies that have successfully implemented progressive web apps. The first one is OLX, one of the world's largest classified platforms. OLX has embraced progressive web apps to provide a fast and reliable user experience. Building on that trend, Spotify, the music streaming giant, has also adopted progressive web apps to offer a seamless experience across their devices. Similarly, Make My Trip, a popular Indian travel booking platform, uses progressive web app to provide a quick and easy booking experience for their customer. Continuing with the convenience theme, Starbucks, a coffee giant, has leveraged the progressive web app to offer a mobile-friendly ordering experience. In the social media landscape, Twitter has adopted progressive web app to deliver a faster and more reliable user experience. Not far behind, Flipkart, one of the biggest e-commerce platforms globally, also uses progressive web app to enhance the speed and performance. Moving on to the visual performance, Pinterest employs a progressive web app to provide a seamless experience across the device, ensuring smoother interaction for its user. On the business front, Forbes, the re-owned business magazine, has adopted progressive web app to give readers a faster and more reliable browsing experience. In the e-commerce sphere, Alibaba.com, a leading Chinese platform, uses progressive web app to offer a seamless shopping experience. Finally, Uber, a ride-hailing giant, leverages progressive web app to deliver customers a faster and more reliable experience. These are few examples of many companies that are using progressive web apps to provide a better user experience. Progressive web apps are powerful technology that can help businesses deliver fast, reliable, and engaging experience for their users. So now that we have seen the global adoption of progressive web app by various companies, let's focus on specific success story. Twitter Lite. This is an example that highlights the significant improvements achieved after implementing the progressive web apps. Before adopting progressive web apps, Twitter Lite struggled with slow load times, particularly on 2G networks, making the app inaccessible for users in regions with low internet connectivity. After implementing Progressive Web App, load time improved significantly, offering a fast and reliable experience even on a slower network, ensuring the accessibility for the users. Now again, before adopting Progressive Web Apps, the app consumed a high amount of data, creating a barrier for the users with restricted or expensive data plans, especially in emerging markets. After implementing Progressive Web Apps, data usage was reduced to 70%, allowing the users to enjoy platform without worrying about the excessive data consumption. Before adopting Progressive Web App, the native app required 23 MB of storage space, which was a concern for users with devices that has limited storage capacity. After implementing Progressive Web App, the app size was reduced to 600 KB, making it a lightweight and accessible for the user with even low-end devices. Before adopting Progressive Web App, user couldn't access the app without an internet connection, as the native app lacked the offline functionality, limiting its usability. After implementing the Progressive Web Apps with offline access enabled through cached content, user could continue engaging with the app even when they aren't connected to the internet. Before adopting to the Progressive Web Apps, user retention was low. The engagement level suffered due to inconsistent performance, leading to a fewer pages viewed per session. After implementing Progressive Web Apps, the user engagement surged with a 65% increase in page viewed per session, showcasing the app's improved reliability and appeal. While Twitter Lite demonstrated the potential of Progressive Web Apps to revolutionize user engagement and performance, let's now look at how Uber leveraged the Progressive Web App to enhance accessibility and transform their global user experience. So before Uber adopted Progressive Web App, Uber's mobile app experience was restricted to modern devices and stable networks, limiting its accessibility for users in areas with unreliable connectivity. After implementing Progressive Web Apps, Uber became accessible even on 2G network and low-end devices, opening up its services to a much wider audience. Before Uber adopted Progressive Web Apps, the mobile app faced slow load times, frustrating users and leading to a subpar experience. After implementing Progressive Web Apps, load time was dramatically reduced to under 3 seconds, offering a user a seamless and fast experience. Before Uber adopted Progressive Web Apps, users had to install a large app to access full functionality, which was inconvenient for those with a limited storage space. After implementing Progressive Web Apps, Uber delivered fully functionality directly in the browser, removing the need for app installation and enhancing the user convenience. Before Uber adopted Progressive Web Apps, emerging markets faced significant challenges due to connectivity issues, making it difficult for Uber to reach their users. After implementing Progressive Web Apps, Uber successfully gained millions of users in developing countries, overcoming connectivity and barriers. Before adopting Progressive Web Apps, high bounce rates on the web indicated poor engagement and retention among the users. After implementing Progressive Web Apps, user retention and engagement improved significantly, making Uber's web experience more appealing.
Now let's dive into why you should learn Node.js and explore its key advantages. The first one is scalability and performance. Node.js is built to handle large-scale applications seamlessly, making it good-to-go choice for the system that need to grow their user demand. The next one is end-to-end JavaScript. With Node.js, you can use the same language for both front-end and back-end, making the development process more unified and efficient. The other benefit is cost-effective. By using fewer servers and working with just one programming language, businesses can save a lot of development cost. The next one is real-time application. Node.js is perfect for building apps like chat platforms, online gaming, and collaborative tools where real-time updates are crucial. Next on, Node.js supports cross-platform development. This means you can create apps for Windows, macOS, and Linux with minimal extra effort. And finally, we have is faster development cycle. Its lightweight nature and rich library of NPM packages enables developers to build and deploy applications much faster. So as you can see, Node.js offers an impressive combination of speed, efficiency, and scalability, making it an invaluable tool for modern developers. Now let's understand what Node.js is. Node.js is a runtime environment that runs code on the server and facilitates seamless communication between the browsers and the database. So let's see how it works. The browser sends requests to the server processes the request using the Node.js, then it communicates with database to fetch or update the data before sending the response back to the browser. Now let's move forward and see why Node.js was created. Back in 2009, developers were frustrated because JavaScript could only run on the client side but not on the server side, limiting its capabilities. Reactjs solved this problem by creating Node.js, a runtime environment that allows JavaScript to run on the both server side and the client side. This made JavaScript a full-stack language usable for both client-side and the server-side applications. Now let's take a look at the architecture of Node.js. When the incoming request arrives, they first enter in the event queue. Node.js uses an event-driven architecture, so the event loop continuously monitors the queue for tasks. If the tasks require minimal computation like reading from memory, the event loop processes it immediately. However, if the tasks involve heavy operations like file I/O or database queries, it is sent to the worker thread pool. This thread handles the complex work in background and sends the result back to the event loop, which then responds to the client. This non-blocking mechanism makes Node.js highly effective and ideal for handling the multiple requests. Now that we have discussed the architecture of Node.js, let's move on to its applications. The applications of Node.js involves data streaming applications. Additionally, it's well suited for real-time streaming of data such as videos and audios. The next application is Chatbot. It is another application which is handling the real-time communication effectively, making it excellent for building chatbots and messaging apps. The next application is Queued I/O Inputs. Node.js manages the task in non-blocking manner, ensuring high performance for queued inputs and outputs. The next one is Server-Side Proxy. Node.js can effectively handle multiple proxy requests and services, making it a great choice for proxy-related tasks. The next one is REST APIs. It's perfect for creating robust and scalable APIs that connect various applications effectively. And the last one is Complex SAPs. Node.js is ideal for building dynamic interactive web applications where the content updates seamlessly without reloading the page. So these applications highlight the versatility and power of Node.js across the various use cases. So now that we have explored the diverse applications of Node.js, let's dive into one of the most essential tools, NPM, the Node Package Manager. Node Package Manager or NPM is a powerful tool that simplifies the process of managing dependencies in Node.js projects. First, install packages effortlessly from the NPM registry. Whether it's utility or a library, everything is just one command away. Next, manage dependencies with ease. NPM keeps track of your installed packages and their versions in single package.json file, making your project organized and hassle-free. But that's not all. With NPM, you can run scripts to automate common tasks, start servers, run tests, or build an application in no time. And finally, share your packages with the world. Publish them to the NPM registry and contribute to the Node.js community. So now let's explore the core concepts of Node.js that makes it such a powerful platform. First, Node.js uses event-driven non-blocking I/O model, allowing it to handle multiple tasks simultaneously without waiting for operations to complete. It also supports asynchronous operations, ensuring faster and more efficient execution of running tasks in the background. With JavaScript end-to-end, Node.js unifies front-end and back-end development, enabling developers to write seamlessly across the stack. Node.js has a rich ecosystem of modules, providing countless libraries to accelerate development. Finally, its cross-platform compatibility makes it versatile, running effortlessly on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. Now let's take a quick look on the core components of Node.js that makes it so powerful. First on, we have module and then the console. Next, we have cluster. Moving on, we have global objects and error handling. Then comes the streaming, DNS, followed by buffer and domain. And finally, we have debugger. These components together make Node.js a robust runtime for building scalable applications. Now let's start by exploring the key components of Node.js, beginning with modules. Node.js modules are reusable blocks of JavaScript code that helps to structure the application by breaking them down into smaller and manageable pieces. They promote organization, enhance code reusability, and make dependency management more efficient. Node.js modules are categorized into two types: the core module, which are also known as built-in modules, and the user-defined modules that are created by developers to add the custom functionalities. The core modules of Node.js includes HTTP, util, fs, URL, query string, stream, and zlib. And this is how you can import the inbuilt modules into your applications. Require is used to load and import modules because it is built-in function for handling the common JS modules. Now let's move on to the next component, which is console. The console module in Node.js provides a simple debugging console similar to JavaScript console in web browsers. It allows you to print messages, errors, and warnings to the console, making it a valuable tool for debugging and logging. For instance, use console.log hello Edureka will output hello Edureka in the console. So the next one we have is cluster. Node.js operates on single-threaded event loop, which handles the multiple requests concurrently in one thread. However, this can limit the performance of multiple core systems. The cluster module addresses this by enabling the creation of multiple worker processes, each running independently on separate CPU core. This approach allows Node.js to fully utilize the system resources, enhancing the scalability and performance for high-demand applications. Now here is the code for you to add the cluster to your web application. So the next component that we have is global object. So now let's explore the global object in Node.js. It serves a global namespace, allowing you to access the variables and functions available throughout the application without needing to import them explicitly. These are some global objects that you can add to your applications, which includes dir name, which specifies the name of the directory that contains the code of the application. Then we have file name, which specifies the file name of the code. Then on we have export, module, and require. So the next component that we have is error handling. Error handling in Node.js ensures your application runs smoothly by catching and managing the unexpected issues. It uses the mechanisms like try-catch blocks and event emitters to handle errors efficiently and maintain the stability. Node.js errors can be grouped into 4 types. The first one we have is a standard JavaScript error, such as syntax error, type error, and reference error. These usually occur due to coding mistakes. The next one we have is system errors, which arises when the resource-like files are missing. For example, attempting to access a non-existent file can trigger this error. So now moving on, we have user-specific errors, which happens because of invalid inputs or unexpected user actions, such as entering the wrong data type. Lastly, we encounter the assertion errors, which results from logical mistake or incorrect assumption in the code. Now here is the code for you to handle the errors using the try-catch block in your applications. So the next component that we have is streaming. It is a powerful feature for processing the data efficiently. Streams can handle the data as a continuous flow, making them perfect for working with large files or real-time applications. For example, instead of loading an entire film into memory, stream allows you to process it piece by piece. Now stream comes in 4 types, each serving a unique purpose. The first one is readable streams. These allows you to read data chunk by chunk, like reading a file line by line. The second one is writable streams. These enables you to write data piece by piece. These are ideal for tasks like logging or saving the files. The next one is duplex streams. These can both read and write the data simultaneously, making them perfect for two-way communication like chat application. The next one is transform stream. These modify or transform data as it flows, such as compressing the files on the fly. So the next component that we have is buffer. Buffer in Node.js is used to handle the binary data directly, making them essential for working with the streams or the files. you can create an empty buffer of a specific size like this, buffer.alloc10, which creates a buffer of length 10. Now let's move on to the next component, which is domain. It is essentially a container that groups the related objects in the Node.js. This allows you to isolate error handlings and ensure the events are well managed for the specific set of objects. There are two methods for intercepting the errors within the domain. The first one is internal binding. This is when the error emitters run its code inside the error method of the domain. The next one is external binding. Here, the error emitter is explicitly added to the domain using the add method. So the next component that we have is DNS. DNS in Node.js plays a crucial role in resolving the domain names to IP addresses. We use DNS for following purpose. First, it resolves domain name by converting human-readable domain names into machine-readable IP addresses. Next, it enables network communication, allowing the device to communicate seamlessly over the internet. Additionally, it improves the user experience by ensuring websites and services are accessible through the domain names, making them more user-friendly. Moreover, it supports load balancing, distributing traffic across the multiple servers based on the domain names to optimize the performance. Lastly, it enhances the security by implementing measures like DNS-based authentication and authorization. The next component that we have is debugger. The debug module provides a simple and flexible way to enable and disable debugging output in Node.js application. Just start your app with Node.js inspect file name and use the command like N to stop or C to continue the execution. So now that we have explored the core components of Node.js, let's take a step further and dive into the Express framework. Express.js is a lightweight Node.js framework that simplifies the creation of web applications and APIs. It streamlines the server-side development, allowing the developers to focus on building powerful, scalable web applications quickly. Now let's have a look at some features of Express framework. First, we have routing, which enables the efficient URL mapping. Then we have middleware, which is great for executing the code during request-response cycle. Next, it also supports static file serving, making it easy to serve assets like HTML, CSS, or images. Next, we have HTTP method support, simplifying the REST API development, and JSON support for seamless data handling. Additionally, error handling ensures the robust application, and security features keep your app safe from the threats. So that's it about the features of Express framework. So now let's move forward and understand one basic program using Node.js. First of all, we have this var express. This line imports the Express.js module into Node.js application. Then on we have app.get method. This method is provided by Express.js to define a route handler for HTTP GET requests. These includes two objects, the request object and the response object. So the request object represents the incoming HTTP request from the client's browser, and the response object represents the HTTP response that will be sent back to the client. After that, we have var server. This code snippet starts with the Express server, listens to the port 8081 and logs a message to the console once the server is ready to accept the request. At last, we have console.log. This line logs a message to the console indicating that the server is listening to the specified host and port. So now that we have a basic understanding about Node.js, let's have a look at some famous applications that are built on Node.js. So first of all, we have Netflix. Node.js is used in Netflix for faster startup time and efficient server-side rendering. Then on we have Groupon. Node.js is used in Groupon to streamline their development process with the unified language for frontend and the backends. Then on we have GoDaddy. Node.js is used in GoDaddy for handling the high traffic with the reduced server costs. Then on we have LinkedIn. In LinkedIn, the Node.js is used to enhance the performance and reduce the server-side response time. Then on we have PayPal, and in PayPal, Node.js is used to unify the engineering team and double the development speed. Then on we have Walmart, and in Walmart, Node.js is used for its scalability and real-time data processing during high demands event. Then on we have Uber, and Node.js is used in Uber to handle millions of requests per second with asynchronous processing. And lastly, we have eBay. And in eBay, Node.js is used for its real-time updates. So this is why Node.js is a backbone of these global giants.
We'll have a quick introduction on databases. Now, putting into definition, databases are basically a collection of organized information that can easily be accessed, managed, or even updated. Now, database systems are very important to your business, as I've mentioned earlier, because they can communicate information related to your sales transaction, product inventory, customer profiles, or even market activities. Database is usually managed by a system which is known as database management system. Now, there are several advantages of using database, like it reduces data redundancy, it reduces updating errors and increased consistency. There is a great amount of data integrity and independence from applications programs. There is improved data access to users through use of host and query languages. Together, the data and the DBMS, along with applications that are associated with them, are referred to as database systems, often shortened as database. Now let's understand some of the advantages of using database. As I've mentioned earlier, it is extremely easy to update data and maintain data. The next thing is data security. Now there is high security management for each of the data or databases that is used here. Now, database security refers to a range of tools that controls and measures which is designed to establish and preserve database confidentiality and integrity and availability. The next thing is there is a uniform data management and administration, which means there is concurrent access and recovery from crashes. Many users can access or even update the database at the same time without any interference. The next thing is data access and auditing. Now, data auditing involves observing a data so as to be aware of the actions of database users. Usage of database will allow you to access and audit your data. Basically, database administrators and consultants often set up auditing for security purposes. For example, to ensure that those without the permission to access information do not access it. Now, there are types of databases used for storing data. First thing is centralized database. Basically, centralized database is a type of database that stores data at a centralized database system. It comforts the users to access the stored data from different locations through several applications. Next, we have distributed database. Unlike a centralized database system, it is distributed all over the systems, and data is distributed among different database systems of an organization. These database systems are connected via communication links. Next, we have relational database. This database is based on the relational data model, which stores in the form of rows and columns and together forms a table. Further, we have cloud database. A type of database where data is stored in a virtual environment and executes over the cloud computing platforms is known as cloud database. Here are AWS, Microsoft Azure, among the few, comes into picture. Up next, we have object-based data model approach for storing data in the database systems. Next, we have hierarchical databases. It is the type of database that stores data in the form of parent-child relationship nodes. And then we have network database. It is the database that typically follows the network data model. Here, the representation of data is in the form of nodes via links between them. Finally, we have NoSQL database. NoSQL database is a type of database that is used for storing a wide range of data sets. It is not a relational database as it stores data not only in a tabular form but in several different ways. It came into existence when the demand for building modern applications increased. Therefore, NoSQL represents a wide variety of database technologies in response to the demands. With that, we shall move ahead and understand what is MongoDB. MongoDB is a document database with the scalability and flexibility that you want with the querying and indexing that you need. Put into definition, MongoDB is a document-oriented, NoSQL database used for high-volume data storage. It is an open-source document-oriented database that is designed to store a large scale of data. It is basically categorized under the NoSQL or not only SQL database because the storage and retrieval of data in MongoDB are not in the form of tables. Basically, MongoDB table is developed and managed by MongoDB itself. There is a corporation which develops MongoDB, known as MongoDB.inc. Now, this is under SSPL or Server-Side Public License, and initially it was released in the year 2009 of February. Now, as I've mentioned, it does not involve any table or SQL. Rather, it involves a BASIN format. Since MongoDB uses NoSQL, the format of storage is BSON, which is similar to JSON format. Now, here I might also add that MongoDB is a document database with the scalability and flexibility that you want with querying and indexing that you always need. Now, this is an official definition given by the creators. Basically, MongoDB stores data in flexible JSON-like document, meaning fields can vary from document to document and data structure can be changed over time. So basically, data model maps to the objects in your application code will make the data easy to work with. Ad hoc queries, indexing, and real-time aggregation provide powerful ways to access and analyze your data. I'm sure you might be wondering what these are. Here, we'll look at all of the features of MongoDB in our features section of today's video. With that, let's move on and understand why exactly do we need MongoDB. Now, here are the few reasons as to why we need to use MongoDB. The first one, MongoDB is basically built on a scale-out architecture that has become popular with developers of all kinds of developing scalable applications with evolving data schemas. Now, the next thing is that MongoDB makes it easier for developers to store structured or unstructured data, and it uses JSON-like format to store documents. Now, this format directly maps to native objects in most modern programming languages, making it a natural choice for developers as they don't need to think about normalizing the data. Now, MongoDB can also handle high volume and can scale both vertically or horizontally to accommodate large data loads. Basically, MongoDB was built for people building internet and business applications who need to evolve quickly and scale elegantly. Companies and development teams of all sizes use MongoDB for a wide range of reasons. Now, these reasons, we'll go ahead and look at it. First reason being document model. Now, document data model is a powerful way to store data and retrieve data in any modern programming language, allowing developers to move very fast. Next thing, we have fully scalable. Basically, this means that MongoDB's horizontal and scale-out architecture can support huge number of both data and traffic. Next, it gets us started fast, which means MongoDB has a great user experience for developers who can install MongoDB and start writing code immediately. The next thing is deployment options. MongoDB is available in any major public cloud such as AWS, Azure, Google Cloud through MongoDB Atlas. In large data centers through the Enterprise Advanced Edition or free through Open Source Community Edition. Now, finding community. Due to extreme development nature of MongoDB, MongoDB has developed a large and mature platform ecosystem. It has a wide range of community of developers and consultants. Now, with these ample reasons given, I don't think you need any more justification as to why we need to start using or learning about MongoDB. I hope this session is getting interesting now. Hence, with that, let's look at the features of MongoDB. Now, as I've already mentioned, MongoDB is a scalable, flexible NoSQL database. It has high number of good features and most important features. The first one being ad hoc queries. Now, ad hoc queries for optimized and real-time analytics is a main and important feature of MongoDB. While designing the schema of database, it is impossible to know in advance all queries that will be performed by the end users. In this case, ad hoc query is a short-lived command whose value depends on a variable. Each time an ad hoc query is executed, the result may be different depending on the variables in the question. MongoDB supports field queries, range queries, and regular expression searches. Queries can return specific fields and also account for user-defined functions. This is made possible because MongoDB indexes BSIN documents and uses MongoDB query language. The next thing is indexing. Indexing is used basically for better query executions. Now, the number one issue that many technical support team fails to address with their users is indexing. If it is done right, indexes are intended to improve search speed and performance. A failure to properly define appropriate indices can usually and will lead to a myriad of accessibility issues, such as problems with query execution and even load balancing. MongoDB allows you to index, and it can be created on demand to accommodate real-time and ever-changing query patterns and application requirements. They can also be declared on any field within any of your documents, including those nested within arrays. Next thing is replication. Replication is basically used for better data availability and scalability. When your data only resides in a single database, it is exposed to multiple potential points of failure, such as several crash, service interruptions, or even good old hardware failure. Basically, in MongoDB, replica sets are employed for this purpose. Primary server or node accepts all write operations and applies those sum operations across secondary servers, replicating the data. And if the former primary node comes back online, it does so as a secondary server for the new primary node. The next thing is load balancing. Now, at the end of the day, optimal load balancing remains one of the holy grails of large-scale database management for growing enterprise applications. Now, MongoDB supports large-scale load balancing. The platform can handle multiple concurrent read and write requests for the same data with best-in-class concurrency control, blocking protocols that ensure data concurrency. Basically, MongoDB ensures that each and every user has a consistent view and quality experience with the data they need to access. Sharding is one of the main things. When dealing with particular large data sets, sharding, the process of splitting larger data sets across multiple distributed collections or shards, helps the data distribute and better execute what might otherwise be problematic for the queries. Without sharding or scaling, a growing web application with millions of daily users is nearly impossible. All operations in sharding environment are handled through a lightweight process called Mongos. Mongos can direct queries to correct shard based on the shard. Now here, I've briefly gone across all the features of MongoDB. First one being ad hoc as discussed. The next is indexing and replication, load balancing, and sharding. With that, let's move on and understand the applications of MongoDB. Now looking at the applications of MongoDB, the first one that we have is content management systems. Fundamental of MongoDB approaches and practices are introduced in content management use cases, which would be done using familiar, simple examples and problems. The method for modeling user comments on content like social media and blog spots are introduced by storing comments. A model is proposed for designing a website content management systems by metadata and asset management in MongoDB. The next application is product data management. Now basically for e-commerce website, product data management and solutions, one can use MongoDB to store information because it has flexible schema well suited for the job. One can also manage a product catalog and learn practices and methods for modeling from the product catalog document. Operational intelligence. Basically, MongoDB is beneficial for real-time analytics and operational intelligence use. Now one can learn storing log data document to know about the approaches and several ways to store and model machine-generated data with MongoDB. Several other few applications of usage of MongoDB are balanced features, which means one can use MongoDB to get multiple balanced features. For example, that one wants to use some features like queuing, map, FTS, but don't require it a lot, which is easily possible through MongoDB. Consistency over availability. If one prefers consistency over availability, then he can get a specific version of consistency in MongoDB applications. Denormalizing the data. Re-denormalizing the data is tough to do and also very expensive. Also, you will not be able to change the shard keys when you are running MongoDB. If you want to use a blend of secondary indexes and key value lookup, then you can use MongoDB. But you cannot use it for too many secondary indexes because it will start scaling poorly. The next thing that we have is data on single server. One of the best features of MongoDB is that it was made intentionally suboptimal to enable sharding on a single server. Next advantage is ideal for querying. As discussed earlier, if the rate of querying is very strong to the database, then MongoDB is ideal. Ideal for documented oriented. MongoDB is the right choice only when there are few relations and one wants to scale it. Polyglot database system. MongoDB has an excellent capability to pick up the best part of all the databases, which makes it even more amazing to use as large-scale systems that are not using only a single database. Finally, we have something called as mobility and scaling. MongoDB is very scalable and flexible, which gives fantastic database solutions to deal with different kinds of environments. With that, we jump into the final session of today's video, which is companies using MongoDB. Of course, this might interest you as some of the top-notch companies use MongoDB as their database. eBay being one of the multinational company that provides a platform for customer sales, it is currently running a large number of projects in MongoDB like merchandising categorization, cloud management, metadata storage, search suggestions, etc. MetLife is one of the leading companies that we have heard. It uses MongoDB to benefit programs, annuities, insurances, etc. There are more than 90 million customers in Middle East, Europe, Asia, Latin America, Japan, and even United States. MetLife is using MongoDB not only for that, but also for its advantage of customer service application called The Wall. Now, Shutterfly is one of the most popular online photo sharing, and it uses MongoDB to manage and store more than 6 billion images, which has a transaction rate of up to 10,000 operations per second. Now, Shutterfly earlier used Oracle, but later transitioned into MongoDB. Aadhaar, India's unique identification project, which has the biggest biometrics database in the world, MongoDB is being used here for database. It uses to store massive amount of demographic and biometric data for more than 1.2 billion Indians. MongoDB is being used for storage of images in the Aadhaar project. EA is an online multiplayer game that is using MongoDB database for its game called FIFA Online. MongoDB can easily handle complicated things that need synchronization with each other entirely.
Why do we need REST API? Now consider a scenario where you're using the Book My Show app. I'm sure that all of you must be using Book My Show app on a regular basis, right? Now obviously when you use this app, you must have observed that the application needs a lot of input data, as the data present in the application is never static. So what I mean by that is, when you consider the Book My Show app, all the time the movies are getting updated on daily basis. Even the show times and the places where the movies are shown, or maybe not just with respect to the movies, but also with respect to the events, the data keeps getting updated on a regular basis. So where do you think we get this data from? Well, this data is received from a server, or most commonly known as a web server.
So the client requests the server for a required information via an API, and then the server sends back a response to the client. Over here, the response sent to the client is in the form of an HTML web page. Now, do you think this is an apt response that you would expect when you send a request to the server? Obviously no, right? Just imagine yourself. If you're searching for a data for a specific movie at a specific place and a specific time, do you expect an HTML page back as a response? Well, I'm assuming the fact that you would also say a no, right? So since you would also prefer the data to be returned in form of a structured format rather than a complete web page, the data returned by the server in response to the request of the client is either in the form of a JSON format or in the form of an XML format. Now both JSON and XML formats are sent because they have a proper structure in which the data is represented. Now if I talk about the JSON formats and the XML formats, so as you can see on my screen, so for example, let's say we want to find out the data of the movies which are coming soon at a specific city. So what you can simply do is, if you just send a request of this particular information to the client, the server returns the data in either the JSON format or the XML format. So the JSON format, it shows as you can see on my screen. So basically there's a city, and then there's movies, categories, and in the category you have coming soon. When you come to the XML format, in the XML format section, you basically have cities, movies, and then again we have a category section which shows coming soon. So over here, if you observe, the JSON format has basically format of an object where the object values are returned to the user. And coming to the XML format follows a hierarchical data structure in which the data can be returned. Now this sounds quite simple, right? But the only issue which is present in this framework is that you have to use a lot of methods to get the required information from the server. Even if the data is returned in a simple format, that is the JSON or the XML format, the only problem till now is that you have to do a lot of work to get your data back. Like, you have to put in a lot of do post, do get methods, and then you have to request for the data to be returned and so on. For a single information, this sounds fine. But imagine the scenario where you continuously are requesting for data and then you have to look into so much of methods. Now, this obviously becomes cumbersome. Now, to avoid such kind of scenarios, what came into picture is the REST API. So the REST API creates an object and thereafter sends the values of the object in response to the client request. So now that you know the need of REST API, next let's look into what exactly REST API is. So what is REST API? Now, as I just mentioned, REST suggests the fact that you can just create an object of the data requested by the client and then send the values of the object in response to the user. Now, let's say, if you want to find out a scenario of a specific movie, let's say, if Infinity War is playing at Hyderabad at a specific place, let's say, at IMAX and then timing at 10:30 in the night. Let's say if we want to find out this particular data. So to find out this particular data, what will happen is a client will send a request to the server that, he wants to find out the data that, the movie Infinity War is playing in the city Hyderabad at IMAX at 10:30 or not. So when the request is sent to the server, what REST API does is that, it creates an object of this particular request and then it finds out whether, it plays or not. So it searches for the data in the server for the client's request. If it finds out that, the data is present, it just sends back a response to the client with the values of that particular object. So now if you observe over here, what's happening? You're creating an object and then you have some values of the object. And what's happening is that the values of the object are sent to the client. So that's basically the state of an object is sent to the client. So each and every time you don't have to generate a new object. So what happens is you're just passing the state of an object to the client. So since you're just passing the state of an object, that's where the term representational state transfer comes in. Now, if I have to define REST for you, then representational state transfer or REST is an architectural style as well as an approach for communication purposes that is often used in various web services development. This architectural style of REST helps in leveraging the lesser use of bandwidth to make an application more suitable for internet and is often regarded as the language of internet and is completely based on resources. Apart from this, it's also a stateless client-server model that you can understand about. So REST is really simple, guys. It's just an architectural style as well as an approach for communications purposes that is often used by various web services development. So now that you know what REST is, let's look into the features of the REST API. So the features of REST API are, as you can see on my screen. It's more simpler than so. It has a proper documentation and it gives you proper logging of error messages. So before the REST came into picture, what we had was so. So after REST API took over the world, then you can just say that, you can use REST API in a much easier way than so. Coming to documentation, so it comes with a good documentation so that you understand each and every step of how you can create a REST API using various technologies, various frameworks, and how you can embed them for your applications. And finally, coming to error messages, when I say error messages, it has proper logging information of the errors. So for example, let's say, you're creating a REST API using a specific framework and then you're stuck somewhere. What happens is you get a proper message about the error that's coming up so that the user can understand what's the error about and can debug it. These were the features of REST API. Now let's move forward and understand the principles of REST API. Well, there are 6 ground principles laid by Dr. Fielding, who was the one to define the REST API design in 2000. So the 6 ground principles are stateless, client-server, uniform interface, cacheable, layered systems, and code on demand. So talking about stateless, what I mean by stateless is that when the requests are sent from a client to the server, it contains all the information that is required to make the server understand it. So it can be a part of a URL, or query string parameters, body, or even headers. Now the URL is basically used for uniquely identifying the resource, and the body holds the state of the requesting resource. Once the processing is done by the server, an appropriate response is sent back to the client through headers, status, or response body. Coming to client server, when I say client server, what I mean by that is that, it has a uniform interface that separates the clients from the servers. So separating the concerns basically helps in improving the user's interface portability across multiple platforms as well as enhance the scalability of the server components. Coming to uniform interface, to obtain the uniformity through the application, REST has defined 4 interface constraints, which are resource identification, resource manipulation using representations, self-descriptive messages, and hypermedia as the engine of the application state. Coming to cacheable, in order to provide a better performance, the applications are often made as cacheable. It is done by labeling the response from the server as cacheable or non-cacheable, either implicitly or explicitly. If the response is defined as cacheable, then the client cache can reuse the response data for equivalent responses in the future. It also helps in preventing the reuse of stale data. Next, moving forward with layered systems, the layer system architecture allows an application to be more stable by limiting the component behavior. This architecture enables load balancing and provides shared caches for promoting scalability. The layered architecture also helps in enhancing the application security, as components in each layer cannot interact beyond the next immediate layer they are in. And finally, coming to code on demand, the code on demand is an optional constant and is used the least. It permits a client's code or applets to be downloaded and extended via the interface to be used within the application. In essence, it simplifies the clients by creating a smart application which doesn't rely on its own code structure. So now that you know the principles behind the REST API, next let's take a look at the methods of the REST API. Now, all of you might be working with the technologies of web, right? So what do? You work on CRUD applications. So when I say CRUD, I mean that, we create a resource, we read a resource, we update a resource, and we delete a resource. Now, for example, if you consider the URL that you can see on my screen, what it says is that, HTTPS and then bookmyshow.com/Noida/movies. Now, if you observe over here, for quite a long time, I've been saying the word resource. Do you know what that means? Well, resource is basically what you want to do. So for example, let's say, we want to search for the city Noida and then movies. So if you consider the URL that you can see on my screen, if you hadn't put it like this, then you would have searched it like, search is equal to Noida, and then you put one more query parameter of movies. So basically you would have to put 2 query parameters, that is Noida and movies. And before that you had to put the URL. But obviously that doesn't sound like a resource, right? Because you always cannot just put question mark and then you cannot keep putting the query parameters. Instead of that, you can just use these URLs like, with slash, you mentioned the first parameter, and with the second slash, you mentioned the second parameter, and so on. So that's basically how your data structure might also be defined in the server. So that's what basically I mean by a resource. So when I say resource is something that a client wants to know or maybe the data that client is looking for. So now to do these actions, that is basically to create a resource, read a resource, update and delete the resource, you can actually use the HTTP methods, which are nothing but the methods of REST API. So for creating a request, you can use the post method. For reading a request, you can use a get method. For updating a resource, you can use the put method. And for deleting a resource, you can use the delete method. So all these methods together are basically the HTTP methods. That is the post, get, put, and delete are the HTTP methods. So now that you know what is REST API and what all you need to mind in order to deliver an efficient application, let's next look into how you can create a REST API. So for this practical demonstration, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a simple crude REST application using Node.js. So to build the application, basically I'll be using Node.js, Express.js, Joey, and NodeMon. Apart from that, let me tell you that I'll be using the WebStorm ID to write and execute the codes. So you can use any ID according to your convenience. So let's start by creating a REST API using Node.js. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically create a project directory in which I'm going to have all the project related files. So let's say I just right click over here and then let me just create a project directory. Let's say demo for REST API. Now basically this project directory is initially blank, as you can see on my screen. But after a while, once I install all the required libraries and packages, you'll see that package.json file and package.log.json file automatically created. I'll open my command prompt, and then what I'll do is I'll navigate to my demo folder. So if you observe over here, my demo folder was an E directory and the folder name is demo for REST API. So what I'll do is I'll just type in E and colon over here, and then I'll mention CD and type in demo for REST API, right? So automatically I'll navigate to my project folder through the command prompt. Now what you have to do is you have to first initially install Node.js. So to install Node.js, it's really simple. You have to go to their official website and then you have to choose the LTS version based on whatever is your bit, like Windows 32-bit or 64 or maybe other kernels. According to that, you download your version, double click it, and automatically Node will be installed. So since I've already installed Node in my system, I'll just open the version and show you. So as I type in node -- version, you can clearly see that I have the version 10.16.0. So that means our node is installed. Now what we have to do is you have to basically call the npm package to initialize the npm modules into your system. So to do that, what you will do is you will type in npm init. So this will basically initialize all the npm modules into your system. Once you do this, what you'll see is basically you'll be asked to enter the details for your project. For example, let's say package name to be demo, right? Oh, it says you cannot put in capital letters, right? So I'll just type in demo over here, and then version, let it be 1.0.0 only. So I'll just click on enter. Description, let's say we mention it's hands-on for creation of REST API. After that, entry point. This is the main thing that you basically have to enter. So remember the fact that you have to mention the entry point file. So over here, I'm going to mention it to be script.js. So this is basically from where our process workflow is going to start. And then after that, we just click on enter. After that, you'll see you have test command. I'll just click on enter, git repository, enter, keywords, enter, author. Let's say I put in my name and the license to be the same. So after that, it will ask you for a confirmation. So basically the project name to be demo, version 1.0.0, description to be hands-on for creation of REST API, main to be script.js, and then so on. So if it's okay, I'll just click on Y and enter. So whatever you defined till now is basically the metadata for your project. So if I shift back now, you'll automatically see that, the package file has been created. So now if I go back to my command prompt, what you have to do is you have to next install express.js. To install express.js, what you have to do is you have to mention npm I and then mention the library name, that is express. So you'll automatically see that it is getting downloaded. So let's just wait for it to be installed. So the Express is basically a web framework which can be used along with Node.js. So this is a web framework which allows you to create RESTful APIs with the help of helper methods, middle layers to configure your application. After that, similarly, you'll have to install Joey. To install Joey, I'll type in npm I JOI, right? So once I mentioned that, you'll see that, Joey library is also getting installed. Joey is basically used to validate your information, whether it's in the right format or not. So all the time, you don't have to validate your server. You can just directly install this library, and this library will validate the information for you. After that, you also have to install NodeMon. So to do that, what I'll do is I'll just type in npm i-g. I'll mention NodeMon and click on enter. So as you can see, NodeMon is also getting installed. So let's just wait for that to happen again. So as you can see, NodeMon has also got installed. Now NodeMon is basically used to keep a watch on all the files with any type of extensions present in the folder. That is basically the project folder. Also with NodeMon on the watch, you don't have to restart the Node.js server each time any changes are made. So basically what happens generally is that if you don't use NodeMon, then you have to restart that server anytime you make a change. So with the help of NodeMon, you don't have to do that. Automatically, NodeMon will implicitly detect the changes and then restart the server for you. Now, once you're done installing all these frameworks, let me just open the package.json file and show you. So if I just open the package.json file with WebStorm. All right, so let me just zoom in a little bit. So as you can see, when I open my package.json file, what you clearly see that is whatever metadata that you had entered when you were initializing your NPM module, right? So that's basically demo and the description and then what's the main file and so on. So this was about the package.json file, guys. Now what you have to do is basically you'll have to define the entry point for your application, right? That's basically a workflow. Now to do that, you have to basically define the script.js file that you had mentioned in your package.json file. So to do that, what you'll do is you'll go to your demo folder over here, right click over here, and then let's say we create a new JavaScript file. We'll name it script.js, and then we'll click on OK. Now in the script.js file, let me just put in the code that I've already coded, and then I'll explain you step by step what's happening. Right, so now let me just zoom in a little bit. All right, so as you can see, this is basically my script.js file. So don't worry, I'm going to explain you each and every step, and then you'll understand clearly how we are sending information to the client and how the server is sending us back the response. Initially, as I told you before that, we had installed Express. So what we're going to do is first we're going to import Express. So to do that, what you'll do is you'll mention const and Express and then equal to require Express. You're basically assigning it to a variable Express over here, and then you're just importing that particular library over here. Similarly goes for Joey. So both these libraries are imported to your file. Now what you have to do is you have to create an Express application, right? So to do that, what you'll do is you'll basically use this particular variable that you had created over here, that is basically Express, and then assign it to the app variable. So further, what we're going to do is we're going to use this app variable to understand the application and do various actions on this application, right? So we're going to use this. So now when I say we're going to use this particular variable, so basically you have to make sure that, that particular variable is using it, right? So for that, you'll just put app.use, and then you'll mention express.json because we want to use a JSON file. What I mean by JSON file. Now, for any application to work, you have to put in a database, right? You can either use MySQL, MongoDB, or any other kind of databases. So over here, I'm not going to connect it to any such databases. I'm going to just use a JSON file which has a list of the data that we are going to enter, and that will be stored on a server. So the data is basically stored in the JSON format. So that is the reason we'll be using express.json. Now talking about server. So when a client sends request to the server, initially the server has to be running. So for that, it needs a specific port. So what I did was I assigned a port environment variable automatically to 8080, right? So basically what's happening is that you don't have to assign it again and again when you use an environment variable. Automatically what I did was that, the server will be running on the port 8080, and then to just give an output that, yes, the server is running or not, I've just printed a log message saying the listening or the port, and then port number will be mentioned. That will be basically 8080 over here. So to make sure that, the server is running, and then, the server is connected to our system, that is basically our application from where we want the data to come. So we will just use this command saying app.listen, and we'll basically make the server listen to the port that is 8080 over here, and then we'll display the message. So that's with the server. Now, if you observe, I've told you one thing over here, that is the client will send the request to the server, right? And the server already has a set of data. So to basically define that data, I've created an object of customers. So over here, that is basically the object of customers, which have a specific name, that is basically title and an ID. So this particular data will be initially stored into our server, and then we can play around with the data based on whatever request that we send. Server will return the data. That is with giving data to the server. After that, let's start by understanding basically the HTTP methods that I just discussed with you. That is get, put, post, and delete. So what I'm going to do in this hands-on is that I'm going to basically get all the data from the server. Then I'm going to basically find an information of a specific customer. Also, I can delete information about a customer. And finally, I can also update information about a customer. So let's understand the same. So initially, let's start with the get method. So if you remember from our presentation that the get method was basically to read the resource. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mention a URL, and then what I'm going to do is if I just type in a URL, then automatically a message should be displayed, right? So over here, I've mentioned the URL to be slash. So whenever it is localhost:8080/, automatically this will basically send a message that, welcome to Edureka's REST API. Now over here, if you're seeing what is the parameter, so basically request and response are the parameters that are used in the get method. Apart from that, when I say app.get, what I mean is that, basically we want our handler to handle all the requests on a specific URL. Now, this URL that I've mentioned is according to my convenience. It is completely user's perspective what URL they want to mention. So you can mention slash, even then the code would work, and even then you would display the output. So over here, request is basically what is sent from the client side, and response is basically what is sent from the server side. So request over here will be the URL. So whenever I type in localhost:8080/, automatically a request from the client side will be sent to the server. And whenever the server identifies this particular URL, this particular message would be displayed. Coming to the next method, that is app.get. And then we are mentioning in the URL API customers. So now what I'm going to do is I want basically the list of customers. So that is basically whatever list I have mentioned in this particular object. So for that, what I'll do is I'll again similarly mention the URL, that is basically localhost:8080/API/customers. So whenever a client types in this particular URL, what I want in response is basically the list of customers that we had mentioned and we had stored on our server side, right? So that is basically all the 5 details. So to do that, what I'll do is I'll mention the command rest send and mention customers over here. So that is basically returning our customer object. Now, let's say, we want to get the information of a specific customer. Let's say, we want to get the information of ID of Josh, right? So basically his ID is 2, right? So what I've done is in the URL, I've mentioned that, it will be /API/customers/ID. So whenever you send a request from the client side, what you have to mention in the URL is basically localhost:8080/API/customers/2. So whenever you send this request, a response will be sent from the server side showing you the details about the second ID, that is basically titled Josh and ID to be 2. So don't worry, I'm going to show you all the outputs when I run these codes. So before that, let's just understand these codes step by step. So now if you're wondering how is this happening, right? How is the REST API understanding the fact that, we have to search for the ID 2 in the server side? So basically that's happening through this particular line over here. So basically, we assign the customer object to customer.find, and then what we are doing is whatever query parameter that we are passing in the URL is basically checked with the customer ID. So for example, let's say customer ID 2 is present. Only if it is successful, it will return the data. Else, let's say, there's no specific customer ID. For example, let's say we have only 5 IDs over here, right? Now, let's say, if someone just types in /6. So basically, he's searching for the 6th ID, and that, there's no 6th ID present. Then what happens is that a 404 error will be displayed saying that, oops, can't find what you're looking for, right? So basically, this is also user's perspective of how you want to display the data. So over here, I used 404 error. So that is basically the status I'm checking if the customer is not found. And then you display this particular message. So that's what is happening when the customer ID is not present. Now, I hope that, you've understood the get method. Now, let me just run this code and show you the outputs. So to show you the output and test the application, what I've done is I've used Postman. So Postman is basically a Chrome plugin which is used to send the request to the servers. So I've already installed that. Otherwise, it's really simple to install, guys. So what you can basically do is you can just click on the plus button over here and then you can mention the URL. So as I was telling you, you have to mention the localhost colon 8080, and let's say we mention slash. And then over here, you basically have to choose the method. So over here, I'm choosing the get method. Now, before I hit on send, what you have to do is you have to start your server, right? So for that, what I'll do is I'll go back to my command prompt, and then I'll mention node script.js. So once I mention that, you'll clearly see an output that, listening on port 8080. That means our server is up and running. Now, if I go back over here, and then if I just click on send, you'll see that, we get a display message saying, welcome to Edureka's REST API. So that's what you basically saw over here, right? So whenever we mention a slash, you'll see the output as welcome to Edureka's REST API. Now, let's say, we mentioned slash API slash customers. Then according to our code, we have to get the list of customers. So I'll switch back, and then I'll mention API slash customers and let the method to be get again and click on send. So once I click on send, you can clearly see an output that, we've got all the 5 details that we had mentioned in our script.js file, right? So that's basically the list of customers. Apart from that, we also saw one more thing that, if you want to get information about a specific customer. So let's say, we want to get information about the third customer. So that's basically ID 3. So I'll just put on slash over here and mention 3 and click on send over here. So when I click on send, you'll clearly see an output that title Tyler and ID 3. So that's how basically the get method works. And that's how basically your API is helping you to connect the client request to the server, and so that the server can send back the response to the client. Now let's move forward with the next method, that is the post method. So if you remember from your HTTP methods, you'll see that the post method was used to create, right? So whenever you want to create a resource, you use the post method. So now let's just create a new data, right? So let's say, we want to create a new data and then we want to push it to our server. So for that, what you'll do is you'll use app.post. So app is the same variable that you had created over here. That is basically for our application variable. So app.post, and then what you'll do is you'll mention slash API slash customers. And then what you'll do is you'll just mention the title. If the title is fine and if it is validated, so basically when I say validate customer, what I mean by that is we have created a function to validate information about the customer. So only if the information is present in the correct format, the customer information will be validated. And yes, the customer information will be pushed into the server. Or if it's not, then automatically there'll be an error thrown. So over here, basically our function validates the customer information. And our condition is basically that, the title should be minimum of 3 characters, right? If it is less than that, then obviously it will see that, it is not a valid information, and then it will throw an error. So that's what is basically happening. So if I go back to my post method over here, you'll see that, if we'll use this function of validate customer, and then if it is validated, what will happen is automatically the customer ID will increase by 1 and title will be stored by the title that you mentioned. So basically that's what is going to happen over here. So remember the fact that since our customer ID is incremented automatically, you don't have to mention the customer ID in your request. You just have to mention the title, and then if the title is greater than 3, that is basically it has a minimum character values of 3, then it will move forward and then automatically the data will be pushed into the server. So when I say push, automatically it has to increase the stack, right? So initially our server had 5 values in its stack. Now we want the 6th one also to enter. So for that, what we'll do is we'll use this function of customer.push customer, right? So basically we'll push the new value of customer object into the customer and then we'll increase the stack. Once it is done, we'll just send a response again back to the client saying that, that particular ID has been created into the stack. So let me just do the same over here. I'll just shift back to my postman, and now let's see, I put post over here, and then I go back to API customers, and then what I do is I go to body over here and then choose raw, and let's say I copy this part, paste it over here, and let's say we mention the name to be Mark, right? So Mark is basically having 4 character values, so that means this customer information should be validated. So over here, I'll mention title Mark, and then in the text option, I'll just go and add JSON, right? So basically this will be identified as a JSON object. And then what I'll do is I'll click on send. So once I click on send, you'll see an output that, automatically ID generated is 6. So that means we had 5 and then automatically it got incremented by 1. Now, if I go back to the get method over here, and then I click on send, you'll see the information of all the 6 values that we have stored in our server. So basically our stack has increased. So that's how, guys, you can use the post method also. Now moving forward with the put method, The put method is basically used to update an existing resource. So if the resource is not found, it's again going to throw an error. But yes, if the resource is found, it can definitely update. So let's see the same how that's happening. So to update a resource, let's say, we consider an example of updating a specific customer ID's name, right? So let's say, we had all the 6 IDs, right? So for example, let's say we update some customer 3's ID and then we mention the name to be Tyler Patterson, right? So for that, what I've coded is basically that whenever app.put, that is basically app is again the same object that you had created over here. That is the Express application. Whenever it is with a put method and has a specific URL, that is API customers, and then you mention the ID, whichever IDs you want to update, whenever the client sends this particular request, what happens is that initially it is first found whether the customer exists or not. For example, let's say, we mentioned the ID to be 7. So we know that, it's not present in a stack, right? So what happens is it will throw an error. So over here, I've put in the 404 error, and then I've mentioned the text to be not found, right? So it basically says the customer is not found. So there's no resource with the ID 7. So obviously you just can't update any resource like that. But yes, if the customer is found, so for example, let's say we're taking the third one. So the customer will be found. Then what will happen is you'll just validate the customer. So in your input, let's say we'll put Tyler Patterson. Then whenever you mention this title, automatically the title will be updated for the third ID. Now, after everything is done, the server has to send a response back also, right? So for that, this particular command is used, that is response sent customer. So basically the customer object is updated with the new values and then the response is sent back to the client. So let's look into the same. So what I'll do is I'll take the third one and then I'll mention the title to be Tyler Patterson. And then I'll choose the method to be put over here and then I'll click on send. Once I click on send, if I scroll down, you'll see the output that, the title is Tyler Patterson for ID 3, right? So now if you just want to look into the stack, what I'll do is I'll go to get, remove this ID over here, click on send over here again. And then you'll see the updated list that, the ID 3 has been updated and the new value is Tyler Patterson. So that's how basically you can use the put method to update your resources. Now, finally, coming to the final resource, guys, that is the delete resource. So the delete method is basically to delete any specific resource. So it's as simple as the name suggests. So to do that, what I've done is I've chosen this app.delete and then I've chosen the URL to be API customers ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mention a specific ID. Let's say the second ID. I want the data to be deleted for the second ID. So that's what I'm going to send the request as. And then what will happen is first initially, again, a condition will be checked whether, the customer exists or not. For example, let's say the ID2 doesn't exist. Then automatically, again, an error will be sent back saying that, not found. But yes, if the customer exists, then what happens is you basically have to remove that particular data, right? So you basically splice from that particular data. All the data that is present in ID2 is removed and automatically the stack is pushed forward, right? Initially, you had 6 values. Now you only have 5 values, right? But yes, remember the fact that, the ID doesn't get updated automatically. Over here, the ID remains the same. Well, I leave it forward to you guys to explore how you can update the ID automatically whenever a resource is removed from the server. So apart from that, finally, after the data is getting deleted, we want the server to send a response back to the client, right? So for that, we again use rest.send customer. That is basically our object. I'll shift back to my Postman and then I'll just choose this option of delete. And let's say, I mentioned the ID to be 2. And then I'll click on send. So once I click on send, you'll see an output that, title Josh and ID 2 will be deleted. So when I go back to get method and put customers over here and remove the ID, you'll see we get the data of 13456, but the second one is missing. That's because, the data has got deleted. So that's how basically, guys, you can use various HTTP methods, that is basically the REST API methods, to communicate with client and server and to understand how a request from the client is processed by the server and how the server sends back the response.
The need for GitHub. It is extremely important for software developers to work on a web-based platform to share their projects and collaborate with other developers. This platform must be a version control system, that is, it must enable multiple people to simultaneously work on a single project. Each person edits his or her own copy of the files and chooses when to share those changes with the rest of the team. This application must also be capable of hosting millions of programmers and hobbyists that download and evaluate each other's work. GitHub is one such platform of choice for developers that can host multiple programmers and review their code. GitHub has several competitors. For instance, GitLab. GitLab is an open source web interface and source control platform based on Git, whereas Microsoft Team Foundation Server is an enterprise-grade server for teams to share code, track work, and ship software for any language, all in a single package. Bitbucket, on the other hand, stores all of your Git and Mercurial source code in one place, with unlimited private repositories. So what really makes GitHub so powerful and popular among developers? GitHub is an open source platform, and the community is really what fuels it. Moreover, GitHub is the platform of choice for developers from various large corporations too. Microsoft is the #1 contributor to the system, but there are also Google, SAP, Airbnb, IBM, PayPal, and many others. Exposure and insight that you can get on GitHub are simply unmatched by any other platform. Here you can discover code written by others, learn from it, and even use it for your own projects. Versions control on GitHub works very much like Microsoft Office or Google Drive. It simply tracks all the changes made to your code and who makes them. You can always review the detailed change log that neatly hosts all of the relevant information. Using GitHub eliminates the need for complex corporate security solution because everything is on cloud. The platform protects code branches, verifies commit signing, and controls access. Now that we know why we need GitHub, let us understand what is GitHub. GitHub is a Git repository hosting service that provides a web-based graphical interface with many features. A repository is usually used to organize a single project. Repositories can contain folders, files, images, videos, spreadsheets, anything your project needs. Let's say, for example, a team wants to work on a particular project. Here they can simultaneously write and update their code to a central repository which is present on GitHub. So GitHub is a highly used software that is typically used for version control. It is helpful when more than just say one person is working on a project. For example, a software development team wants to build a website and everyone has to update their codes simultaneously while working on this project. In this case, GitHub helps them to build a centralized repository where everyone can upload, edit, and manage the code files. Most software projects have a bug tracker of some kind. GitHub's tracker is called Issues and has its very own section in every repository. Issues basically are a great way to keep track of tasks, enhancements, and bugs for your project. Moving on, people often get confused between the terms Git and GitHub. Now let me clearly explain the difference between them. Git is simply a version control system that lets you manage and track changes within your project, whereas GitHub is a cloud-based service that lets you manage Git repositories. So basically, Git is the tool and GitHub is the service. Now that we know the difference between Git and GitHub, let us move on and understand how these two work hand in hand. We already know that Git is a version control tool that will allow you to perform all kinds of operations to fetch data from the central server or push data to it, whereas GitHub is a code hosting platform for version control collaboration. GitHub is basically a company that allows you to host a central repository in a remote server. Now, without any further ado, let's get started with the demonstration on how to use GitHub. So for this demonstration, we're working on the website version of GitHub. There's another version of GitHub that is the desktop version, which you can download it to your personal computer. So we're simply going to search for GitHub in our search engine. The first link will lead you to the official website of GitHub, so I'm going to click on that. So this will redirect me to the main homepage of GitHub. As you can see, there is a search GitHub option. There are also two buttons that says sign in and sign up. If you're new to GitHub, you can simply enter in your credentials, that is a username, email, password, and sign up for GitHub. But if you already have an account like I do, I'm simply going to click on the sign in button and it'll redirect me to a page where I have to enter the credentials. That is my email address and password. I'm going to do that now. And I'm going to click on the sign in button. Now, this is the main page of my account. As you can see, I have no repositories. It's all new, it's all fresh. But if you're not new to GitHub, you can view all of your repositories on the left-hand corner. Now, before we move on, I'm going to explain you all the features that are present within GitHub. So you can see a search bar here. So the search bar will allow you to look for profiles, certain keywords, look for different kinds of projects that are available on GitHub. All of those can be done using this bar here. And you can see 4 options next to the bar that says pull requests, issues, marketplace, explore. Pull requests we'll learn later on in this session, but the issues and marketplace we won't be discussing in this video for now. The explore button, on the other hand, is an extremely important and interesting button. So once I click on that, it'll redirect me to a page with some activities that are going on around in GitHub. You can see here they're trending repositories, they're trending developers. Basically, this is a feed that will allow you to interact with developers and other people, collaborators from all around the world, basically. In Instagram too, you have an explore button, which will allow you to interact with different people from all around the world. So the same concept is implied in the GitHub explore button too. So you can explore topics, you can explore trending repositories, developers. Basically, it's an interaction with other people from different parts of the world. So I hope that's clear. Now, the most important part of the session are the 3 buttons that are available in the right-hand corner of the navigation bar. So you can see there's a bell icon, there's a plus icon, there's a pixelated icon on the right-hand corner. So the bell icon allows you to read notifications of your activities that occur in GitHub. So that's what it really is. You can see the inbox will allow you to view all of the notifications. You can also view the unread notifications by clicking on this unread button. As of now, I don't have any notifications, so there's nothing available. You can also group these notifications by the date or repository by clicking on this group by button here. You can also view your saved notifications by clicking on here. And the done button, on the other hand, will let you mark all of your notifications that you're done with, your previous notifications. So these are the 3 important buttons you'll have to know in this bell icon. And the filters are not necessary as of now, so I'm not going to discuss that. This button, on the other hand, will allow you to manage your notification settings and your subscriptions too. So that's all for this bell icon. The next important button is this plus icon. As you can see, there are 5 drop-down options that appear here. The first one being new repository, followed by import repository, new gist, new organization, new project. So new repository we've already discussed previously in this session. A repository is a place where you create your files for your project. It's basically a storage space, right? So your repository can directly interact with your Git, right? So the new repository option will allow you to make files, a repository, to your GitHub account, right? The Git, on the other hand, the tool that which we use to make local repositories in our personal computer, can be directly pushed on. The local repositories can directly be pushed onto your GitHub account. So that's what the new repository button allows you to do so. But the new project, on the other hand, is a place to track issues, features, and other tasks that are related to the code within the repository. You can also connect with the DevOps build and deploy process, assign people to tasks, and so on by using this button. That is the new project button. So the difference between the new repository button and the new project button is that projects in GitHub are only a part of GitHub, but not Git. But the new repository option is a part of GitHub and Git. So that's the main difference between new repository and new project. I hope that's clear. So the next button will drop me down some interactions that I can make with my profile. So if I click on this your profile option, it will redirect me to a page where I can edit my profile. I can really create my identity using this page. So here, if I click the edit profile, I can add a bio about myself. I can add the company in which I'm working in, the location at where I am, the website, Twitter username, etc. All of that I can add here, all of the information about myself. I can also view the repositories I'm working on currently, or the repositories I've worked in the past, projects that I'm working on, the packages, and the entire contributions I've been making on GitHub from the last year. So basically, it allows me to build an identity, or it'll help me build my profile on GitHub. So I hope that's clear. Now, if I click on this button and if I want to sign out from a profile, I can simply scroll down and click on the sign out button here, and this will sign me out of my account. So that's all for getting started with GitHub. These are the basics on what GitHub is and what each of the button and options really do. Now, if I want to move back to the main page of my GitHub profile, I can simply click on this AutoCAD. That's GitHub's logo. So I'm just going to click on this AutoCAD logo, and here I'm back to my main page. Now, before we move on and work on the different operations and options within GitHub and learn different things about GitHub, I'm going to give you a brief overview on how to download the desktop version of GitHub. So I'm simply going to search for GitHub desktop on my search engine, and I'm going to click on the first link that's available on this page. Now I can simply click on this button that says download for Windows 64-bit. That's compatible to my current version of my personal computer. If you have a Mac, you can simply click on the Mac version and download it to your desktop. But as I've already mentioned previously that we're going to work on the website version, so I'm going to simply switch back to this. Now let's quickly move on to the next part of the session. Create a repository. So firstly, let us understand what a repository is. It is simply a storage space for the correct project that you're working on. GitHub is a very popular central repository that allows you to share your files, whereas Git allows you to create local repositories that are present on the system you are working on. So you can basically push your local repository into GitHub and share it with other collaborators via the central one. Now that we know what a repository is and how it works, let's go on to the demonstration part and create our first repository. So you can do this in two ways. Either you can click on your create repository button that is present on the left side, or you can, as I've already mentioned in the previous part of the session, you can click on to this plus icon and you can click on the new repository option. So this will redirect you to a page that says create a new repository. You can add your repository name. I'm going to name my repository as Edureka, and it's available. All of your repository names must be unique from one another to identify them easily. You can also add a description, which is optional. I'm just going to add the description. This is my first repository. And a description allows people or other collaborators to understand what your repository is all about. But as a good developer or a good programmer, you would definitely want to add a description and give an overview of what your repository is all about. There are two options now available that says private or public. Now you can choose your repository to either be public or private. So the private one lets you decide who can access your profile, whereas the public one lets anyone view and access your repository, but you can choose who can commit to it. That's the difference between public and private repository. I'm going to let my repository be public as of now. Now, if you scroll down, you can see that you can initialize your repository with three options. The first one being add a README file. The second one being add a git ignore file. You can always choose add a README text file to your project, which often contains information about the project and other necessary details the user must be aware of when he or she is accessing that particular project. Now, I want a README file for my repository, so I'm going to click on this button here. That's going to check it. The next option is add a .git ignore file. So this file will let you ignore a list of files when the user is pushing files to GitHub. That's what this option really does, but I'm going to let this be unchecked for now. For your repository to truly be open source, you will need to license it, so others are free to use, change, and distribute the software. You can simply click on choose a license option and pick the required license for your project. There are several licenses like MIT, GPL, Apache License 2.0, BSD, etc. But for this repository, we don't really need a license, so I'm going to untick this too. And now you can see there's a piece of information that says this will set master as the default branch, but I'm going to ignore this for now. I'm going to explain about branches later on in this session. So this is all you have to do to create your first new repository. You add a name, you choose a description, you add an optional description, you let your repository be either public or private, and you initialize your repository with either of these three options. And I'm simply going to click on my create repository option. Now this will redirect me to a page with all the information and the files that are currently present in my repository. You can see here my repository name is present here with the optional description that I gave. And the number of files, currently we have only just one file, that's the readme text file, and that's present here. So this is all we have. Congratulations, you just created your first repository. Now you can see there are some options that says issues, pull requests, actions, projects, wiki, security, etc. We don't have to really talk about all of these right now. We will just learn about one option that says code here. So this is really important. If you click on this button, you can see that there's a link that is available here, an HTTPS link. So if you copy this link and paste it on your Git terminal that's present on your computer, you can download this entire project directly to your local system. So that's what the link is for. I hope that's clear. And the next option that says open with GitHub desktop will allow you to open this entire repository in your GitHub desktop version. And you can also, the last option that says download zip will allow you to download this entire repository in the form of zip files. So all of your project files will be within that zip file. So that's all you have to really know about your repository. And I'm going to click on the README text file that's available. It will take me to another page with some extra information about that file. You can see currently we have 2 lines and the memory space that is allocated to this file. So we currently have 2 lines, that is Edureka, and this is my first repository. And you can also see the number of contributors to this project. That is just one, that's just me for now. And you can view the history of the commits or the changes that have been performed in your file. So we'll come back to that part later on this session, but you can move back to your main page of this repository by clicking on the name button here. So Edureka is the name of my repository, so I'm going to click on that. So now I'm back to the main page of my repository. Before we learn how to create our first branch, let us understand what branches are. Branches allow you to work on other features that can be included and merged with the master branch if required. So what is the master branch? The master branch is the main branch where your project resides on. So all of the changes, all of the activities that you do with your main project lies or is on your default branch that is named as the master branch. So what really GitHub allows you to do is it allows you to create additional branches. So on these additional branches, you can work on the other features or you can experiment with your project. And if you're happy with this, you can simply merge these features to your main branch, that is your master branch. This is what branches are really for. So they simply allow you to work on other features. That's what branches are. So let's move on to the demonstration part and look at how we can create our own branches. So now if you look on the left corner, you can see a button that says master. So currently we're on the master branch. And there's only one branch, and the master branch, as I've already mentioned, is the default branch. So when you create a repository, you're automatically creating a master branch. So this is where your project will be residing on. And now if you want to create another branch, say let's name this branch 1 branch. So this is what I want to name my additional branch. I'm simply going to name it and I'm going to click on the enter button. So it will redirect me to a page. So this is the exact replica of your master branch, and you can work on this branch. You can work on any other feature, or you can add something, you can remove something, you can really experiment on this branch. And if you're happy with this, you can merge back this feature or the experimentation that you've been working on to your master branch, right? So you can see there's a README text file. It's exactly the same. There's the name of your repository, the description of the repository. You can click on the README text file, and everything's the absolute same. You can quickly switch back to the main page. But the only difference is that you're currently on a branch named branch 1 branch. You're not on your master branch. Now, if you want to switch back to your master branch and work on it, you can click on this button and you'll find the master here. You can click on that and it will take you back to your master branch. Here you can work on your project. So there are currently 2 branches. You can see that. And everything's normal, everything looks simple. That's all for branches. It's really easy. I hope it's clear. So you can look for branches here on this bar here that's present here. You can also create new ones in the same option. So that's all for branches. Let's move on to the next part of the session. Make a commit. Now what are commits? Commits simply record changes to one or more files in your branches. So basically they save the changes that you're making in your project. Git always assigns each commit a unique identification, which is called SHA or hash, that identifies the specific changes. So for any changes are made to your project files, you can simply go back and look at the version history or the history of each commit you've performed on your project files. So that's what really commits are all about. It's extremely easy. Let's go ahead and make our first commit. Now I'm going to switch to my branch 1 branch and I'm going to make my first commit. I'm going to click on my readme text file. That's the only file currently in our repository. So we'll make the change in the readme text file. There are 3 really important icons that are present in the right corner, as you can see. The first one is a PC icon that says open this file in GitHub desktop. So if you click on this file, this entire file will open in your GitHub desktop version. The next one, that is the pencil icon, will allow me to edit this particular file. That is my readme text file. And the third icon is a bin icon, which will allow me to delete this file. Now what we'll be working on is the pencil icon. That's the edit this file option. I'm going to click on this and I can simply view a space or a file that will allow me to make changes to my readme text file. I'm going to add another line here that says this is my first commit. This is what I want to add to my readme text file. And if I want to preview the changes, I'm going to click on this preview changes button. You can see that this is my first repository. This is my first commit. This is my first commit as the additional piece of information that we'll be adding to my readme text file. And it's highlighted in blue, so we know that that's the additional information. I'm happy with this change. I'm going to switch back to my edit file. I'm going to scroll down. And if I want to add a description about the change that I'm performing to my file, I can do that. A good programmer would always add a description to the change that he's making to the project file. So other collaborators, when they view the commit or they view the change, they can read the extended description and understand what the change is about. So that's a good habit that you must follow. But as of now, we're not going to do that. So I'm going to leave this blank. As you can see, there are 2 radio buttons that are currently available. The first one says commit directly to the branch 1 branch. This will allow me to make the change or save or make the commit directly to my branch 1 branch only. So the change that I'm making currently is only implemented to my branch 1 branch. The second option allows me to create a new branch for this particular commit and start a pull request. We're not going to talk much about this option right now, but the first option is extremely important. So we'll let this be stuck on to the option that says commit directly to the branch 1 branch. And I'm going to click on the commit changes options. And this will simply implement the entire change to the file. You can see that the change is implemented. The additional piece of line that says this is my first commit is added to my readme text file. Now the interesting part is if I switch to my master branch, the change is not implemented in my master branch. So the change is only currently present in my branch 1 branch. And now if I want to view the history of the changes that I've made, I've already mentioned in the previous part of the session that the history button will allow me to do so. So I'm going to click on this history button and you can see that I made my first commit 23 minutes ago and I made my new commit 41 seconds ago. And there is also a hash number, unique hash identification number that allows me to distinguish between both of these changes. So all of my commits that I'll be making on this branch will be available here. So that's the main point of a version control system, isn't it? Understanding and keeping a record of all the changes that we're performing in our files and our projects. So this gives full justice to the word version control. So that is what GitHub is all about. Now that we learned how to make our first commit, let's move on to the next part of the session. Open and merge pull requests. So what are pull requests? Pull requests let you tell other developers about changes you've pushed to a branch in a repository on GitHub. So once a pull request is open, you can acknowledge and review the changes with collaborators and add follow-up commits after which your changes are merged into the base branch. So there are 2 ways to create a pull request. The first one being pull request from a forked repository and the second one being pull request from a branch within a repository. Currently in this demo, we will work on the second one, that is pull request from a branch within a repository. Now I'm simply going to switch to my demo part. Okay, now currently I'm on my master branch. I'm going to click on this pull request option that's here. Now it says branch 1 has had recent pushes 3 minutes ago, compare and pull request. I'm not going to click on that. I'm going to simply click on the new pull request option here. So this will allow me to compare the changes. there's a base branch and a compare branch. The base branch is the master branch, and the compare branch, I will compare my master branch to my branch 1 branch. So this notification says that the merge between the branch 1 branch and master branch is definitely possible. So it's a green signal. So if I scroll down, I can view the difference between both the branches. So the left hand side indicates the information that is present on the master branch, and the right hand indicates the information that is present in my branch 1 branch. Plus sign indicates the additional information that is present in my branch 1 branch. I'm happy with this. So I'm simply going to scroll up and create the pull request. I'm going to click on that. I can also leave a comment and I can preview the change. That's not necessary for now. So I'm going to go ahead and create the pull request. Now this will redirect me to a page. So this page says that the pull request has been opened. And now I can choose to merge this pull request. That is, I can merge the branch 1 branch to my master branch. So it says this branch has no conflicts with the base branch. Merging can be performed automatically. And that's good news, right? So I'm going to click on merge pull request, and I'm going to confirm my merge, update my readme text file. I'm happy with that. So I'm just going to confirm it. Now it says pull request successfully merged and closed. You're all set. The branch 1 branch can be safely deleted. I'm not going to delete the branch. I'm going to compare both of the branches and see if my master branch is exactly the same as my branch 1 branch. So I'm going to click on this Edureka. I'm going to go to my main page of my repository. So my master branch has the additional piece of information that says this is my first commit. Now if I switch to my branch 1 branch, it has the exact piece of information. So the information that was present in my branch 1 branch has been successfully implemented to my master branch. So that's all for the pull request part 2. We've reached the end of the demonstration part. Now let's quickly look at the case study of how Microsoft implemented GitHub. I'm pretty sure most of you have heard of Microsoft. Microsoft Corporation is an American multinational technology company. It develops, manufactures, licenses, supports, and sells different computer software, consumer electronics, personal computers, and other related services. So initially, Microsoft was against the use of the open source because they held very tightly to the internet protocol. They were completely hesitant to adapt to this new concept of sharing code to the entire world. But in 2010, they rethought this entire scenario, and now Microsoft is one of the biggest contributors to open source. Today, about 2,000 to 25,000 Microsoft engineers maintain TypeScript, .NET, Windows Terminal, DARP, Helm, and more than 1,000 other open source projects. So first what they did was they released new processes in measured containment. But later on, they released only licensed software. So here, developers can learn from the company's source code, but they couldn't really build on it. Eventually, the stigma died, and now even closed code like .NET is open source under an MIT license. Teams realize that they need to accept contributions to get feedback and learn from other developers. To organize and understand this approach, Microsoft created their Open Source Programs Office, which enables distribution and centralization of knowledge. So the OSPO provides the resources and maintainers to manage thousands of repositories and contributors effectively on GitHub. Even though Microsoft invests in its tools, they expect other individuals and organizations to lead the way. Microsoft believes that GitHub's value isn't in any one feature, but its entire community. GitHub is the place to collaborate. It's where everyone is and where most of the entire world's open source is already happening. It's not just a feature, but the whole thing.
Why do we need Maven? So new programmers, especially Java programmers, they have this question like, why do we need Maven for building project when we have Eclipse? So what Eclipse is? It is nothing but an IDE. IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. Eclipse provides an environment for developing your project. That's it. It doesn't build your code, but Maven is used for building the code. And there's one more thing that I would like to tell you, that suppose you're working on a project, and most of the Java projects, they require you to work with third-party libraries. For example, if you're working on a Spring MVC project, there are numerous dependencies that you need for these projects. Dependencies are nothing but the libraries or the Java files. So for Spring, there are 10 to 12 libraries that you need. So to use these libraries, you first need to download them and then you need to add those to your project. This is a tedious task because all of this needs to be done manually. There's one more problem here. Suppose you're working on Java 8 version and for some reason you need to upgrade your project from Java 8 to Java 9. In this case, you again need to download and add these dependencies for the latest software version. So this is not at all a good practice where you have to do things manually. So this is where Maven makes your life easier. Maven can solve all your problems related to dependencies. You just need to specify the dependencies that you want in a pom.xml file of Maven, and Maven will take care of the rest. So even in the later stages of the project, you need to upgrade the version of the software that you're using. Maven will handle all such issues elegantly. For example, like even if there's a change in the version of the software, you need to make the change in the pom.xml file of Maven. And that's it. Maven will automatically download it for you. This is the reason why we need Maven. So before Maven, we had this build tool called Ant. The problem with Ant was we had to write very long scripts for executing our tasks. For example, you have to define what your tasks are and when you need to execute those tasks. So this was a problem with Ant. Then came the Maven framework, and Maven is widely used in the software industry as of now. So now since we know why do we need Maven, let us have a look at what Maven is. Maven is a powerful build automation tool that is primarily used for Java-based projects. Maven addresses two critical aspects of building software. First, it describes how software is built, and second, it describes the dependencies. It uses conventions for build procedure, and only exceptions need to be written down. An XML file describes the software project that is being built, its dependencies on the other external modules and components, the build order, the directories, and the required plugins. It comes with predefined targets for performing certain well-defined tasks such as compilation of code and its packaging. Maven dynamically downloads Java libraries and Maven plugins from one or more repositories such as the Maven Central Repository and stores them in the local cache. This local cache of downloaded artifacts can also be updated with the artifacts created by the local projects. Public repositories can also be updated. Maven can also be used to build and manage projects written in C#, Ruby, Scala, and so on. The Maven project is hosted by the Apache Software Foundation, where it was formerly part of the Jakarta project. So this is Maven in a nutshell. So now let us discuss the Maven architecture. As you can see in this diagram, these are the various components of Maven architecture. This is the local repository or the local machine that you work on. This is the central repository, and this is the remote repository or the remote web server. So whenever you specify any dependency in the pom.xml file of Maven, Maven will look for that file in the central repository, this place. Okay, if the dependency is present in the central repository, Maven will copy that dependency onto your local machine. But if it is not present here, Maven will fetch it from the remote web server or the remote repository using internet. So internet is very much mandatory for using Maven. This is how Maven architecture or Maven works. Now let us talk about the Maven lifecycle. The Maven build follows a lifecycle to deploy and distribute the target project. There are three built-in lifecycles, that is default, clean, and site. The default is the main lifecycle as it is responsible for the project deployment. The clean lifecycle is used to clean the project and remove all the files by the previous build. And site is used to create the project's site documentation. Each lifecycle consists of a sequence of phases. The default build lifecycle consists of 23 phases as it is the main build lifecycle of Maven. On the other hand, the clean lifecycle consists of 3 phases and the site lifecycle is made up of 4 phases. So since we now know what Maven lifecycle is, now let us deep dive into what Maven phases are. A Maven phase represents a stage in the Maven build lifecycle. Each phase is responsible for a specific task. Here are some of the most important phases in the default build lifecycle. Validate. This phase checks if all the information necessary for the build is available. The compile phase compiles the source code of the project, whereas the test compile compiles the test source code. The test phase is responsible for running the unit tests of the application. The package phase is responsible for packaging the compiled source code into a distributable format, that is the WAR format or the jar format. Integration test is the phase in which process and deployment of the package is needed to run the integration test. In the install phase, you install the package to a local repository, and in the deploy phase, you copy the package to the remote repository. So these were a few important phases of the default build lifecycle. Phases are executed in a specific order. This means that if we run a specific phase using the command such as Maven test, so all the preceding phases before Maven test will also be executed. For example, if we run the deploy phase, which is the last phase in the default build lifecycle, that will execute all the phases before the deploy phase as well, which is the entire default lifecycle. So now let us talk about the Maven goals. Each phase is a sequence of goals, and each goal is responsible for a specific task. When we run a phase, all goals bound to this phase are executed in order. Now let us have a look at some of the phases and default goals bound to them. As you can see in this diagram, this is the format of specifying the goals. The compiler is a plugin and compile is a phase. The compile goal from the compiler plugin is bound to the compile phase. The compiler test compile is bound to the test compile phase. Surefire test is bound to the test phase. jar::jar is bound to the package phase. So this was all about the Maven goals. Now let us talk about Maven plugins. A Maven plugin is a group of goals. All execution in Maven is done by plugins. A plugin is mapped to a goal and executed as a part of it. A phase is mapped to multiple goals, and these goals are executed by a plugin. We can directly invoke a specific goal while Maven execution. A plugin configuration can be modified using the plugin declaration. For example, compiler plugin compiles the Java source code. As you can see in this diagram, the compiler plugin has two goals, namely the compile and the test compile. We will get to know more about the plugins in the demo that we will execute in some time. Moving on, we will now discuss the various advantages that Maven has to offer. Maven's primary goal is to allow a developer to comprehend the complete state of a development effort in the shortest period of time. While using Maven doesn't eliminate the need to know about the underlying mechanisms, Maven does provide a lot of shieldings from the details. Maven allows a project to build using its project object model, that is the POM, and a set of plugins that are shared by all projects using Maven, providing a uniform build system. Once you familiarize yourself with how Maven project builds, you automatically know how all Maven projects build, saving you immense amounts of time when you try to navigate among many projects. Maven provides plenty of useful information that is in part taken from your POM and in part generated from your project's sources. For example, Maven can provide changelog document created directly from source control, cross-reference sources, list of mailing lists managed by the project, the dependency list, and the unit test reports, which includes the coverage. As Maven improves, the information set provided will improve, all of which will be transparent to the users of Maven. Other products can also provide Maven plugins to allow their set of information alongside some of the standard information given by Maven, all still based on the POM file. Maven aims to gather current principles for best development practices, and it makes easy to guide a project in that direction. Maven also aims to assist project workflow such as the release and the issue management. Maven also suggests some guidelines on how to lay out your project's directory structure. Once you learn the layout, you can easily navigate any other project that uses Maven and the defaults. Maven provides an easy way for Maven clients to update their installation so that they can take advantage of any changes that has been made to the Maven itself. Installation of new or updated plugins from third parties or Maven itself has been made trivial for this reason. So these were a few advantages of Maven. So guys, now let us have a look at the demo project which we will build using Maven. For this project, you need a few things pre-installed on your system, like you need Java, you need Maven, and also you need an IDE, most preferably Eclipse, on your system. So I've already downloaded and installed these things on my system. And here, as you can see, this is the Eclipse IDE. And here I've created a project. Okay, so I'll show you how to create a project in Eclipse, specifically Maven project. Okay, so here you click on File, New, Maven project. So here you check this box, like create a simple project, skip archetype selection. Archetype is nothing but a template which is provided by Maven for building projects. Okay. So as of now, you can create a simple project, click on next. Okay. So here are a few things that we need to talk about. The group ID. The group ID is nothing but the unique identifier that owns the project. Here you can specify anything like com.edureka, for example, in my case. So now coming back to the artifact, this will be the final name of the compilation unit of your project. So you can specify, like, since my code is written in Selenium, like I've written a Selenium code along with test.ng. So I will write something like maven.selenium.test.ng. Okay. Version indicates the version of the created artifacts. Like if your project deals with the multiple versions, then this is a very useful parameter to deal with such versions. The default packaging is jar, and you can also change it to pom or var. Okay. And here you have to provide the name of the project. Okay. So in my case, let us type dummy project. Okay. Here it says Maven Selenium test.ng already exists. So what we will do is maven.test.ng.selenium. Okay, good to go. Click on finish. Okay, so as soon as you click on finish, this is our project maven.test.ng.selenium. So if you click here, you will see a hierarchy of folders. So this is the best part of using Maven. So Maven prefers convention over configuration. So now let us talk about these folders: src main java, src main resources. So this is the place where you write the application code. Like if you're developing a web application, you write that code over here in the src main java, and all the resources that you need for developing this code are present here in the src main resources. And it is also the responsibility of the developer to write the code for developed application, test the application. So for testing purpose, the code is written here, src test java, and whatever the resources are that you need for testing the application, those are present in the src test resources folder. So this is the JRE system library, and this is the POM XML. This is the most important part of Maven project. Okay, so we will come to that part later. One more thing that I would like to tell you that these are the various Java libraries, and the version of Java that you have downloaded must be compatible with this one. Like for example, on my system, I have Java 12. Okay, so here it shows some other versions. As you can see on the screen, yeah, you should click on this one. Workspace default JRE, JDK 12.0.1. Okay, apply and close. Okay, so now let us talk about few of the elements of pom.xml file. This project is the root element of the POM XML file. The version here specifies the version of the artifact that is created, and snapshot indicates the work is in progress. And the name of the project, as you can see here, is dummy project. Okay, so these were a few elements of the POM XML file. Right now we have mentioned nothing in the pom.xml file. Okay, so we will add dependencies and plugins here in this pom.xml file. So now let us have a look at the code that I've written. Okay, what this code does is, this is the Selenium script for testing a web application. Basically, I've written a code in which you automatically open a web browser, you navigate to a URL specified, and then you try to fetch the title of the web page that you navigate to, and then you try to match that fetch title with the actual title. I mean, there's a comparison between the expected title and the actual title. If both the things are the same, then the test case is passed, else the test case fails. So this is exactly what I've written in this code. And this code is written in this package. As you can see in the src test java, in this package, I've written this code, demo class.java, as you can see here on the screen. Okay, so this is the code. So now we will talk about the various phases. Now we will try to run this script. As you guys must be knowing, Selenium is the main tool for testing web application, but it has limitations such as test case management and report generation. Hence, most number of times we integrate Selenium with test.ng. Test.ng generates structured test reports, and test.ng is also useful for performing unit tests. Test.ng provides us with test annotations for managing the test cases. So here, since we are using the test-ng framework, we need to convert this Java file into test-ng. So whenever you click this, you will see that there's one more XML file created here called textng.xml. So this file is nothing, but it contains the name of the class that you have created, that is demo class. So that's it. In the pom.xml, we have to specify, since we are using Selenium and test.ng, we have to specify those dependencies in the pom.xml file. Okay. So yeah, as you can see, these are the dependencies, Selenium and test.ng. And how do you get these dependencies? Okay, so simply go to MVN repository. Okay, so simply type here Selenium. Okay, so you can see this Selenium Java. You need to select a stable version of the Selenium. As of now, this is 3.141.59. So you have to click on that. Okay, so here you can see Maven, and you need to copy this dependency thing. Okay, these 5 lines, and you have to paste it in the pom.xml file. Okay, Selenium Java and the version. Okay, so I have to write here the version 3.141.59. I hope it's the same. Yeah, 3.141.59. Okay, so this is the same that you have got from MVN repository. Also similarly for test.ng, you have to search for test.ng over here, org.test.ng. Okay, so click on test.ng, stable version 6.14.3. Click on this, copy these 5 lines of Maven dependency, this thing, and you need to paste it over here. I've already done this, just the version number is different. Okay, so what is the version that is available here? The latest one, 6.14.3. Also, apart from the dependencies, since we are testing the application, you also need 2 plugins, which is nothing but the compiler plugin. As the name suggests, it is used for compiling the source code, and the Surefire plugin, which is used for unit testing. So you also need to add these plugins under the build tag. Okay, as you can see here, this entire thing you need to add here in the pom XML. And once you add those, you have to simply save it using Control S. That's it. So now it is the headache of Maven to download it for you and use it in your project. Now we will try to run the various phases of Maven. Okay, so to run the various phases as we discussed earlier, for example, if we want to run Maven clean, what Maven clean does is it cleans all the previous project builds that have been created, not by us, maybe by some other user or something else. Okay, so here I will click on Maven clean. So how to reach there? Right click on the project, run as Maven clean, and now you will see the output on the console. Okay, so as you can see here, it shows build success. Also guys, note down a few things that work in the background, like Maven clean plugin. This is the thing that is working in the background for cleaning the project. Okay, since we are testing this application, we will try to run the Maven test. Okay, since now I'm trying to run the Maven test, since we want to test the web application, this will also execute all the previous lifecycle phases of Maven which exist before test. So now let us click on Maven test and see what happens. Okay, you can see the browser. Okay, so it shows build success, tests run 1, failure 0, error 0, skip 0. Okay, so we are good to go guys. This works perfectly. So we have already seen how to execute this test code, and now we have to do the similar thing using command prompt. You can do this even without using an Eclipse IDE. So what we will do is we will get the path of the pom XML from here. Let's right click on pom XML file and the location. Okay, so this is the thing that we need to copy. Since now we have copied the path, okay, we have to navigate to that path. We are at the location of the pom XML file, And now we can run the same commands which we did through Eclipse, such as mvn clean. Press enter. Let us see what it does. It shows build success. Everything is working fine. Now we will test the code using mvn test. Okay, so let us see what happens. Okay, so it is installing all the libraries that are required for this project. The build is success and test has run successfully. No failures, no errors, nothing. Okay, so this works fine.
So the first step is to open your code editor, and here I am using VS Code. So the next step is to open the file. So I have already created my YouTube interface file, and inside this file I have already added the images that I am going to use during this project. So I'll just open it with code, and that's it. And here is my folder where I'm going to work on my YouTube interface. Now the next step that we are going to do is we are going to create one HTML file. So we are going to name the file as index.html. Here we are going to write the HTML code. And along with this, we are also going to create one CSS file. Let's name it as style.css. That's it. Now further in the ongoing process, we'll be also needing some more files, but that we will create whenever it is required. Now let's get started with our HTML file. So first thing that we are going to do is we are going to add the boilerplate code. For that, we have already added one extension in our VS Code. We are just going to write doc and enter. So this is our boilerplate code. We are just going to change the title of the document, which is YouTube now. And here we are going to add the body part. Along with that, here we are going to add the script. We will link the HTML file with the CSS file. Now to link the style sheets with the HTML file, we are just going to use the link. And then here we are going to mention the file name. That is of course style.css. So now the style sheets has been linked to HTML file. So after linking the style sheets with the HTML file, so the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to get started with our YouTube interface. So first thing that we are going to make is the navigation bar. So for that, we will just use the nav tag. And inside the nav tag, we will just provide the class to the navigation bar. Let's say nav bar. That's it. So inside this, we are going to create one div. And again, we are going to give it as a class, let's say toggle button. Now inside this, what we are going to do is we are going to create 3 lines. So now inside this, why I have used this span tag, we will just look at the output and understand. But you have seen the YouTube interface, right? There are 3 lines right here. So to give that illusion, we are just going to use the span tag and we are going to keep it empty. So we want to create 3 lines and we are just going to copy paste it. That's it. We will close this div section. And after that, we are going to add the logo. So for that, we are going to use the image tag and we are going to add the image from our image folder. So I've already added a lot of images in my image folder that I'm going to use in this project. So for that, I'm just going to navigate to my image, and inside the image, we are just going to add the logo.png. And to this image, we are also going to provide one alt attribute. We already know, we have covered this in our previous videos, that why alt attribute is used. So we will just write here logo. And further, for styling this logo, we are also going to provide the class name to this logo. Let's say our class name is logo itself. Now after that, we are going to add one search bar. For that, we are going to again open one div section, and inside this div section again a class. Then we are going to name it as, let's say, search box. That's it. Now inside this search box, we will create the input type. Of course, the input type would be text, and then we are going to provide the class, and the class will be search bar. After that, we are going to provide the placeholder. So the placeholder will be search. Now after this, we are going to design one button. So we are going to design the search button. So let's give the class name as search button. Right? After that, we are going to add one image. So for that, we are going to add the image tag. And the image source, again, we will navigate to the images file. So inside this image file, the picture that I'm going to use is search.png. Now after that, we have closed our div section. So that's it for the navigation bar and the logo. So now after that, we have again created one section, that is user option. So for that, we have added 3 images, that is video icon, grid icon and bell icon. And again, we have added one more icon, and then we have not given any alt attribute to this icons for now. So after this, we have closed the div section. So that's it about the navigation bar. So this is the code for the navigation bar. You can just pause the video and go through the code line by line. So after this, we are just going to save our code. So now after working with the navigation bar, what we are going to create next? So the next thing that we are going to create is a sidebar. The sidebar that is visible in YouTube, we are going to create that. So for that, we are going to add some links and images. First of all, we have opened one anchor tag, and inside that we have not provided anything. It is just empty. After that, we have included the class and we have named it as link active. Then we have included one image, and the image name is home.png, and then we have entered one text which will be visible on the anchor tag. So that's it. After this, we are going to add one more link, that is of explore icon. So now we have repeated the same thing again. We have added the image, and inside that image we have provided here the alt attribute. Let us provide alt attribute as home. And then we have again included the explore.png. And the text that we have added here is explore. So after this, the anchor tag has been closed. So now after that, we have included one horizontal rule tag, and we have given the class name as separators. So again, we have included some links for the sidebar, that is the history button, and we have included the history image, history.png image, and we have given the alt attribute. Again, one more link we have included, that is of video, and again one more link, that is of watch later. And again one more link we have created, that is of show more. So we have added only the alt attribute and the text for this links. So that's it for the sidebar. Now we have already created the navigation bar and the sidebar. So you can pause this video and go through the code line by line. After working with the navigation bar and sidebar, we are going to work on the filters. So for that, we are going to create just multiple buttons. So we are going to provide every button a same class, so it would be easy for us to style it further. We will just open the button tag, and inside that we will just mention the class name, and after that we will mention the text that we want to provide to the button. So here I have given all, web development, then HTML, then Python, entertainment, Marvel, Java, artificial intelligence, machine learning and trending. So you can give name as whatever you want. So now after creating the filters, we are just going to create one class, that is video container, and we are going to work on this class in the JavaScript. So now the only thing left is to create a JavaScript file and to link the HTML file with the JavaScript file. So right here we are going to create the JavaScript file, and that would be index.js. So now what we are going to do is we are going to link the JavaScript file here using the script tag. So we'll just write script and we will just give it as index.js. That's it. Now before styling our sidebar, navigation bar and everything, we are going to write the code of JavaScript. So after completing the JavaScript code, we are going to style everything. So now we are getting started with the JavaScript code. So let's get started with the JavaScript code. First of all, we will select the container where our videos will be displayed using query selector method. So here this targets the HTML element with the class video container all the video cards will be dynamically injected into this container. So after this, we are going to define the API key. So before that, let us understand how we are going to get our API key from where we will fetch the videos in our project. So for that, first of all, you need to visit the Google Cloud site for the APIs. I will provide this link in the description box, and you just need to click on this link and you will be redirected to this page. So after visiting this page, you are going to click on select a project, and after selecting the project, we are going to click on new project. So after clicking on new project, what we are going to do is we are going to create the new project. Let's say I will create YouTube, and that's it. And here you are going to add the project name that you are going to create. So after that, we are just going to click on create button. So right here, we have clicked on the create button. Let it load first. So after this, our project has been created, and now we are going to click on library. And inside this library, what we are going to do is we are going to add YouTube Data API v3. So we are just going to search here. So we are just going to add this API. Here we are going to click on this, and we are going to click on enable. So after enabling, you just need to wait for few seconds. That's it, it has been enabled. So after the API has been enabled, you will see the interface like this. Then you need to go on credentials, and after that you need to create the credentials. Here we are going to click on create credentials and then API key. So now this is creating the API key. What we are going to do is we are going to just copy one API key, and then we are going to paste it in our JavaScript code. That's it. We will just copy this and we are going to paste it. So for now, I am going to use my previous API key, and you can just follow the steps one by one and you will get your API key, and you can mention that API key in your JavaScript code. The next step is to mention the API key here. So here I have mentioned my API key, the API key that is used for authentication with the YouTube API. So after this, we have video HTTP and channel HTTP. So they store the API endpoints for fetching the video and channel data respectively. So after that, we initialize the next page token for pagination and is fetching to manage multiple API requests. So after that, we will call fetch video function initially to load the first set of videos as soon as the page is loaded. So fetch video function fetches the popular videos based on the API parameters. So now let us write the function. So right here we have written the fetch video function. So let us go through the code line by line. First of all, we pass the page token to handle the pagination, and inside that we pass the fetch request with the parameters like key, API key, the part which specifies which part of the video data is to retrieve, and then we have the chart which defines the type of content. Here's the most popular content we are going to fetch. And then we have max results, which limits the number of video fetched at the time. And then we have this region code, which sets the region for the trending videos. So the response is proceeded to extract next page token for pagination and pass the each video's data to get channel icon function. So right here in this code, the response is proceeded to extract the next page token for pagination and pass each video's data to the get channel icon function. So right here, the get channel icon function retrieves the channel's thumbnail image for each video. So this fetch request uses the channel ID for the video data to retrieve the channel's icon. This icon is then attached to the video's data object and passed to the make video card for rendering. The make video card function dynamically creates the HTML for each video and appends it to the container. So now let's have a look at the make video card function. So right here we have the make video card function. So this function basically generates the clickable video cards, a thumbnail that is fetched from video data, the channel icon, and the video title and the channel name. Clicking the card redirects to the video on the YouTube. Now to load more videos as you scroll, we want to add one event listener for the scroll event. So by far we have created the format of the video that are going to be fetched from YouTube. So right here you can have a look at the code. You can just pause the video and have a look at the code line by line. So now let's move on to the scroll function. So right here is the code for infinite scrolling. Here we check if the user has scrolled close to button of the page. If true, we call the fetch video with next page token to load the next set of videos. Finally, after this, we will add the search bar to let users search the YouTube directly. So we are going to create one search bar here. Right here is the search button so the user can directly search on the YouTube. So when the search button is clicked, the input value appends in the YouTube search URL. This redirects the user to the YouTube search result page. So when the search button is clicked, the input value is appended in YouTube search URL. This redirects the user to YouTube search page result. So this is how the code works step by step. We have covered the fetching data from APIs, dynamically rendering videos, and adding the advanced features like infinite scrolling and search functionality. So now we will move on to the CSS part and we are going to style our home page. Now that we have completed our HTML and JavaScript, now let's get started with our styling part. So first of all, we have added this universal selector and inside that we have given the margin 0, padding 0, box sizing the border box. After that, again we have added one universal selector and we have targeted focus and we have given the outline as none. After that, we have the body section. We have given the position relative, background color as white, the font family as Arial and all. So after that, we have targeted the nav bar and inside the nav bar, you can just go through the styling that we have provided. After that, we have targeted the toggle button and inside the toggle button, we have given the cursor as pointer and then we have included the toggle button span, which are basically the 3 lines above the sidebar. So to that, we have given the position as absolute, width 100, height 2px, top 50% and then we have given the transform and background. So first of all, we have this, the toggle button span nth child. So this basically targets the first span child within the element having the toggle button class. So after that, same we have for the third child. So this basically targets the third span child within the toggle button element. So after that, we have targeted the logo and then the search box. After that, we have targeted the search bar, then search button and then the button image. So these are the styling techniques that we have given in the each section. You can just pause the video and go through the code. So after that, we have the user options and we have given this styling to the user option. After that, again, we have the user option icon and user DP. After that, we have user DP image and then comes the sidebar. So inside the sidebar, these are the stylings that we have provided. The position top left, minimum width, height, background, padding left, box shadow, transition and overflow. After that, we have made the sidebar as hover. Then we have styled the links and after the links, we have styled the link images and then we have worked on the links hover and link active. After that, we have mentioned one separator that we have used the HR tag for and then we have styled the separator. After that, we have styled the filters that we have created, the buttons that we have created. So for that, we have given the position left, top, width, height, background, border top, border bottom, padding, display, alignment of items, overflow X and the overflow Y. So after that, we have worked on the scroll bar, that display we have kept none. After that, we have worked on the options of the filter and these are the styling techniques that we have provided. After that, we have worked on the filter option active. That means whenever we are going to active the filter options, they are going to change the color and the background. After that, finally, we have worked on the video container. So inside the video container, we have width, margin top, margin left, padding, display, grid template columns, grid gap and overflow X. So after that, we have worked on the videos. That means whenever it will be fetched from YouTube, these are the styling that they are going to follow. So after that, we have worked on the thumbnail of the YouTube videos, then the content. After that, we have worked on the channel icon and the title of the video, then the channel name of the video. And that's it. So these are the styling techniques that we have provided to the home page and to the icons, to the videos, to the thumbnail and everything. You can just pause this video and go over the code one by one. This is the all styling that we have provided on the home page. So now we are done with the HTML of our home page, the JS of our home page, the CSS of our home page. So now that we have worked on the HTML, JS and CSS of our home page, let us save this files and look at the output. So now that we have saved our files, let's have a look at the output. So we will just click on Go Live button. And this is the output. Here we can see the videos are being fetched from YouTube. And whatever we are going to search there, we are going to redirect it on the actual YouTube page. So here I have searched for Edureka and I have been redirected to Edureka's page. Now we will just go back. That's it. We are again at our project. So here I can see that the icons are not being displayed. Now let's fix this issue. So here what we are going to do is we are going to change the images, not images, but we are going to select the images from the image. So first of all, what we had here, let's see, we had the video.png. So we are going to move to images and video.png. Then we have watchlater.png. So let's go to images, then navigate to images and watchlater.png. Then we have show more icon. We will again move to images, inside images, and we will just select the show more png. Just save this and now let's have a look at the icons. Now we can see the icons has been displayed here. So this is the home page. These videos are getting fetched from the YouTube and that's it about the videos. And here are the icons that we have created, the buttons that we have created. Only this all is functional. Here we have this home page as working. So what we are going to do next is we are going to design our explore page and history page. So now to design the explore page, let us create one file and that would be explore.html. So now let's just make one file and go with the inline scripting and inline styling. So now let's get started with our explore page. So inside the explore page, first of all, we have added the boilerplate code and we have given the title as trending videos. So we are going to add the inline styling when we will be moving forward. And first of all, let us add the body section. So inside this body section, first of all, we have designed the div section. We have created the sidebar again. We have given the explore as the h2 of the sidebar. And then we have again created one separator using the horizontal rule tag. After this, we have created some links and we have named them as trending, shopping, music, films, gaming, news, sport, fashion, beauty and podcast. So this is all about this div section. After this div section, we are going to make one video container in which the videos will be fetched again using APIs from the trending section. So again, we have given the heading as trending videos. And inside that, we have given the div ID as video container. And then we have created one button which says load more. We have styled this button using the style tag. And you can see we have provided the padding, the background color and the cursor as pointer, the margin top. And we have given the text inside the button that is load more. So that's it about the body section. The main thing that we are going to add in the explore page is from the JavaScript. Again, we are going to fetch the videos using JavaScript. So right here, you can see that we have added the script code for our explore page. Now let's go through the code line by line. First of all, we have declared the constants and variables. So the first one is API key. So as we know, this stores the YouTube API key to authenticate the request. And after that, we have this video container. So video container is the DOM element where the video cards will be dynamically inserted. So after that, we have this load more button. So this is the button to additionally load more videos whenever it is clicked. So after that, we have this next page token. This tracks the next page as result for paginated UPI request. So after that, we have this asynchronous function to fetch the videos. So first of all, the purpose of this function is to fetch the trending videos from YouTube's API using the videos endpoint. So the parameters that we have given includes the page token. So it is used for pagination, defaults to an empty string for the first page. And then on we have URL construction. Base URL contains the necessary query parameters that are path, chart, region code and key. So after that, if the page token exists, it appends to the URL to fetch the next set of results. And then on we have the fetching data, which makes the UPI request using fetch. So after that comes the error handling for the API response. So in this, first of all, we have the response validation. It checks if the response is successful. If not, the error is thrown with the failure region. And after that, we have parsing JSON data, in which we have data.items, which contains the list of video details. And then on we have data.nextPage token, which stores the token for the next set of results, enabling the pagination. And after the error handling, we have creating video cards. So this basically means looping through the videos. It iterates through the videos array, dynamically creating the div for each video. And after that, we have this iframe, which embeds the video using YouTube's embedded URL. So after that, we have this title card, and this title card basically displays the video title. And after that, we have this thumbnail, which basically shows the channel's thumbnail. And after that, we have this meta info, which displays the uploader name and the published date. And after that, at last, we have this views, so which basically shows the total number of views and counts. And then on we have this description, which basically shows the video's description. After that, we have this appending to container. Each card is added to the video container. So after this appending to the card container, we have the next set of code that is for managing the load more button. So inside this, the logic that we are working on is, if there's next page token, the load more button is displayed to allow the users to fetch the additional videos. Otherwise, the button is hidden. So again, after that, we have this error handling code, which basically handles the error that logs the error to the console. And after that, it displays the user-friendly error message to the video container. And then on we have this fetch trending videos, which initially calls the first page of trending videos from the script. And then on we have this fetch trending videos. It is the initial call and that fetches the first page of trending videos when the script runs. After that, we have this load more button, which is the event listener that adds the click event on the load more button, fetching the next page result using the stored next page token. So that's it about the script of the explore page. So you can just pause the video and go through the code line by line. Here you can see the display card and the full code here. And then on we have this card info. Again, inside this card info, we have provided the class name, the channel name, the thumbnail. Then on we have this meta card. Again, we have provided the channel title and everything. We have included the paragraph. You can have a look at it. And then on we have this card description. So you can just pause the video and go through the code line by line. If you are having trouble in understanding any of this, you can just comment down. We are going to reply them at the earliest. So that's it about the code of JavaScript in the explore page. Now we have worked on the HTML code of the explore page and the JavaScript code of the explore page. So what's left is the styling of explore page. So now we are working on the CSS of the explore page. We have written the inline styling here. So first of all, we have targeted the body. Inside the body, we have given the font family, background color, color margin and padding. Then again, we have targeted the sidebar. And after that, we have targeted the heading of the sidebar and the anchor tag that is present in the sidebar. After that, we have made this anchor tag hover. And then we have targeted the link hover and the link active. After that, we have targeted the content and then the heading 1. And then we have targeted the video card. After that, we have targeted the iframe of the video card. And then we have targeted the card content. You can just pause the video and go through the styling. After that, we have targeted the card title. And then comes the card meta. Then we have the card description. So these are the styling techniques we have provided in every element. And then we have the card thumbnail. After that, we have card info. And then we have the views of the card. So these are the styling that we have provided. After that comes the responsive design. We already know what is responsive design. I have already explained in my previous video that what are these media queries, and that's it. We have written here the media query for the responsiveness of our project. So that's it about the styling, and we are done with the explore page. What we are going to do is we are going to link this explore page with the HTML page. So what we are going to do is we are going to link this explore page with the index.html. So what we are going to do is we are going to search this and we are going to mention the source. So we are going to search the explore here, and here is the image, and here we are going to mention the explore.html. That's it. We have connected the explore page. Let's save this and let's save the explore.html. So now that we have saved our code, let us look at the output. So we had this home page already. So we are going to click here on explore, and you can see we are able to explore the trending videos. Here is the load more button. And again, we can click on the load more button. That's it. This is the explore page. Here is the sidebar of the explore page, and it's been connected to the home page now. We can just click on explore, and here is the explore page. So now what's left is the history page. Now we will quickly design the history page, and that's it. So now first of all, to get started with our history page, we have to create one more file here. That would be history.html. So again, we are going to write the inline scripting and inline styling. So first of all, we are going to add the boilerplate code here, and let's name it as watch history. So one thing, now that we cannot fetch the watch history from the API, we are going to mention some of the videos manually in our history page. So now first of all, here we have the body section. Inside the body section, we have again designed the navigation bar, and everything is same as the first home page. So the sidebar is also same, and the content where the video will be displayed, just the heading is different. And the container is different because we are now going to add the videos manually. We are not going to fetch the watch history using the API. So that's it. The navigation bar and the sidebar is same as the home button and the explore button. So now what's next? Next we are going to style our script. So right here we have the script code of our history page. So we are starting by creating the array called watched videos. So this array contains object, and each object represents a video of the user that has been watched. So each video here we have defined with the several properties. So first of all, we have the ID. This is the unique video ID used to embed the video from the YouTube. Then on we have title. So the title here is the title of the video. Then on we have the channel. So here is the name of the channel that uploaded the video. After that we have this brief description of the video. And after that we have the thumbnail. So this is basically the URL of the video's thumbnail image. After that we have mentioned some views, and after that we have mentioned the published at. So this is basically the date and the time of the video that was published. So again we have copy pasted it. We have just changed the ID and the channel description name and all, but the format is same. So again we have mentioned some of the videos. We have totally mentioned 4 videos in the watch history. So after this we are targeting the history container. Next we use document.getElementBy to get the history container element from the HTML. So this is where the video cards are being displayed. It acts as a parent container for dynamically generated video elements. And after that we have this display history function. Here's where the main functionality happens. So first of all, we define a function called display history that takes the videos array as the argument. So inside this function, we loop through the videos array using for each. For each video, we dynamically create a div element to represent the video card. Then we use classlist.add method to assign the class video card, which helps with the styling. So after creating the video card layout within each video card, we embed this video using an iframe tag. So this SRC attribute dynamically includes the video's ID to play the current video. So right here in the iframe tag, we have added one attribute like allow full screen to make the video player user friendly. So these are basically all the styling that we have provided to the iframe tag. So now below iframe, we have added one div with the class card content to hold the additional information about the video. So that includes the card title. So the video title is displayed in the p tag with the class card title. So now next there is a section for meta information including the channel's thumbnail image, the channel name and the publication date in the p tag with the class card meta. So that's it. After that we have the number of views in another p tag with the class views. Finally, we have included the video's description inside the p tag with the card description. So now once the video card is created, we have appended it to the history container using the append child method. So this ensures that the card gets added to the page dynamically. After that, finally, we have called the display history function passing in the watched video array. So this triggers the loop and dynamically generates all the video cards in the history page. As a result, the user's watch history is displayed on the page complete with the embedded videos and relevant details. So now that's how the history page works. This script uses JavaScript to dynamically generate the list of watched videos, creating a seamless and user-friendly experience. So now that we have worked on the HTML of watched history and JavaScript of watched history, we are only left with the CSS. So now let's quickly go through the styling part. So first of all, here we have targeted the body section. After that, we have targeted the navigation bar, same as the home page and the explore page. After that, same we have discussed the toggle button, nth child and the third child. And again, we have this search box and then search bar, then search button. We have search image, the user option. These are the same styling technique of navigation bar and the sidebar. So again, we have this links, link image, link hover active, separator, content, the heading, the video card iframe, the card content, the card title. Then we have card meta, card description, card thumbnail. You can just pause the video and go through the styling as you want. And then we have card info, then we have card info views, and that's all. These are the styling techniques that we have provided. We have just repeated the styling techniques. That's why I'm not going through each styling technique line by line. So that's it. Again, we have provided some of the media queries here to add the responsive styling. And that's it. We are just going to save this file. And one thing left here is we need to connect the history page with the index.html. So we will just navigate to the history. And here it is. We are just going to link it as history.html. Let's save this. That's it. And now let's move on to the output. So right here, first of all, we will click at the explore. We are able to see the trending videos and the load more button. After that, we will go to the home page and then we are going to click on the history page. So again, the history page is working. Here are the videos that I have manually added to the history page. So that's it. Now we have successfully created the interface of YouTube using API. So we have created the home page, the history page and the explore page.
So guys, let's first talk about why we need continuous integration. Let's talk about a scenario where we are not using continuous integration. Now, when we work in a development team, there are multiple developers. Now, all the developers work on different components for a project or for a code. A developer A may be writing code thinking scenario, let's say Python 1.0, and developer B will be writing code thinking of a scenario 1.2, 1.3, and so on. One of the biggest challenges that we face in an industry is how to make sure that all the developers' codes get collaborated and that we are having properly release getting deployed. That is the biggest challenge in the industry. Now, another challenge that most developers fail is debugging. Now, whenever you write a code, there are a lot of bugs and issues. Now, the code is often written thousands and thousands of lines. Now, if you don't have any proper continuous integration mechanism or a packaging mechanism, you'll see it takes days, even weeks and months to debug your code to make it 100% bug-free. Now, that is a challenge that really makes the development process very slow. So, how to test the code? Now, testing used to be a monotonous task. Now, there are teams used to spend months of a life cycle to make the code, complete the test code, and make sure it's bug-free. Now, what used to happen is, guys, two things. One is you are not able to deliver on time, and secondly, business never see value coming out of the IT. If businesses see IT not adding value, IT is not delivering product on time, they will start rethinking and giving a second thought. Why do we need to invest so much money in the IT industry or in the IT software? These things were hampering big time in the development and release of modern day deployment software cycles. In the modern day world, we want to make sure our deployment cycles are robust. We're able to get the main need of the market and deploy the product as soon as possible. But with this approach, we're not using the CI tools. It used to take 6 months to develop a product, deploy a product, and make it bug free. Now things change drastically when we start using continuous integration. Now, using continuous integration, we can deploy codes at the quickest. Amazon, for instance, deploys code every 11.6 seconds. Now, how is that possible if you ask? It's because they are using the continuous integration mechanism. Using CI tools like Jenkins, where we can automate the process like building, packaging, deployment, testing, and so on, so that we can do all these things with the click of a button in a matter of seconds. CI process helps us to deploy multiple releases parallelly. Now, in one day, we can do thousands and thousands of releases without impacting our environment and making sure these releases are in line with our requirement. The CI tool has an awesome notification mechanism where it notifies instantly of any success or failures happening, so that if I have to debug the code or troubleshoot it, I will know exactly at the pinpoint location where it is failing. You can do multiple notification management mechanism like an email and SMS, any ITSM tools. Now all those modern ways of notification are possible using the CI tools like Jenkins. Now we integrate these CI tools like Jenkins with modern day build and packaging tools like Maven and Gradle, so that we can automate the common problem which developers spend most of their time on. Now, developers spend half of their life cycle like packaging their code, code review, code deployment, unit testing. Now, all those things can be automated and can be done with the click of a button using these CI tools. Now, what is continuous integration? Now, we have talked about how it helps to save time, how it helps to save the energy, and how it helps to make release more frequent, and it helps us to streamline the process. Now, what actually is continuous integration? Now, if I go traditionally, continuous integration is basically, you can say, a process that helps us to combine or make smoothen the automation of tasks like compiling the code, doing the testing, and deploying the code into our life cycles. So how does this continuous integration work? So developers who works on projects generally commit their code in any version tools like GitHub, GitLab, Gitbucket, SVN, etc. So using continuous integration, we pull the code from the version control system like Git, for example. Now we automate the process like code compiling, code testing, code review, and then finally deploy the code in the lowest lifecycle environment. You can say continuous integration is sort of a development practice where developers pull the code from the version control system and make the code deploy in the lower lifecycle environment. Now the beauty of using these CI tool is we can automate the process in such a way that whenever developers make a new commit or a new change in the version control system tools, we can create a sort of a pipeline, and the pipeline automatically picks the code from the VCS tools and compile it and then deploy the software. Another good thing about it is it does not require any human intervention. So once I have set up a pipeline, then I don't need to worry about running the code again and again or making any changes. It automatically happens in a fully automated process, as I mentioned a while back. Now we can use the process whenever a new commit happens, or you can run it on a scheduled basis or something. Now CI or continuous integration was first time proposed in 1991 as part of the extreme program concept. At that time it was not adopted so well, but in the modern day industry it has become the bread and butter of smoothing up release or for our development process. In a modern day world, continuous integration can be said as a practice of merging all developers, working copy to a mainstream where you can develop and deploy the code multiple times in the same day with as many changes as possible. Now there is no limit of how many lines of code. It can be tens and thousands of lines of code which can be compiled multiple times throughout the duration. Let's see a case study where we try to see how things change for an organization after it adopted to the CI or continuous integration mode. Here we have picked up an example of Adobe to see how it helped in the development process. Adobe realized at some point at the time that they have not released very frequently. When this happened, their market percentage share was down as they were not following the continuous integration approach. Now they were using the native method of compiling the code, debugging the code, testing the code, because of which they were noticing that it used to take up to 6 months release updates. Now 6 months was a long duration, whereas their competitors were releasing very frequently, which was helping them to capture the market share. Adobe decided some point at a time that they need to change their software development and deployment strategies, and they tried to adopt the continuous integration mechanism. Once they adopted the continuous integration mechanism, they found that the response time was a lot better and a lot faster. Now they were able to deploy the updates more frequently with every time a change was made by a developer or new release was being released. And it helped them reduce the response times, and they were 60% more faster. The development teams were getting more effective, and they were able to really deploy losses far more in a better and structured way than what they were doing without using CI. You can see how CI helps industry. Amazon is the best case scenario. Amazon in modern day scenario deploy codes every 11.6 seconds, almost 5 times every minute. Now this is all possible using the continuous integration. Now what is Jenkins? Now we've talked about what is CI, we've talked about why we need CI. Now let's talk about what is Jenkins and how does Jenkins fit in this particular picture. Now Jenkins is an open source automation server which helps us to automate the process of development relating to testing, deployment packaging, and others. It is a server-based system that run on software, Apache Tomcat. Now it supports VCS store like Git, Bitbucket, etc. It also supports build automation tools like Apache, Maven, and it helps to make and facilitate our continuous integration and continuous delivery process. Now Jenkins was first released in the year 2011, and it's completely open source software as a part of the MIT license. Jenkins is a plugin based profile. In Jenkins, you have got plugin, which basically used to interact with different tools and components. In Jenkins, plugins are primarily released in language other than Java. Plugins are available to integrate Jenkins with most version control system tools and most databases. Using these plugins, we set up purposes, for example, unit testing. Now you can do compiling, you can do packaging. Now you can create some reports. Now you can do some logging. Now all these things are possible using plugins and Jenkins. Another important component that we've talked about in Jenkins, apart from plugins, is Jenkins notification, which we call it as Mailer. Using Mailer, guys, we can configure email notification. For instance, you can configure scenario. For example, you want mail notification when build is successful. Now all these things can be done using Mailer as the Jenkins component. Another important component in Jenkins is the SSH agent. Jenkins also follow a typical master-slave topology. Now, why do we need a master-slave topology and a CI tools like Jenkins? Now, when you work in the organization, we have got multiple teams which you want to build and deploy their own pipeline or deploy their own software project codes. Now, teams don't want the piece of code to be run on a server which is owned by some other teams. So what we can do is we can set up a master-slave topology where Jenkins may run on a server X. But you can connect multiple other servers which will act as a slave. So when you are deploying a code executing a pipeline, you can run those codes on those XYZ servers. Now this is the beauty of using Jenkins master-slave topology. Now another good thing about Jenkins is Jenkins can be deployed on any operating system. In Jenkins, you can use in a Windows mode, a Linux mode, a Mac mode. Now all these Jenkins jobs can be deployed on any operating system. It is not at all dependent. Now both master and slave needs to be of the same operating system. Another important core component of Jenkins call is JavaDoc. This is our plugin in Jenkins, which basically is a part of Jenkins core that helps us to publish results like build action, build directory, what is the expected build output. All those things that we see in Jenkins, they all are happening using JavaDoc. Now let's talk about security injection. Apart from that, Jenkins have other sorts of authorization like project-based strategy, metric-based authorization, which help us to make Jenkins more secure. We'll talk more about this when we talk about the Jenkins overall. So as you can see on the diagram, Jenkins is pulling code from the source code control system like Git, Bitbucket, etc. To start deploying it in Jenkins, we have got a notification management system using Mailer, where if the build is successful, we get a WAR file or a zip file. We can define how we want the build to be created, and if it is a failure, it will send the notification management to a developer that something happened wrongly with the specific code lines and you need to rectify your codes. Now that is the beauty of using Jenkins. So Jenkins is still the bread and butter in the industry. There are some Jenkins competitors also in the market like GitLab Jenkins and some others. But by default, Jenkins is the to-go tool for the CI industry. So far, we've talked about Jenkins. Now let's talk about what is pipelining in Jenkins. Now let's say I want to deploy a code. The code may have certain steps like first step, I'm building the code. Second step, I'm compiling, then code reviewing, then packaging, then deploying. So how do I automate a combine of all these steps which can be executed in one go? Now to deploy all this scenario, we've created a delivery pipeline. Now pipeline is nothing but it's a combination of different steps or different tasks that we need to perform in order to deploy our code. Now using a pipeline, instead of doing this task or code deployment manually, we combine them and deploy them as a sort of one common approach of a delivery pipeline. Now there are multiple ways on how you can create a pipeline. The two most common ways or common approaches of using a pipeline, as you can see from scenario, a declarative approach. And the second one that is used in the industry is a scripted approach. This particular is an example of a Jenkins pipeline script. Here you are saying we are first doing a stage called build stage, where we will be combining multiple tasks. Like first we are using Java, then we are printing something called echo hello pipeline. Then we are using Maven as the build automation tool and try to deploy a package. And then we are doing a shell script output of what all things are present in that particular directory structure. This is a typical example of syntax of how to create a pipeline in Jenkins. Now let's talk about the two predominant pipelines that are used in the IT industry, scripted and declarative. Now let's talk about what is scripted and declarative and how they are different from each other. A scripted pipeline is a traditional Jenkins pipeline approach, and a declarative pipeline is a modern day pipeline approach that is used in the industry. In a scripted pipeline, the syntax was first strict, while in declarative pipeline we use something called as groovy syntax. When you use a declarative pipeline, you can get a code from any version system tool like Git. You can create something called as Jenkins file, and you can download Jenkins file from a virtual constant tool, and that can be used to run your Jenkins code. When you use a scripted pipeline, you define a code something called as a node block. But one declarative pipeline will define a code in a pipeline block, as we can see in the previous example. Now let's talk about what is Jenkins file and how it can be used. Now Jenkins file are like a text file where you define your entire structure and syntax of your Jenkins. You know only how to download the file, and in particular, you can just give the part of your Git repo. If it is true, then get the credential, the private repo, and it can pull all the contents from there and just execute your code. It is a modern deployment mechanism that we use when we work with a Jenkins pipeline. Using Jenkins pipeline, we use certain things which help us. Let's talk about this. First is code review. Now you do a Jenkins pipeline, you can easily review your code. Your code can be reviewed by multiple developers before being executed. Now how that works is, in Jenkins file, they are stored generally in a version control tool like Git. You can put something called as a pull request for a code review. Now different members of your team can review the code before you actually pull the Jenkins file and deploy it. Now you can do an audit trail, or refer to as a long audit. You can log each and every step's output that is being executed as part of the Jenkins file, and can see what is happening when the Jenkins file is getting executed. It's sort of like a verbose log. Then you can find a single place to store all your data or all your outputs. You don't need to have developers scattered here and there and writing their own codes for executing a Jenkins pipeline. Whole organization can approach a Jenkins file methodology where code can be stored in a VCS tools, and from there the code can be downloaded and can work as a single source for your entire pipeline. Now let's talk about the Jenkins workflow in particular. How does Jenkins workflow work? Jenkins workflow always start with a version control system, or you can say a source code repository. Multiple developers collaborate and they put their code in a source code system like Git, from where Jenkins try to pull the data from that source control system. For your system, there is no mandatory or the source code needs to be Git. It can be Bitbucket, SVN, whatever your organization uses with Jenkins server. Now we execute tasks like build, deploy, compiling, packaging, code reviewing. Now all these things happen using Jenkins server, where your Jenkins actually installed was running. Now Jenkins server can be any operating system. It can be a Windows machine, Ubuntu machine, Linux machine, or a Mac as well. It can be any operating system of today's modern world availability. Using this Jenkins server will execute our different tasks and scenarios. In Jenkins server, we use the mail functionality for the feedback mechanism. We notify developers the commit or the code deployment successfully or it is a failure. it also has some challenges. Now, what can be done using the feedback mechanism? Possibly using the Jenkins server. So using Jenkins server, we always first deploy the code on a lower lifecycle environment. That is recommended standard practice. So what we do is we first deploy a QA server on a testing server, and once the code deployment is successful on the lower lifecycle, then we go ahead and deploy the code on a production server. That is how the entire Jenkins workflow, mainly particular, interact first. Now guys, let's talk about the Jenkins installation and how to install Jenkins in a machine. As you all know, Jenkins by default run on 8080. So please make sure that if you're using any VMs in your organization, the port 8080 firewall settings are open and configured so that it can be accessible. I will get into some of the prerequisites required for installing Jenkins post, which will go ahead and install Jenkins on a window box. Now there are a few first configuration that needs to be done, and I'll be covering those as well. So once I have Jenkins installed and configured properly, I will get into the user administrative part, then create few users, and I will get into some of the plugins for setting up various kinds of access permissions for these users, and I also put in some of the freestyle jobs. Freestyle job is basically nothing but a very simple job, and I will also show you the powerfulness of Jenkins by scheduling this particular job to run based upon time schedule. Then I will also connect Jenkins with GitHub. Now GitHub is a source code repository where I've got some repositories put up there. So using Jenkins, I will connect to GitHub, pull up a repository that is existing on GitHub onto the Jenkins box, and then run a few commands to build this particular repository that is pulled from the Jenkins sending out emails. Now it's a very important configuration of Jenkins or any other continuous integration server for that particular matter. Now, whenever there is any notification that has been sent as a part of either build going bad or by being good or building propagate to some environment and all these scenarios, now you will need the continuous integration servers to be sending out notification. So I will get into the bit of details of how to configure the Jenkins for sending out emails. Now, I will also get into the scenario where I will have a web application such as a Maven based Java web application, which will be pulled from the GitHub repository, and I will deploy it into the Tomcat server. Now the Tomcat server will be locally running on the my system. Eventually I will get into the other very important topic, which is the master slave configuration. It's a very important and pretty interesting topics where distributed builds is achieved using a master slave configuration. Now all this can be very easily based up using a plugin. So this is what I'm going to be covering as a part of this tutorial. Now, Jenkins is a web application that is written in Java, and there are various ways in which you can use and install Jenkins. Now, I've listed the popular 3 mechanisms in which Jenkins is usually installed in any system. Now, the topmost one is a window or a Linux-based services. So, if at all you have a window like the way I have, and I'm going to use this mechanism for this demo, so I will download the MSI installer. So, whenever you start as a service, it goes out and nicely install all that is required for my Jenkins, and I have a service that can be started or stopped based upon my needs. Any flavors of Linux is one of many other ways of running Jenkins in downloading this generic WAR file, and as long as you have a JDK installed. You can launch this WAR file by the command opening up a command box prompt or shell prompt deferred to later on Linux box, specifying jar and the name of this WAR file, typically bringing up your web application. And you can continue with your installation. Now, the only thing being, if at all you want to stop using Jenkins, you just go ahead and close this prompt, even into a Control-C, and then bringing down this prompt and in Jenkins server. And then you also have the other older versions of Jenkins where run popularly using this way, in which you already have a Java-based web server running up and running. So you kind of drop in this WAR file into the root folders or the HTTP root folder of your web server. So Jenkins will explore and kind of bring up your application. All user credentials or user administration is all taken care by the Apache or the Tomcat server or the web server on which the Jenkins is running. This was a very old way of running, but still some people use it because if they don't want to maintain 2 servers, now if they already have a Java web service which is being nicely maintained and backup, now Jenkins can't run a test to it, alright? So either ways, it doesn't matter however you're going to bring up your Jenkins instance. The way we're going to operate Jenkins is all going to be very same or similar, but the subtle change in terms of user administration. Now, if at all you're launching it through any other web server, which will take care of the user administration. Otherwise, all the command or all the configuration or the way in which I'm going to run this demo is going to be same across any of these installation. All right. As I mentioned earlier, Jenkins is nothing but a simple web application that is run in Java. So all that is needed is Java, preferably JDK 11 or 17, with a 2 GB RAM, which is a meant RAM for running the Jenkins. And also, like any other open source tool sets, when you install JDK, ensure that you set in the environment variables. Now, Java home to point in the right directory. Now, this is something very specific to JDK. Now, but for any other open source tools that I've installed, there is always a preferred environment variable that we got to set in, which is specific to that particular tools that if you're going to use. This is a generic thing that there is for you to know. Now, for any other open source project, because the open source project discover themselves by using the environment variables. So as a general practice or a good practice, always set these environment variables according. So I already have a JDK 17 installed on my system. But in case you do not, what I will recommend is just navigate to the browser, to the Oracle homepage, just type in your search for install JDK page. Then you'll have the accept the license agreement. Now what I will recommend is just navigate on your browser to the Oracle homepage and just type in your search install JDK. Now you're gonna navigate to the down here and install the 64 installer, that is the .exe. Now let me show you once I've installed what I've done with regards to the path. So if you get into this environment variable, so I have just set in the Java home variable. Now you can go back to your this PC, go to C programs, go to Java, and then copy this part, then click in the environment variables. I'll select the first one, that is the edit the system environment variable, and we click on the environment variables and we'll set a path here. As you can see here, Java home, and we'll go down here on the path. So this is the path for your Java home screen. So simply click on edit and click on new, and we will just paste the path which we have just copied from the install.exe Java. So I've already installed it, as you can see there, C program files. I simply click on OK. So the only difference between the system variables and the user variables for daemon is this is control the whole system of the JDK, the system variable. So we want to edit in the system variables. So the path I've been changing here is in the system variables. All right. Now the home variable is where I have the SQLs and program friend of the JDK 17. Now you see this is my Java home. All right. Now one thing to do is ensure that in case you run Java or Java C, for a command, you ensure that you also add the path into this path variable, right? So if you see somewhere, I will say there you got the colon program files. Now you click on that and I'll show you the bin as well, which I've copied and pasted here as well. Okay, so simply just go back. So that's how you get the bin. Copy this path and paste it here, which I've already done it. So I'll just simply click on OK, OK, and OK. Now let me minimize the screen as well. So the next thing we need to do now is go to CMD to check if your Java has been installed on your system. So you simply type on Java space / version, and you can see I already have Java version 17.0.5 installed in my system and is up and running. So as you can see, the runtime environments, and this is a 64-bit server. This is a VM virtual machine. Okay, so as you can see, Java is installed in my system and is up and ready. So the next thing we need to do now is install Jenkins. I'm just canceling that and open a new browser again, new tab, and type in jenkins.io. Now as you can see, this is the homepage of Jenkins. All right, so you can even read the documentation, or you can simply click on download. Will take you to this page. Now here you can see the hardware and software requirements, then what packaging is required for downloading the installing Jenkins. So this is the part for, on the left hand side we have the LTS, and on the other side we have the, which is a more stable, and on the right hand side we have the regular weekly releases. So we'll definitely go for the stable LTS download, which is a long-term support, which is released every 12 weeks, whereas the regular releases changes weekly. So I'll be going ahead and scroll down and click on window. So as you can see, there are different parameters where you can do. You can have on Dockers, then you have Ubuntu, Then we have the CentOS, Fedora, or the Windows, like I'm going to install in this case, in this demo. Then, but we have different aspects as well, like the FreeBSD, the CentOS, Mac OS, etc. So as you can see on the first stop, we have the .var. We can even install that and unzip that. But in this case, in this demo part, we'll simply click on Windows. So go on ahead and click Window, guys. Now you can see the download has started. So we just wait a few seconds until it's done installing the MSI. And as you can see, it's done. So this is my download in Jenkins instance. So what I'll be doing now is simply click on Next. Now, as you can see, guys, on top here, it's written the Jenkins run on localhost 8080. So keeping that in mind, click on Next. As you can see, this is where our Jenkins is installed. That is in C and program files and by the name Jenkins. So you can always change this location where the Jenkins has been installed. But in this case, I'll rather keep it on the C drive itself. So the next thing you need to do now is we'll run server as a local system so that we don't have to put any administrator or the password. And so the next step now is we test the port. So as you can see, you got a green tick mark. So next, now you can see here that it has failed because there is no compatible Java version 11 or 17. But as you can remember, guys, we have already installed Java 17 and we have already verified that we're using the command prompt where it has shown us the version Java 17. So what you need to do is simply click on change and select the Java 17 from Java 8. So simply click on Java 17, JDK 17, as you can see, click on next and click on the install part. Done and dusted. So I've already told you that Jenkins run on the localhost 8080, right? So we're gonna go localhost colon 8080 and hit on enter. Now, as you can see, please wait while Jenkins is getting ready for work, right? So this will take a few minutes and then you'll be having to provide the credential of the administrator. All right, so just give it a few minutes while it's starting up. All right, now you have to provide the administrator password, right? So you can go ahead and go down out here. You can see the password is in the C and goes to the program data, then Jenkins. Then we have a .Jenkins, then a secret, then you'll find the initial admin password. So we need to head out there. So what we need to do is we'll go down there. So I'm just going to minimize the screen now, minimize it once again. And as you remember, we go to the C. So you can see right where it is. I'll just show you, minimize the screen here so you can see and do it along with me. So you can see this in PC, then scroll down to C disk. Okay, this thing popped out, sorry. It's in this, so you have a program data, right? As you can see here down, there is no program data, right? So what you need to do is it's in the hidden file. So what you need to do now is click on the three buttons and view, click on show and click on the hidden items. Now let's see if it's there. Scroll down, program data, you can see at the last. Yeah, simply click on that, double click on it. As you can see, then we have to go to the folder name as Jenkins. Yeah, you can see on the top, Jenkins and .Jenkins. Then we need to search for secrets. There it is, folder. And as you can see, there's an initial admin password. Now you simply click on that. We'll try with the notepad so we can copy. So simply copy that and paste it in the administrator password and click on continue. So in this case, I will not save it in my computer or system. So there are two installation plugins available, which is custom by Jenkins. One is their suggested plugins, and the other one is you can select the plugins which you want to be installed. So in this scenario, I'll simply click on the install suggested by the Jenkins. So what happened is the plugins are all related to each other. So it's like the typical RPM kind of a problem where you try to install some plugins and got a dependency which is not installed and you get all those issues. In order to get rid of that, what Jenkins recommends is that there are a bunch of plugins that is already recommended and they are good to go, right? So just go ahead and blindly click on that recommended by the plugins, which is a suggested or custom by the Jenkins. And as you can see, these getting started process is going ahead. So it'll take a few minutes depending on your internet speed or on the system. Now you can see all these plugins are installing it for you. So it will take a few minutes time. So let's just wait till we get all the plugins installed in a system properly. So this is a good combination to kind of begin with, and keeping that in mind, Jenkins need a lot of bandwidth, right? Now, in terms of network, so in case you know your network is not so good, it'll make for a few of these plugins will kind of fail, and these plugins are all are available on openly or mirrored site, and sometimes some of them may be down. So do not worry. In case some of these plugin kind of fail to install, you get an options to kind of retry installing them, but just ensure that you at least at the most 90 to 95% of all of these plugins are installed without any problem. As you can see, we are almost there. It's around 60% to 70%. Now, once all these plugins are installed, now my plugin in the installation is all good. There's no failure in any of the plugin. So after that, we've got to create this first username, that is the first admin user. So you need to give in the username, then the password, then you have to confirm your password, give it your full name and your email address, right? So we'll start it by giving the username. I'll keep it plain and simple. Now you got to remember these password and the confirm password, because if you kind of lose or you don't remember the password of the Jenkins, it'll be really hard to get back your account. So try to keep it as simple as possible, and keeping in mind that you have to remember the password, because getting back this account will be really difficult. All right, so I'll be putting the password as well. Give it my full name. Okay, my A is small, and go to the email address damandla.namare@Edureka.co. All right, so once it's all done, so just simply click on save and continue. So click on never, don't want to save the password. And as you remember, I've told you by default Jenkins run on localhost 8080, right? So you can simply click this, or you can copy this, or just write save and finish. You can even copy this link, save and finish. Now start using Jenkins. All right, now that's kind of complete my Jenkins installation. As you can see, it was not that tough at all. Now the Jenkins is installed correctly. Now let me quickly walk you through some of the very minimal configuration that is required. Now these are kind of the first time configuration that is required. So, and also let me warn you, the UI is a little hard for many people to wrap their head around, especially the window guys. But if you're all a Java guys, you know how painful it is to write UI in Java. You kind of appreciate how the effort that has gone into the UI bottom line. It was a little hard to wrap your head around. It becomes like start using it, possibly you start liking it all right? So I will get into some of these important ones, something called as configuration system, or the configuration system. This is something kind of put in your configuration to complete your Jenkins instance. Now, few things to kind of look out for. This is the home. Now, configure system is where you kind of put in the configuration for your complete Jenkins instance. Now, a few things to keep a lookout is the home directory. All right. Now, this is a Java home where all the configuration, all the workspace, anything and everything regarding Jenkins is stored out here in the system message. Now, in the system message, you can put in some of the message on the system. You can just type anything you want, probably show up somewhere here on the menu. Now, the number of executors is a very, very important configuration. This just lets Jenkins know at any point in time how many jobs or how many threads can be run. So you can kind of visualize like a thread that can be run on this particular instance. As a thumb rule, if at all you're on a single core system, the number of executor you should be good enough in case at any point if there is any multiple jobs that kind of get triggered at the same time. Now, in case the number of executor are less compared to the number of jobs that are out there to open up the new, so you don't need to panic, because they will get queued up and eventually Jenkins will be get up and running. So just keep that in mind that whenever a new job kind of gets triggered in the CPU usage and the memory usage, in terms of the disk, it's like a very high of the Jenkins instance. So that's something you got to keep in mind. All right. The number of executors for my system is kind of a good label. For my Jenkins, I don't want any of these usage. So how do you want to use your Jenkins? This is good for me because I only have a primary server that is running. So I want to use this as low as possible. All right. As you can see, it's 2. Now this is usage. So I can leave everything to default. So what I want is I want this SMTP server configuration. Now Jenkins will be sending out some emails. What I've done here is I've configured the SMTP details of my personal email details. In case you are, in your organization, you want some sort of an email that is like an email ID that is set up for a Jenkins server. So you can specify the SMTP server details of your company so that you can authorize Jenkins to kind of like send out emails. But in case you want to try it out, like I have configured my personal email ID, which is of the Gmail, for sending out notification for the same TP server, will be the SMTP Gmail. So it's right as username as so we have used SMTP authentication, and then we're given the password. Now you can just send out an email to see if at all this configuration works again. Now Gmail will not allow you to allow anybody to send out notification on your behalf. So you just have to lower the security level of your Gmail ID so that you can allow programmatically somebody to send out email notification on your behalf. So I've already done that. So let's see if this works. Let's test it again since I've entered the wrong password. Let's see if this works or not. And it has given me a password has not accepted. So now as you can see, since my Gmail has not been set up, so what you have to do is you have to lower your security level of your Gmail ID so that you can be allowed to test your email configuration. All right, so simply click on save. So now we're heading back to the dashboard. Now we should go to the global tool configuration. Now look at the scenario where Jenkins is a continuous integration server. Now it does not know what kind of a code base it's going to pull, and what kind of tool says is required, or what is the code that is going to pull in and how it is going to build. So you'll have to put in all the tools that is required for building the appropriate kind of code that you're going to pull in from like a source code repository. So for example, in case your source code is a Java code, and assuming that you have because this demo, this is my laptop and I put all the configuration, JDK, everything on my laptop because I am a developer and I'm working on the laptop, but my country's integration servers will be known as a separate server without anything being installed on it. So in case I want Jenkins to like run on a Java code, and I need to specify the JDK location of this out there. So okay, since I've already have the JDK installed and have already put in the Java home directly, or rather and the environment correctly, so I don't need to do it. So now if at all you want the Jenkins server to use Git, now as you know that Git is a command bash or the command prompt for running Git and connecting to any other Git server. So you will need Git to be installed on that particular system. Now Gradle and Maven, if at all you have some Maven as you want to do this, and any other tools that you're going to install on your system, which is your continuous integration server. So you'll have to come in here and try to configure it. And in case you have not configured, then Jenkins will not be able to find these tools for building your task. So since I don't want to install anything, we'll go back to manage system. Now you can see the global configure global security. Now you can see this an SSH server. Now what does this mean if you ask me? Jenkins own user database. So this is nothing but the security access control which is set to Jenkins own user database. So what this mean is Jenkins by default it uses files system where it stores all the usernames, which hashes up like these username that kind of stores them as of it. So as of now, Jenkins is configured to use in your own database, assuming that you're running in an organization. So you will probably want to, have some sort of LDAP server, which will in turn have a control of your access to your Jenkins repository. So you will specify your LDAP server details, the root DN password or the managed DN. So the LDAP, as you can see, or the LDAP, which the Jenkins itself will tune in for your specific servers. Now you have the manager DN, the manager password. Now all these should be filled, all these details should be filled in case you want to connect your Jenkins instance with your LDAP server or any of the authentication server that you have in your organization. But for now, since I don't have any of these things, I'm going to use its own database. That's good enough, right? So I'll simply the Jenkins own user database. So I will set up some authorization methods. So for now, let me not get into any of these details of this. And just be aware that Jenkins can be connected for authorization to an LDAP server, or you can have Jenkins managing its own server, which is happening as of now. let me put in a very simple job. All right, so let's create a new job in this video. So simply click on new item. Now simply you can add any item name here. So the most important here are the freestyle and pipeline. Now for the first demo, we'll click on the freestyle job and click on OK. So in the description, you can write anything in your description. This is an optional thing. So you can say this is my first job demo for. So in this demo, I don't want it to connect it to any source code for now. So I'm just going to leave it to none. Now we don't need to write any build environment as well. Now in this build step, we simply click on execute Windows on. So since I'm on the window box, I will say execute window bash command. All right. So what do you want to do? So let me just echo something. Echo hello world. This is hello. Welcome to my first demo job in Edureka. Then we'll specify the date and time as well. So put in date, colon as time as well. So you can see it's a very simple command. You just have to put an echo and we have something along with the date and time. So we'll keep everything as simple as possible. So we'll save this job. So once it is shipped, so you can see there's a build history. So once you have saved this job, you know, the job name comes up here. As you can see, project first job. By mistakenly, I've written double T in my first job. Now, as you'll see here, there's some builds history. So there is nothing as of now because I've put in a job. I have not yet run it. All right. So let me try and build it now. Now you can see there's a number, my first job. So you will see a date and you will see the time since I've clicked twice. So if I've come 1 and 2. Now, if you click on this, now you can see the console output. Now, if you click on this, now you can see it. And this is the output that is run. Hello, welcome to my first demo job in Edureka, along with the date and along with the time. Now, if you see this, now if we navigate this, we go back to here. Now, as you can see, there's a folder created as jobs, right? So this is the directory what I was mentioning earlier regarding Jenkins home. If you can just open it up wider, you can see this folder jobs. So this was mentioned earlier regarding Jenkins home. So all the job related stuff, it's specific to this particular Jenkins installation is all here. Now all the plugins that I installed, the details in each of those plugins can be found here, right? So the workspace is where the jobs that I've created, whichever I'm running will, you know, there'll be an individual folder specific to the jobs that has been put up there. All right. So one job, one quick run. That is how it looks like. So the workspace is where all the jobs that I've created, whichever I'm running, will, you know, there'll be an individual folder specific to that jobs that has been made up. All right. So as you can see, there's the first job that we have just created just now. So one job, one quick run that we have done. That is how it's look like. It's pretty simple. Now let's go back. So let us put on a second job. So we can go back to dashboard, click on new items and say second job. Let's get the spelling correct this time. Second, I wrote second first again. Second job, and I can put a semicolon here, underscore. Second job. We click on freestyle again. Click on OK, and you can say this is my second. So I just want to demonstrate the powerfulness of the automation server and how simple it is to automate a job that is put on the Jenkins, which will be triggered automatically. Now remember what I've said earlier about Jenkins, because at the core of Jenkins is a very powerful automation server. All right, this is my second job. This is my second job, which will be triggered automatically. Okay, so in the build step, we'll put bash tabs, then we'll write here echo again. So we'll say here something as second job is going on here. The tools, with the tools of an automation tool. And then I'll give some date as well. Date, put in the time. But this time I'm going to demonstrate the powerfulness of the automation server that is there. So if you see here, there is a build trigger. So build can be triggered using various triggers that is there. So you'll get into the GitHub trigger or a hook or a webhook, which is kind of triggering. So we'll see that later on. But for now, what I want to do is I want to ensure that this job that I'm going to put in will be automatically triggered. Let's say every minute I'm on this job to be run on its own. So we'll put as build periodically and we will set the time. Now, if you can see here, there's a bunch of help. If you want to go through it, you can go through it. Let's just put out very simple regular expression for scheduling this job every minute. All right. So 5,000 is all I'm going to put in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now let me save this. Let's go back. So when you build periodically, now you can see here. Now we just copy that, and now how do we check if it gets triggered every 15 minutes? So I just don't do anything but wait for 15 minutes, and if everything goes well, Jenkins will automatically trigger my second job in 15 minutes. Now you can see here it's still processing, so we have to wait for 15 minutes. Now we can go through all those commands of the scheduling time, so you can see how many stars required for each minute or for each hour. Now as you can see it's done. You can just go and go here and go to console output. Now you can see the finish is success, and you have this. Now we can go back and copy this and see if they're on your it's already there. You can go to workspace. You can see your second job has also been created automatically by Jenkins. Now that I have my Jenkins up and running, a few jobs that have been put up here on my Jenkins instance, I will need a way of controlling access to my Jenkins server. This is where I will use a plugin called a role-based access plugin and create a few rules. The rules are something like a global rule and a project rules for a specific role. I can have different rules, and I can have users who have signed up, or the users from my create kind of assign to these roles so that each of these users fall into some category. This is my way of kind of controlling access to my Jenkins instance and ensuring that people don't do something unwanted. All right, so first thing first, let me go ahead and install a plugin for doing that. So we get into manage Jenkins, then we go to manage plugins. We will plugins, install plugins. We have advanced settings. So these are the available plugins, and then if you go to install, now these are the installed plugins. Now let's go and search for a role-based. Now you can see here, base authorization strategy. So this will happen is it enables user authorization using a role-based strategy. Now roles can be defined globally or for particular jobs or nodes selected by a regular expression. This is the plugins everyone. So you will install it without restart. So it's success. It looks good. Looks good. Now waiting for this. Yeah, success. Done now. So go back to the top page. Now one thing to remember guys is Jenkins is running on a Java using a Java instance. So typically many things will work the same way unless inherently you want it to restart. So but a good practice is whenever you do some sort of a big installation or a big patches on your Jenkins instance, just ensure that you can restart it. Otherwise there will be a difference in terms of what is installed in the system and what is there on the file system. So you'll need to flush out few of those settings later on. But for now, these are very small plugins. So this will run without any problem. But otherwise, if at all there are some plugins which they will need to restart, you can kindly go ahead and restart your Jenkins instance. But for now, I don't need that. So it looks good. I have installed the plugins. So where do I see my plugins and install the plugins? It is specific to the user control to the access control. Now let's go to the configure global security. Now we can go ahead and check the authorization. You can see here authorization role-based strategy popping out here, right? As you can see, the role-based strategy has been installed and has been shown here. This is because of my installation of my role-based plugin. So this is what I would want to enable because I already have my own database set up, and for the authorization part in that sense that you can do what I'm going to install. I mean, I've already installed a role-based strategy, right? Now I'm going to enable that strategy. So we'll simply click on role-based strategy, okay, and click on save. So now I'm going to enable that strategy. All right, now I will say, okay, now I've installed the role-based access plugin. Now I will need to just set it up and check, I will go ahead and create some roles, and it shows that I've assigned users as per these roles. So let me go to manage the configuration, manage Jenkins, and let's see how we can create our roles. Not here as well. So we can do manage and assign roles for creating a roles. Okay. Now you'll only be able to see this once and only when you have installed those plugins. Now I've enabled the plugins. Now I've enabled the role-based access control as well. Now we'll go ahead and create some rules for this particular Jenkins instance. So first I will manage roles. So this is at a very high level, which is a global role. Now there are some role to add which you can add by yourself, some item roles for some projects or something. So let me create a role which kind of visualize like a group. So we'll create our own called the developer. Typically the Jenkins instance or the CA instance are kind of owned up or controlled by a QA, guys. So that's why I'm creating a rule called developer, and I'm adding this role at a global role. So I will add this here, and then I can click read as well. So we've given this administrator, right? So we add this. So as you can see here, you will see this develop a rule that there is each one of these options that you can hover here and sort of see what kind of permission you have given it to this developer role that you have just created. So you can read and write, then you can create some changes. We have given a permission as credential, which you can create. Then you can delete, then manage the domains. So this kind of help or the permission that they're giving it. So these are some kind of sort of a help for a permission specific. So you want to see it's like how it sounds a little different, but I will want to give you a very little permission for the developer. So from an administrative perspective, I just want him to have a read and write kind of a role credentials. Okay, let's read and write, and I can allow him to view as well. I don't want him to create agents or give him some delete. No, I don't want him to configure, build, provision, or connect or disconnect anything. So I'll just give him a read and a view. And I don't even want him to have access to my workspace as well. So I'll just give him now for run. So I won't even give him the access to that. Now we can give view as well. I don't want him to delete. And what I'm doing here is just creating a global rules for the developers. And I've given him a very limited roles, in the sense that I don't want this developer to be able to run any agents, nor create jobs or build jobs or cancel jobs or configure jobs at the maximum. Right? So I just want him to read that is already put up there. Okay, so I will save now and create a rule. That is done. Now that I've created a rule. Now I still don't have any users that is in there in the system. So let me go ahead and create some users on the system. So we'll go back to manage Jenkins and go to manage users. Now let me create another user, okay, by clicking on plus users, and we'll say this one as a developer. Give him some password and name him as develop23, and email, and just simply give my email here and click on create users. Okay, 1 2. So we have created. Now this developer 1 2 is a user that I've configured, but still yet I have not set any rules for this particular user. So I will go to the manage and gain and will give him the manage and assign roles. So now we'll go manage and assign roles, and we'll assign role. So what you're gonna see, what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna assign a role that is specific to that particular developer. So I'll find that particular user and assign him, or means the developer role that I've already configured the rules. Okay, so this is the role that we have created. So we will search the user that we have just created, developer 1 2. Now I've assigned this. So go ahead and save the changes. Now let's go ahead and check the permission of this particular user by logging on to my main account and logging back as the developer one. Now let's log out from here. Log out and say developer 1. Now, if you remember, this role was created with very less privilege. So there you go, I have Jenkins, but I don't see a new item. I can't trigger a new jobs. I can't do anything. I see these jobs, however. I don't think I'll be able to start this job. Now, I don't have the permission to set forth at the maximum. So what I can do is look at this job, see. So this is a limited role that was created, and I've added this Damalang Lamare to that particular role, which was a developer role, so that the developers don't get to configure any of the jobs because the Jenkins instance is owned by a QA person. He doesn't want to give developer any ethnicity or right. So the rights that he set out by creating a developer roles, or any user who's tagged as a part of this developer role, will get the same kind of permission. And these permission can be, fine grained. It can be a project specific permission as well. But for now, I just demonstrate the high level permission that I've set. So let me quickly log out of this user and get back to my admin account. So because I need to continue my demo with the developer roles that was created. Now, one of the reasons for Jenkins being so popular, as I mentioned earlier, is the bunch of plugins, but it's got plugin for connecting anything and everything. Now you can find the Jenkins plugins, then you will see the index over here. There are so many plugins that are there. All of these are wonderful plugins. Whatever connectors that you will need if you want to connect Jenkins to the AWS instance, or you want to connect Jenkins to a Docker instance, or any of those containers, you will have a plugin. You can go and search up if you want If you want to connect Jenkins to Bitbucket, simply click on Big. So as you can see, these are available. So bottom line, Jenkins without plugin is nothing. So plugins is the heart of Jenkins for you to connect, or in order to connect Jenkins with any of the containers or any of the other sets of tools, you will need the plugins. Now, if you want to connect or you want to build a repository which has got Java and Maven, you will need to install Maven and GTK on an instance. Now, if at all you're looking for a Microsoft build, you will need to have MS Build installed on your Jenkins instance. And the plugins that will be triggered MS Build. If at all you want to listen to some server-side webhooks from GitHub, you will need a GitHub specific plugins. You want to connect to Jenkins, to AWS, you need those plugins. Now, if you want to connect Docker instance that is running anywhere in the world, as long as you have the URL, which is publicly reachable, you just have a Docker plugin that is installed on your Jenkins instance. So if you want to connect to a Docker instance that is running anywhere in the world, as long as you have the URL which is publicly reachable, you just have a plugin that is installed on your Jenkins instance. Now, SonarQube is one of the popular statistic code analysis, so you can connect a Jenkins build. You can build a jobs on Jenkins and push it to a SonarQube and get SonarQube to run analysis on that and get back the result in Jenkins. Now, all of these works very well because of the plugins. Now with that, let me connect our Jenkins instance to a GitHub. So now let us connect our Jenkins instance to a GitHub. Now I already have a very simple Java repository up on my GitHub instance. So let me connect Jenkins to this particular GitHub instance and pull out a job that is put up there. Right. So this is a very simple and repository is called Hello Java. And this is what is there in the repository. This is a simple class file. It's just got some one line of system .out. So this is already present on github.com at this place, and this will be the URL for this repository. So I will pick it up. So what I'll do is I will connect my Jenkins instance to go to my GitHub and provide my credential and pull out this repository which is on the cloud hosted in the github.com and get it to my Jenkins instance and then build this particular Java file. Now I'm keeping the source code very simple. It is just a Java file. Now how do I build my Java file? How do I compile my Java file? I just say java.c and name. Now the name of my class file is hello Java, and how do I run my Java file? I will say Java and hello. Okay, so remember I don't need to install any plugins now because what it all needs is a Git plugin. So Git plugin which is already installed on this system. So let us go back, create a new items. We'll create a first job here. Let's say this is a Git first project. Now let it be a freestyle. Okay. Now we'll go to the source code management. Remember, right? We always have been keeping it on none. So in this part, we'll put it as Git. Now, as you remember earlier in examples, we do not use any source code because we were just putting up some echo kind of jobs that did not need any integration with any of the source code system. So now let us connect this. So I'm going to put up my source code and it will show up because the plugin is already there. Now I've already copied the HTTP address from the GitHub and simply paste it here. Now what is the credential? So simply add that. If we add credential this time, so I'll just click and cancel. So if we just add Jenkins, so we'll add a username here. Now if there are any errors in terms of not able to Jenkins to be able to find the Git or the git.exe, or if the credentials are wrong somewhere down here, so you'll see a red message, okay, like something is not right. So for now it's okay. Now I'm gonna build trigger. Now what will be there as a part of my build step? Because this repository just have the Java file correct, hello Java. So in order for me to build this, I will say execute window bash command, and I'll say Java, hello Java, Java. Now let's save this. Okay, so let me try to run this. Okay, build now. Click on this. Console output. Great. Now as you can see here, there's a lot of executed Git on the behalf. It goes on there to provide my credentials, and so it pull all my repository and my default. Now we'll pull up the master branch. This is there on the post string, and it kind of builds this whole thing on Java C hello world. Finish, and it's giving me a success. So it's kind of build this whole thing Java C hello to Java, and it runs this Java hello world. And there, as you can see, this is the output. It's there, and here you can see, if you want to look at the content that was created on the repository. Now, if you can go there into my workspace, like I've showed earlier, you can just simply click here, and you can already see here it's been created Git first project and saying hello. Now, as you can see, it's already there. Now, if you can go back, as you can see, and simply close that. Now, what it did was Jenkins on your behalf went over all the way to GitHub, pulled this repository from there, and then it brought it down to your local system. On my Jenkins instance, now it's compiled it and it ran this particular application. Now that I've integrated Jenkins successfully with Git, simply within the Java application,
now let's start with the Docker use case. Imagine that you're working in a fast-paced IT department where issues keep popping up, asserts go untracked, and changes need approval. That is where IBM Control Desk comes in. It streamlines IT service management by centralizing incident, problem, and asset management into one easy-to-use platform. And it helps in solving problems faster with automation and intelligent workflows to improve service quality and keep things running. Let me tell you all what is IBM Control Desk. IBM Control Desk is an IT service management tool that helps manage and also support users and IT infrastructure. It builds on IBM Maximo Asset Management, a platform originally designed for managing physical and IT assets. Did you all know that even IBM faced challenges? IBM Control Desk, while a robust IT service management solution, faced several challenges in traditional environments. The deployment process was often complex, requiring extensive configuration and manual efforts that prolonged setup times. Its architecture was resource-intensive, leading to inefficiencies and also higher operational costs. Scalability was another significant hurdle, as adapting to increasing workloads required to major architectural adjustments, limiting its responsiveness to business needs. Additionally, maintenance and upgrade process were frequently causing downtime and increasing operational overhead. And also, the traditional on-premises setup was lagged and flexibility of modern cloud-based solutions, making integration with other tools more difficult and highlighting the need for a more modernized approach, such as containerization to improve performance, scalability, and ease of management. Imagine managing thousands of IT assets and services without scalable infrastructure. This is where the IBM Control Desk was before Docker. So, let's ever think why Docker was introduced into IBM Control Desk. In the IBM Control Desk case study, Docker was introduced to address the challenges associated with managing traditional IT service management applications. IBM Control Desk, a complex and resource-intensive platform, often faced issues with scalability, high resource consumption, and complex deployment process in traditional environments. Docker helped overcome these challenges by containerizing the application components, allowing for more efficient resource use, easier scaling, and simplified deployments. By using Docker, IBM Control Desk could quickly adapt to changes, reduce operational overhead, and also improve performance, aligning with modern DevOps and cloud-native practices. Here is a simplified explanation of the setup described, where a single VM on Red Hat Linux with 2 CPUs and 4 GB RAM hosts both the IBM Control Desk and the DB2 database. Application files are shared via NFS, that is making them accessible to Docker for container deployments. Here comes another step, that is building Docker images. They decided to strictly follow what is stated in the Maximo Asset Management. That is, Maximo Asset Management is a comprehensive software solution developed by IBM that helps organizations manage their assets effectively throughout their lifecycle. That is, it is a part of an IBM Watson IoT, that is Internet of Things, platform, and it's widely used in industries such as manufacturing, utilities, and also transportation and facilities management. A team built a Docker image for IBM Control Desk, like generating the WAR files and also for the UI. Using Docker files, server.xml, and also jvm.options, they built images for various applications including UI, cron, MEA, BROS, and also API. Since JMS wasn't provided, they created it from scratch. Based on the WebSphere Liberty docs, the service portal image built from the Node.js included certificates for secure communication. Next is that they deployed containers. Containers were deployed on an Ubuntu machine with 4 CPUs and 32 GB RAM. Each application had a container connected to a Docker network for inter-container communication. Docker Compose managed all resources using dockercompose.yml for configuration. including environment variables and host settings. The streamlined approach enhanced scalability, simplified management, and improved integration for IBM control desks. Let me tell you what Docker brought in change. Docker transformed IBM control desk by enabling containerization, improving resource efficiency and scalability. It simplified deployment, reduced downtime, and made updates easier through the component isolation. This enhanced system flexibility, reliability, and overall performance, making IBM control desks more agile and responsive. So, here is a condensed version of 4 points. First is the efficient containerization. Docker improved IBM control desk's resource efficiency and scalability by containerizing its components. They also streamlined deployment, enabled faster setup with fewer errors and reduced downtime. Easier maintenance too. Docker isolated components, which made updates and maintenance more manageable and flexible. Enhanced agility work. Docker was also an enhanced agility that made approach for IBM control desk more agile and responsive to business needs, optimizing operations. Now let's see the overall solution bought. Involving Docker in IBM control desk bought a comprehensive solution by containerizing its application components, which improved resource utilization and scalability. This approach allowed faster and more consistent deployments, reducing setup errors and minimizing downtime. Docker also enabled seamless updates and maintenance by isolating different components, enhancing the system's flexibility and reliability. Furthermore, the streamlined modular architecture simplified operations, reduced operational cost, and increased responsiveness, ultimately transforming IBM Control Desk into a more efficient and agile IT service management platform. Let's see the key benefits bought. First is enhanced scalability. Containerization optimized resource and also simplified scaling as demand grew. Efficient deployment. Docker streamlined deployment, reducing errors and downtime for a more reliable setup. Simplified maintenance. Isolated components enabled easy updates, boosting flexibility and reliability. Last is the cost-effective operations. The modular setup cut costs and also improved responsiveness, making IBM Control Desk more agile. The result brought by this use case was, this article showed a case study using container technology to leverage the native support of WebSphere Liberty profile with the IBM Control Desk product. So, they found that they have more traditional product to container to evolve it toward a cloud-native-like architecture without any need of touch the code. That is, there were also no impact at the application level. This case study showed how container technology was used to transform IBM Control Desk into cloud-native-like architecture without changing the application code. Despite being a traditional product not originally designed by the microservices, containers allowed the IBM to modularize its components, mimicking microservices and improving scalability and flexibility. The process involved identifying dependent modules, that is, by updating build scripts, deploying each module in its own container, setting up communication between them, and testing the setup. This approach shows that even traditional application can be modernized with containers, making deployment easier and more efficient. Now let's see why Docker is so necessary. First, Docker is portable. That is, they run app consistently across any environment. Second, they are lightweight. Containers use fewer resources than VMs, that is, the virtual machines. Then their efficiency, faster setup times and better resource utilization. Next comes the scalability. Easily scale apps using container orchestration. Then is the consistency. Same behavior from development to production. DevOps integration has streamlined CI/CD pipelines. Next is the isolation. Securely run multiple applications on the same host. Last is the simplified dependency management, that is, package all dependencies in one container. Now, let's see the prerequisite to learn Docker. Docker simplifies creating consistent environments across workflows. But to fully harness its power, you'll first need a solid grasp on Linux, command line tools, and also the containerization basics. The three main programming languages needed are Python, JavaScript, and Golang. And the additional prerequisites needed are version control, that is, understanding Git or another version control system can be beneficial for managing code changes in Docker projects. Then is the networking concepts. A basic understanding of networking concepts like IP address, ports, and networking protocols can be helpful for configuring Docker networks. Last is the operating system. Familiarity with command line interfaces like CLI and basic system administration concepts. Next, let's see what is a container. A container technology was launched in 2013 as an open source Docker engine. It leveraged existing computing concepts around containers and specifically in the Linux world. Primitives known as C groups and also namespaces, Docker's technology is unique because it focuses on the requirements of developers and systems operators to separate application dependencies from infrastructure. A container is a lightweight, isolated unit that packages an application and its dependencies. It also ensures it runs consistently across different environments. Now let's see why Docker uses containers. Docker uses containers for its portability as it runs the same anywhere. Then for its efficiency that uses fewer resources than virtual machines. Then comes the scalability, where it can easily scale applications. Last is its consistency, that ensures the app behaves the same in all environments. Now, let's see what is Docker. A Docker is a platform that enables developers to design, develop, and deploy testing to manage applications in isolated, portable environments known as containers. Containers allow you to package an application and all its dependencies like libraries, configurations, etc. into a single unit, ensuring that app runs consistently across different environments. Next, coming to the benefits of Docker. The benefits of Docker are consistency, which runs applications the same way across development, testing, and production. Efficiency, Docker containers use fewer resources than VMs. They also run faster to start and also use less memory and storage. Scalability, Docker is commonly used in cloud environments and microservices architecture, making it easy to scale applications horizontally. Simplified CI/CD, Docker helps automate and streamline continuous integration and continuous deployment pipelines. We will look at the virtual machines versus containers and their differences. The architecture of the virtual machines is that VMs run on a full operating system on a hypervisor, and containers share the host OS kernel but isolate applications. The resource usage of the VMs are heavy, requiring more CPU, memory, and storage as they run separate OS instances. But containers are lightweight and efficient since they share the host OS. The start time of the VMs take minutes to boot, but the containers start in seconds. The portability of VMs are less portable, tied to OS and hypervisor. Containers are highly portable and run consistently across different environments. The performance of VMs have more overhead due to virtualizations, but containers offer near-native performance with minimal overhead. The use cases of the VMs are full isolation, legacy apps, and heavy resource needs. But in containers, we have fast scaling, microservices, cloud-native apps. Containers are ideal for lightweight, scalable deployments, while VMs are better for complete isolation and resource-heavy applications. Moving on to Docker components. The core components of Docker are: first is the Docker engine. This is the heart of a Docker, responsible for building, running, and managing Docker containers. It's available for Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. Docker images. These are the blueprints of containers containing the application code, libraries, and dependencies required to run the application. Last comes the Docker containers. Instances created from Docker images. They are lightweight, isolated environments where applications run. Now let's learn the architecture of Docker. Docker follows a client-server architecture that allows applications to be packed into containers. It consists of several key components working together to manage, build, and run containers efficiently. Here is an overview of Docker's architecture. First, let's learn about the Docker client. A Docker client is a primary interface for users to interact with Docker. Users issue commands like Docker build, Docker run, and Docker pull, while the client translates into API calls that are sent to the Docker daemon. The client can communicate with either the local Docker daemon or the remote one. The key role of a Docker client is they send commands to the Docker daemon using the REST API. Next, let's see about the Docker daemon, or it's also known as the Docker engine. The Docker daemon is the core service running in the background on the host system that manages Docker objects like containers, images, networks, and volumes. The daemon listens to API requests from the client and also handles all the container management tasks such as creating, starting, and stopping containers. It is responsible for executing the container lifecycle, including pulling images, building containers, and ensuring their isolation. The key role for the Docker daemon are it executes commands, managing containers, images, and networks. Next is a Docker image. A Docker image is a read-only template that contains instructions for creating a Docker container. Images include everything needed to run an application, like code, libraries, environment variables, and configuration. The key role of a Docker image is that they are blueprint for creating containers. Docker container. A container is a runnable instance of a Docker image. Containers are lightweight and isolated, but they share the host OS kernels. making them efficient compared to virtual machines. The key role of a Docker container is that they are lightweight, portable, and isolated instance of an application. Next comes the Docker registries, that is the Docker Hub. Docker registries are repositories that store Docker image. The most common registry is the Docker Hub, a public registry maintained by Docker. Developers can push their custom images to a registry or pull pre-built images for use of their projects. Registries can be public or private, allowing organizations to manage and store their proprietary container images securely. The key role of a Docker registry is that they store and distribute Docker images. Moving on to the Docker Engine REST API. Docker's Engine API allows programmatic interaction with the server Docker daemon. The API can be accessed over HTTP, enabling developers and servers to manage Docker programmatically. All the communication between the Docker client and the daemon happens via the API. The key role of a Docker Engine REST API is that they enable automation and remote management of Docker through the REST interface. Docker Volume. Volumes allow data to persist beyond the lifecycle of a container, providing a way to store and share data between containers or with the host system. They are commonly used to store the database files or other data that are needed to persist even if the container is destroyed or recreated. The key role of a Docker volume is they have the persistent storage for containers. Last comes a Docker network. A network is a group of two or more devices that can communicate with each other either physically or virtually. A Docker network is a virtual network created by Docker to enable communication between Docker containers. If two containers are running on the same host, they can communicate with each other without the need of ports to be exposed to the host machine. They may use the Docker to manage Docker host in any platform manner, regardless to whether they run Windows, Linux, or the combination of two. The key role of a Docker network is to manage communication between containers and external networks. Now let's see the development workflows of Docker. Docker enhances development workflows through, first is the containerization, having packages, application, and dependencies into lightweight, portable containers, ensuring consistency environments across development, testing, and production. Next is the local development. Enables developers to replicate production environment locally, speeding up testing and debugging. Next comes the continuous integration or the continuous deployment, which integrates with CI/CD pipelines for automated build, test, and deployment process. Last is the version control. Supports versioning of images, allowing easy rollback and management of application versions. Now we'll see how to install Docker on our Ubuntu machine. Now let's start with installing Docker on our Ubuntu machine first. Now in order to install Docker on Ubuntu, there are some prerequisites. I would advise you to go to Docker's Install Docker Engine on Ubuntu. Click on the first link that you can see, Install Docker Engine on Ubuntu. Here you can see the documentation and check for all the prerequisites that are specified there. Once you're done with the verification, you can move ahead with the installation process. We'll be using the following: install using the apt repository process to install Docker on our Ubuntu machine. First, open the terminal on your Ubuntu machine. Now let's set up the Docker's apt repository. To do that, first we need to add the Docker's official GPG key. We begin by running a simple apt get update to refresh the package lists. So let's type sudo apt get update. This will refresh all the package lists that is needed. Be patient until the packages are getting refreshed. So next we'll install CA certificates and curl on our machine. For that, let's copy and paste the command on our terminal. So as you can see that it's getting installed, type S to continue the installation. CA certificates in our command is a digital certificate that ensures your machine can communicate securely over the internet by verifying the authenticity of websites. The curl is a tool used for transferring data with URLs, allowing us to download files from the internet, such as Docker's GPG key. So now let's move to the next command, that is, we'll be creating the directory for storing the key rings. So for that, let's copy and paste the next command to the terminal. Now let's also add Docker's GPG key to it. We'll download Docker's official GPG key using the following command. Now let's also type the command to ensure that the GPG key can be read by the system. So we'll copy and paste from our documentary and paste it on our terminal. Next, let's add the Docker repository to apt sources. So for that, we'll add the Docker repository as the apt sources, and this step will allow Ubuntu to know where to find Docker's packages. So the command we just ran adds the Docker repository to our apt sources list. This command will specify the architecture of our machine to ensure compatibility. This part will extract the code name of our Ubuntu release, making sure we download the correct version of the Docker. Now, let's also update the package list again. Now that we have added the Docker repository, we'll run another apt-get update command to refresh the list of available packages from this new source. So as you can see, the reading package list is done. Now we'll install Docker by running the command below. This installs Docker Engine, Docker CLI, and the essential Docker tools on your system. Enter S to continue the installation. So be patient until the Docker's installation is getting installed. In our Docker installation command, we have Docker CE, that means Docker Community Edition, the main Docker engine. And the Docker CLI means the command line interface for Docker. Container.io is the core container runtime for Docker. And the Docker BuildX plugin is a plugin for building Docker images. Docker Compose plugin is a plugin to manage multi-container application. So let's be patient until all the packages in the Docker is getting installed. Finally, we can verify whether Docker was successfully installed by running the Hello World image. So let's type sudo docker run hello world. This command pulls a test image from Docker Hub, runs it inside a container, and displays a confirmation message. If the installation was successful, you should see the Hello from Docker message, indicating everything is working perfectly. There you have it. We have successfully installed Docker on our Ubuntu machine and verified it with the Hello World image. Let's clear the screen. Now that we have successfully installed Docker, let's clear our terminal and explore what happens when we simply type Docker. When you run this command, you will see a list of all available Docker commands. This list is incredibly useful when you're unsure about which command to use. There's also a brief description next to each command that will help you understand its purpose. Now let's go over some of the common commands. First is run. It creates and runs a new container from an image. This is one of the most frequently used commands in Docker. It allows you to run a container based on an image, which can be pulled from a registry or built locally. Next is the execute command. It allows you to execute a command in a running container. This is useful when you need to interact with a running container, such as opening a shell inside it. The ps command, that is the list containers. This command shows you all the containers that are currently running or that have been stopped. Next is the build. This command allows you to create a Docker image from a Docker file, defining the environment and dependencies of your containerized application. Next is pull. It allows you to download an image from a registry. Use this command to pull images from a Docker registry like Docker Hub. Push. It uploads an image to the registry. If you want to share your image with others, you can push it to a public or private registry too. Images. Images are the list of images. This command shows all the Docker images that are available on your local machine. Login. Authenticate to a registry. Use this when you need to log into a Docker registry, for example, Docker Hub, to pull or push images. Logout. This allows you to log out from a registry. This logs you out from the Docker registry too. Search. Search Docker Hub for images. This allows you to search Docker Hub for pre-built images based on your requirements. Next is a version. Show the Docker version information. It provides details about the version of the Docker you're running. Last is the info. It will display system-wide information. This command gives you detailed information about your Docker installation, including how many containers and images are present, your storage driver, and other system-wide stats. Let's start by checking the Docker version. If you're not familiar with the version you're running, you can simply use this command, that is the Docker version. When you're running this command, it displays the current version of the Docker on your system. In case it shows a version 27.3.1, which is the latest version. Similarly, we can check more detailed system-wide information using the info command. So let's type sudo docker info. This info command provides extensive details about your Docker setup, including the number of containers, images, and other resources being used by Docker on your system. So as we progress through this tutorial, we'll dive deeper into many of these commands and understand how to use them in real-world scenarios. Now, moving forward, we'll build a Docker image using Dockerfile and run that image on your local host as a container on your system. And we'll also open a web browser to see our web page hosted after running the container. So, the first step is to create a directory for our project. We'll use the following command, that is mkdirectory myapp. This creates a directory named myapp. So here you can see that myapp is seen. Next, we'll move into this directory using the cd myapp. Now we'll create a file named index.html. So for that, we'll type the command, that is touchindex.html. Once the file is created, we'll open it using the nano editor and write the content into the file. So I will be typing here, subscribe to Edureka. Then press Ctrl+X followed by Y to save and press enter to confirm the file name as index.html. To verify the content inside index.html, we will use the command, that is cat index.html. So here you can see that subscribe to Edureka is also visible. Our next step is to create a file named Dockerfile. For that, we need to type the command as touch Dockerfile. Then type ls to see. So here you can see that our Dockerfile and index.html is visible. After creating the Dockerfile, we'll open it in the nano editor and write some instructions into it. So let's type from Nginx. So Nginx is an open source web server that is widely used for serving static content, load balancing, and also acting as a reverse proxy. In this case, we are using it to serve our index.html file. Next, let's type copy index.html /user share nginx/html. So the copy instruction will allow you to copy our index.html file from the current directory into the HTML directory, which is the default directory where Nginx serves its web pages. If your index.html file is in a different folder, you will need to specify the correct file path in the Docker file. The Docker file is essentially a text file with set of instructions that Docker uses to build an image. So by typing cat Dockerfile, you can see the content that we have written in the nano editor. So next, we'll need to make sure that the Docker is running. If Docker is not running, you can start it with the following command, that is sudo service docker start. If needed, you can also stop the Docker by typing sudo service docker stop. So press Q to exit the status display. As we have stopped the Docker, let's start the Docker again. So let's type the command as sudo service docker start. We can also see the status by writing the command sudo service docker status. So here you can see that a Docker is active and it is running. Now let's proceed to build our Docker image. We'll use the docker build command, that is docker build -t myapp. Let's write the command for the build, that is docker build -t myapp and a dot. Docker build is a command that builds a Docker image based on the instruction provided in the Docker file. And the T flag is used to tag the image with the name. In this case, it is myapp. This makes it easier for reference later. And the dot after myapp refers to the current directory, in which the Docker file is located. So by running the build command, we can see that the error is occurred. So the error shows that the permission denied while trying to connect to the Docker daemon. It means that we need to connect as a super user. So let's type the command as sudo su and then write the command for build. So now you can see that my Docker is getting built. Be patient because it might take time. Now that we've successfully built our image, Now it's time to run the Docker. Now let's type the command, that is docker run -d -p 6969 :80 my app. -d flag runs the container in detached mode, meaning it runs in the background. And the p flag is used to map ports. In this case, we are mapping port 6969 on a local machine to port 80 inside the container, which is the default HTTP port for Nginx. This command essentially starts a container from my app image, allowing us to access our web page on the local host via port 6969. Now to check the container is running, we use the docker ps command. This will list all the running containers and you should see the my app container running. Finally, to see what we have hosted on the container, open a web browser. Here we'll use Firefox. So on the search bar, let's type localhost 6969. So when you visit to this URL, you should see subscribe to Edureka displayed on the web page, confirming that our Docker container is serving the content successfully. Now, going back to our terminal. Now that we have successfully built and run our Docker image locally, let's move ahead and push this image to Docker Hub, where it will be publicly accessible and stored privately in your Docker Hub account. If you don't have a Docker Hub account yet, go to hub.docker.com to create one. It's a simple sign-up process. Once you have created your account, we can proceed with logging into Docker Hub from the Docker CLI. Now, to push our image to Docker Hub, we first need to log in to Docker from the terminal. We can do that using the docker login command. So let's type docker login -u and give our username -p with our password. The U flag is specified for username and the P flag is specified for the password. So once you're logged in successfully, the Docker will display a message confirming the login. Before pushing the image to Docker Hub, we need to tag our local image with a name that includes our Docker Hub username. This ensures that a Docker Hub knows which repository the image belongs to. For that, let's type the command, that is docker tag my app, the username, my app : and then the version tag. Here my app : latest is the name and the version tag for the image. We are tagging this image as latest to indicate it's the most recent version. Now we can push our Docker image to Docker Hub using the docker push command. So let's type docker push with the username and the version tag again. This will upload the my app image to your Docker Hub repository. Docker will display the progress as it pushes the image layers. And once it's complete, you will see the confirmation message. So let's be patient unless the image is pushed. So here you can see a confirmation message telling that it is pushed. So after you have pushed the image to the Docker Hub, you can log out of your Docker Hub account from the CLI using the docker logout command. For that, let's type docker logout. This is useful when working on the shared machines or environments where you don't want your credentials to remain stored. To verify that our image is now available on Docker Hub, we can use the docker search command. This command allows you to search the Docker Hub for images. So for that, let's type the command as docker search, username, and my app. So here you can see all the images that we have published. So once the image is on the Docker Hub, we can pull it to any other machine or even to a current machine to ensure that it works as expected. The docker pull command allows us to download the image from the Docker Hub. So let's type the command as docker pull with our username and the image name with the version tag. This command will download the image layers from the Docker Hub to your local machine. So here you can see that our image is pulled successfully. After pulling the image, you can run it on your local machine, just like we did earlier using the docker run command. So now we can open our web browser and visit, typing the localhost 6969. You should see the same, that is subscribe to Edureka page, confirming that we have successfully pulled and run the Docker image from the Docker Hub. And that's it. You have successfully learned how to push an image to Docker Hub. Search for it, pull it, and run it on your local machine. Now that we have learned how to work with individual containers in Docker, let's introduce Docker Compose. Docker Compose is an essential tool when you're working with multi-container applications. Instead of managing each container individually, Docker Compose lets you define and manage all the services your application needs in a single YAML file called the dockercompose.yml. So here we have the command to install Docker Compose. The option -L makes the curl follow, redirects, ensures that it reaches the final download URL. And the uname-s part dynamically inserts the operating system name, such as Linux or Windows. And the uname -m inserts the system architecture, that is whether it is 64-bit or 32-bit. This ensures the correct version is downloaded for your system. The Docker Compose option specifies the output location where the Docker Compose binary will be saved. In this case, it is user local bin Docker Compose. Once the binary is downloaded, apply executable permissions, that is sudo chmod +x command. To verify that Docker Compose has been installed correctly, let's check the version. So let's type the command as Docker Compose version. So here you can see that the Docker Compose version is v2.29.7. That is the latest version. Now that we have installed Docker Compose, let's create a simple Docker Compose file. This file will define two services, a web server having an image of Nginx and a database that is Redis. So first, we'll create a new directory named Docker Compose file. So let's write the command for it, mkdir Docker Compose file. Then we'll go inside the directory. So type cd Docker Compose file. Inside this directory, we'll create a new file named dockercompose.yml using the touch command. So let's type touch dockercompose.yml. Next, we'll open this file with a nano editor and add the following content. So let's type services, web that uses the Nginx image, and the other file is the database which uses the Redis image. We'll save the file by pressing Ctrl+X, then Y to confirm and save, finally enter to confirm the file name. Before we run the file, let's check if it's valid using Docker Compose config command. This command checks the syntax error or misconfigurations in the YAML file. So let's type the command Docker Compose config. If the file is valid, you will see the content printed out. Now we are ready to run our services. To start both Nginx and Redis containers, we'll use the Docker Compose up command. We'll run it in the detached mode so the containers run in the background. So let's type Docker Compose up -d. So once the containers are up, we can verify by listing the running containers using the docker ps command. You will see two containers running, Nginx and Redis, which were defined in our dockercompose.yml file. Now to stop and remove the containers, we can use the Docker Compose down command. This command will bring down all the services defined in our Docker Compose file. So let's type Docker Compose down. Now let's modify our Docker Compose YAML file to expose a port for Nginx service so we can access it from our browser. So open the file again with nano. We'll add the following lines under the web service to map ports 8080 on our local machine to port 80 in the container. After making this change, let's validate the file again by typing Docker Compose config. If the file is valid, we can now run it again using the Docker Compose up command. If the file is valid, we can now run it again using the Docker Compose up command. Since the Nginx and Redis images are already downloaded, it will skip downloading and simply start the containers. Now let's go to the browser and type localhost 8080. So you'll see a default Nginx welcome page confirming that our container is running and accessible on the port 8080. Once you're done, you can bring down the containers again using Docker Compose down command. Docker Compose comes with several useful commands. To see a list of available commands, we can use the help command. So let's type Docker Compose --help. You will see a list of commands like up, down, config, ps, and many more. These commands allow you to manage your Docker Compose services easily. So, that's a quick introduction to Docker Compose. We have seen how to install Docker Compose, create and validate a Docker Compose.yml file, run multiple containers with a single command, map ports for service access, bring containers down when they are no longer needed.
So what exactly is full stack development? Well, a full stack developer is a person who can develop both client-side and a server-side software. In addition to mastering HTML and CSS, he or she also have a knowledge on front-end development using frameworks like AngularJS, Node.js, or Vue, which uses JavaScript. Apart from that, they have knowledge on backend development using languages like Python, Node, ASP.NET, PHP, and they are also well aware of working with database systems like SQL, SQLite, MongoDB, to name a few. When we are speaking about full stack development, a term web framework pops up every time. So what exactly is web framework? Well, a web framework or web application framework is a software framework that is designed to support the development of web applications, including web services, web resources, and web APIs. Web framework provides a standard way to build and deploy web application on World Wide Web, that is the internet. Web frameworks aim to automate the overhead associated with common activities performed in web application development. I'm sure you might now be wondering, how many web frameworks do we have? Well, guess what? We have a lot, and I mean a lot of web frameworks, each of which have the unique characteristics. Web frameworks are language specific. Some of the popular web frameworks are Spring MVC, which makes use of Java. Then we have React, making use of JavaScript. And then we have Django, which is considered as a state-of-the-art web framework in Python. These were a few of the popular web frameworks in the market. Moving ahead, let us discuss Python's popular framework, that is Django. So what exactly is Django, right? Well, Django is web application framework written in Python programming language. It is based on MVT design pattern. You might be wondering, what is MVT, right? Well, MVT stands for Model View Template. It is maintained by Django Software Foundation, an American independent organization which was established as a 501 nonprofit. Django is in very high demand due to its rapid development features, which means that it takes less time to build an application after collecting clients' requirements. This framework uses a famous tagline, that is, the web framework for perfectionists with the deadlines. By using Django, we can build web applications in a very little time, and the reason for this is because Django handles much of the configuration things automatically, so we can focus on application development only. With so much hype about Django, you might be wondering why Django and how Django is different from other frameworks. So let us now talk about its advantages. You see, starting off with one of the most powerful features of Django, that is Object Relational Mapper. This enables you to interact with your database like you would with SQL. As a matter of fact, Django's ORM is a Pythonic way to create SQL to query and manipulate your database and get results in a Pythonic fashion. Starting off with one of the most powerful features of Django, that is Object Relational Mapper. You see, Object Relational Mapper enables you to interact with your database like you would using an SQL. In fact, Django's ORM is a Pythonic way to create SQL to query and manipulate your database and get results in a Pythonic fashion. The next advantage that we have is a tight integration. You see, Django provides a set of tightly integrated components. All of these components have been developed by the Django team themselves. You see, Django was originally developed as an in-house framework for managing a series of new ordinate websites. Later, its code was released on the internet, and Django team continues its development using an open source model. Because of its roots, Django's components are still designed for its integration, reusability, speed from the very beginning. Then we have administration interface. You see, Django provides a default admin interface that can be used to perform, create, read, update, and delete operation on model directly. It reads a set of data that explains and gives information about data from the model, to provide an instant interface where the user can adjust the contents of the application. Then we have multilingual support. Django supports multilingual websites through a built-in initialization system. Using this, we can integrate multiple languages into a Python Django framework. This is helpful for those people who are working on websites with more than one language. So now that you know what is Django, let's see some of its features. You see, first off, as I've mentioned earlier, Django supports rapid development. You see, Django was designed with the intention to make framework that takes less time to build a web application. The project implementation phase is very time taken, but Django creates it rapidly. Then we have security. Django takes security seriously and helps developers to avoid many common security mistakes such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, cross-site request forgery, and many more. Its user authentication system provides a secure way to manage user accounts and passwords. Then we have scalability. You see, Django is scalable in nature and it has the ability to quickly and flexibly switch from small to large-scale application projects. Then moving ahead to fully loaded. You see, Django includes various helping task modules and libraries which can be used to handle common web development tasks. Django takes care of its authentication, content administration, sitemaps, RSS feed, and many more. Finally, coming down to versatility. Django is versatile in nature, which allows it to build applications for different domains. You see, nowadays companies are using Django to build various types of applications like content management system, social network site, or specific computing platforms. With Django being so popular, let's take a look at big tech companies who are using this framework. Starting off with YouTube. These video sharing platforms need no introduction. Earlier, this site was developed on PHP, but the YouTube team felt the need to improve its performance and add new functionalities in it. Continuous rapid audience growth forced the YouTube team to choose Django framework, and the choice was fully justified. You see, Django helped the YouTube team of developers, allowing the team to act quickly and flawlessly. They use this framework to implement new features and to maintain the speed of the website. The next big company that is utilizing Django is Instagram. Again, this site needs no introduction. You see, Instagram is the fastest growing photo and video sharing app, which is quite popular in the world today. The Kevin and Mike, the co-founders of Instagram, developed the first version of this app using Django. It was super easy to work with Django and it didn't require a lot of decisions and setups. Every day, Instagram users add 95 million photos and give 4.2 billion likes under the picture and videos. Django helped Instagram to scale the application, process huge amount of data, and manage great number of interaction between every single second. The ready-to-implement solution available in Django allowed the team to focus on UI and UX of the app instead of worrying about the backend technology that makes it work. And the popular application is Spotify. This music streaming app changed the way people listen to, share, and purchase music. The huge library of this application is accessible anywhere and on any device. It contains vast amount of data, and to handle this data, the application uses Python alongside Django. There were mainly two reasons for Spotify to choose this framework. First off, the faster backend, and second thing was machine learning options. Finally, coming down to Pinterest. Pinterest is yet another popular social media platform that allows its user to find ideas like recipes, home, and style inspiration. Pinterest has over 2.5 million monthly active users, so the website has to deal with a heavy load of users. To ensure excellent performance, website uses Django. Django provides ability to scale effectively without affecting its speed. Django's backend system has helped the developers to manage the website, allowing its users to follow each other and share boards and pins. With this type of hype, now you might be curious about how Django works, right? Well, Django is made up of series of components that help it receive and respond to user requests. Here is a quick overview. The way web application works is by request and response. Request is nothing but the user telling the framework that is looking for a certain application. Thus, the user provides a URL pattern. The pattern over here is nothing but an URL. Django accepts this URL and processes it and giving out a response. That is HTML, which is needed by a web browser to render a page. This page can be a plain text or something more richer. The key component over here is views. Views take in URL and processes it. And whichever URL pattern is matched by the application, that particular application function gets activated. And then this application function will return an HTML page. So what exactly is this views? Well, Django views are a custom Python code that are executed when a certain URL is accessed. Views can be as simple as returning a string of text to the user. They can also be made more complex by querying a database, processing form, and processing credit card details. Once a view is done processing, a web response is provided back to the user. So why do we need a web response? You see, it wouldn't be helpful if the user made a request to an application and don't see a response in return. When the user accesses a URL in a browser, what it shows in a window is the web response. Most often this is HTML page showing a combination of text and images. These pages are created using Django's templating system. As you can see over here in the diagram, the model over here is responsible for dealing with our database, and template contains all the HTML, CSS and Bootstrap code. And the view over here is responsible for taking URL as an input and then executing the activation function. So now that we know how Django works, let me quickly show you how to install Django on our system. So to install Django, I'll be making use of Anaconda. The reason why I'm using Anaconda is because I obviously don't want to install Django throughout my system. So I'm going to create a virtual environment here. So to do that, all I'm going to do is conda create -n, provide a virtual environment name, and then following that we'll give the Python version and then hit enter. Make sure you click yes over here and it will download a couple of packages. Here I'm going to use Python 3.8. As you can see, I have mentioned that over here. So it's installing Python 3.8 on our virtual environment. This might take a minute or two, so please be patient. All right, so as you can see here, we have successfully created our virtual environment. So now the next stage, we are supposed to activate our virtual environment. So to do that, I'm going to use conda activate the name of our virtual environment, that is Django demo. And let me hit enter. Okay, as you can see here, we have successfully entered into this particular environment. So let me clear the screen now. Okay, so this is how we can create our virtual environment. And now to install Django, I'm going to use this pip installer, pip install Django, and then hit enter. All right, so here we have successfully installed Django on our system. As of now, the version of Django that we have installed is Django 3.2. All right, so now that we have successfully installed Django on our system, let's see how we can create our first Django project and also see how we can create our first Django application. So to do that, let me move back to my code editor here. So first thing that I'm going to do is I'm create a folder here, mkdir, and give the name of this folder as Django. Or what we'll do is let's give the name over here as project, and then we'll hit 1 and then hit enter. And then let's enter into this particular folder here, cd project 1, and now we are going to create a project. Okay, so now to create a project, what we are going to do is we're going to just have something like the command django -admin, then we'll have start project, and following that what I'm going to do is give a project name. So let's say something like demo. So the demo is a project name, and then after this we are going to hit enter. Okay, so it doesn't say anything over here, so let's go to this particular folder and see what it has for us. All right, so as you can see, I'm present inside this particular demo project, and as you have seen, right, so I just created this project folder in front of you, project 1, and as soon as I hit the command, you can see we have this particular folder, and inside this folder we have manage.py and also another couple of files, that is init, and then we have settings, URLs, WSGI, and assign. Okay, so now what we'll do is we are going to our code editor and let's see how we can implement this. First off, you can choose any code editor you want. The code editor of my choice over here is going to be Visual Studio Code. So let me quickly open that. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is just type here open folder and go to the folder that we want to open. So it's going to be E drive, and then we have project 1. Okay, and we're going to go select folder. Okay, so as you can see here, within this project folder we have another folder which says demo, and now we are going to have another folder over here called demo and the manage.py. So let me do one thing. Let me directly get into this project folder, that is a demo folder. So let me get inside project and let me hit enter and select this as our folder. So as you can see here, we have this demo folder, and within this we have another folder here, and it has all these components. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change a Python interpreter here. So let me get down here and let me add the Python interpreter that we have created. So that's going to be Django. Okay, so let me quickly search that out. Okay, so as you can see here, we have our Django interpreter here, the one which we have created. Okay, so this is how we can create our project. So over here we'll have init file. This is the file which we usually don't touch. This is basically used to globalize all of these to make this demo over here as a package. And now we have a couple of other things. We have urls.py. This is responsible for taking in and exchanging URLs with our application. Then we have settings.py. This is where we'll be providing all the settings of our application. And finally, we have manage.py. Manage.py is a folder where we will not be touching it. This is something which we use to run our application, like the Django application. So now that we have created our first project, what I'm going to do is we'll create our first application. So, but before that, let's see what happens if I run our server. All right, so to run our server, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back here. I'm going to get inside my demo folder. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to run a simple command which says Python, that is manage.py. I hope you remember this manage.py, right? So this manage.py is a folder which is present here. And now just to run our server or the local host, what I'm going to do is run server and hit enter. So this gives us the default server over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and I'm going to go to my Chrome and paste it over here. So as you can see, we have nothing over here, but you can see that our application is working fine. Now, if you don't want to run on this particular port number, right? So you can also change your port number. So this can be easily done. So for that, let me first stop my server here. So now what I'm going to do is after doing this Python manage.py run server, I'm going to give a port number, like let's say 888, and let me hit enter. Okay. And now you can see here, before it was 8,000, right? And now our port number is going to change. It's going to be 8,888. Let me refresh this. You will see this won't run anymore. Okay. And instead of that, if I replace the zeros with 8 over here, that is this, you will see that our page is working totally fine. So this is how you create your own project. So now moving ahead, now what I'm going to do is I want to create our first application. Okay, so to create our first application, what I'm going to do here is, first off, let me stop my server. Okay, so to create your first application, what I'm going to do is Python. And now we have that command manage.py. But before that, let me quickly clear the screen. Okay, so I'm going to do this Python manage.py. Okay, and now we need something called a start app. This is a command. And now we are going to give the app name. So we'll give first app, or let's say our first app. Okay, before I execute this command, let me quickly go to my code editor. As you can see here, we have just one file, right? We have this demo. Okay, this is one folder. And then we have manage.py file. And this is something which got added up. So now what I'm going to do is, let me hit this command. Let me hit enter over here. Okay, nothing happened. We didn't see any line of code, but let me go back to our code editor. And let me refresh this. So you will see here that we have this particular application. So this is nothing but our first app. And this first app has migrations, which is basically used for database. And then we also have views, test, models, apps, admin, and many more. Okay. So now what we are going to do is we are supposed to add this first app to our settings folder over here. Okay. And if you don't add this app, that is our first app, to our setting folder, this Django application will not be able to recognize it. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for this main folder, that is a project folder, and go for settings.py. And here we'll have this option of adding our application. So as you can see here, installed apps, right? So now let us install our apps. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is just provide the name of this particular folder. So let me just go here, copy relative path. Let me just paste it over here and give a comma and save this up. All right, so this is how you can add up your first app. And now to spice things up, let's do one thing. Let's create a simple project wherein we can render this particular output. We can render hello world on our web page. Okay, so to do that, first off, we need to go to views. Okay, so in the views folder, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have to create a function. So if you remember what I've said earlier, so basically we have views. Okay, and views is something which is used to process the URLs, and then it returns back the response. Okay, so first off, we'll have a function here. We'll say, let's take something like, we'll give the random name. So we'll say my app, and this will have something called as request. Okay, so what this basically saying is this particular function accepts the request. And now what I'm going to do is we'll say we'll have d is equal to, let's display the current date and time. Okay, So we'll have date time. Okay. And in order to use this date time, I obviously have to import it. So I'll import it, import date time. Okay. So now we have imported our date time module. And what I want to do now is dot date. We have this function date time dot now. This is to capture the current time. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is we have to return this over here, we have to return this in a form of a response, right? So as I've mentioned earlier, it takes a request, that is the URL, and it gives out a response. So the way it gives a response, you can't just return D. Okay. If you return D, it's not going to work. So you have to return this in a form of an HTML. So to do that, we use something called as HTTP response. And for this, I'm going to import from Django dot HTTP import HTTP response. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is I'll have HTTP response here. And inside this response, I'm going to pass an HTML string. Okay. Means it's not a string. It's an HTML code in the form of a string. So let me define S over here. So S is nothing but, let's say I want a heading tag that is H1. So I can say something like the current time is, let's take that. I'm going to add this. I'll have str and I'm going to add D, which gives me current date and time. And then again, I will have to close this with an HTML tag. So this is going to be H1 and then close this up and make sure you have this part over here. Okay. So this function currently returns the current date and time. Now executing this alone will not make it work because we obviously have to add this to a URL path, because it is only with a URL we can route our request to this particular function. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to my project folder, that is demo. And then over here, as you can see, we have URLs. Okay. And now first thing that I'm going to do here is add this particular thing to a path. So first off, I have a path. Okay. And now this is where I'm going to define my URL path. So my URL path over here is going to be just like, let me give it as empty. I don't want anything. And here I'm going to pass the function. The second argument over here is nothing but the function. So it's nothing but views dot the function name. Now we don't have views over here. Obviously this is going to throw off error for me. So what I'm going to do is from this particular thing over here, that is from our first app. Okay, I can see that I have made a typo here, but it's okay. So make sure you keep in mind about the typo. So import views. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this particular function over here, my app. So let me quickly get down to the URLs, views dot my first app. Or let me just copy this here and pass it here. Okay. And this is all we are supposed to do. And let me execute this quickly. So let me save this up and let me execute this. Okay. So let me now quickly move to my code editor here. And as we know, if to run this, all I'm going to do is Python manage.py run server and then hit enter. Okay. So now we have this thing ready in our localhost. Let me copy this. Okay. So I will not refresh this part. All I'm going to do is, just compare this. Okay. So now if I add this up over here and hit enter, obviously we're getting page not found. That's because we haven't added anything, any extension to this. But before that, what I would like you to see is now we are not getting this server page. Okay. So if I refresh this, we'll be getting this particular page over here. So let me refresh this over here. And now for us to see the date and time, all you need to do is hash and give the pattern, that is date, and then hit enter. So you'll see here that this is the date and this is nothing but the function that we have defined. And if I refresh this, you'll see that the seconds are changing over here. So you can see here, now it's 10 seconds. It will now change down to 15. And again, if I wait for like 5 seconds, it will change down to 20 and so on and so forth. And an interesting thing that I would like you to see over here is in the command line. Okay. So as you can see here, every time it says get request. Okay. As you can see, it's like get date. So this is nothing but the URL that I'm passing. Okay. So the get date is nothing but me or the user telling a web server that get this particular function. And what this function over here will return is nothing but a response, that is HTTP response. And response over here can be nothing but an HTML page or a string or whatever it is. But over here, the server has nothing to do with what response it is giving. It has only to do with, it's taking this particular URL is getting executed, or this particular function is this getting executed. And if this particular function is getting executed, this particular response is what we get. Okay. So now to give you a better understanding, what I'm going to do is instead of giving this S over here, let's have one more thing. Let's say day over here represents hello world. So instead of passing hello world there, I'm just going to pass directly here. Let's say hello world. Let me save this. Okay, we obviously need to restart the server here at this point. So let me close this up. Okay, automatically it's reloading the changes because it detected the changes. So let me now get back to my browser and try reloading this. You'll see here we have hello world. Okay, and similarly, now you might be wondering, like, is it possible for me to have just a single application here? Well, no, that's not the case. We can have multiple applications and we can add this to multiple URLs over here. Now, speaking about reusability, right? So one of the important things about this frameworks or frameworks in general is that they allow or enhance reusability of particular code. Now, every time I add our views, okay, every time I add the URL path from the views to this particular URL path, I mean to say the URL paths of our project, it's like the bulkiness of the code is increasing. And this is just because over here we have one page. Okay, over here I have one single app. What if I have multiple apps? So this would obviously become a pretty huge thing, right? And if I want to delete this, or someone new is coming by and he wants to understand the code, it would be pretty hard for them to understand what is happening. So instead, what I can do is I can create a URL path within our application, within our first app, and then add the URL folder of this particular app to this part over here, to the project. Okay, so let me explain you what I'm trying to say here. See, first off, we'll have a hierarchy over here. This is nothing but our project folder. And the project folder over here is the demo. Within the project folder here, we can have multiple apps. Okay. And each of these apps is capable of rendering their own web page. And web page you saw over here is like date and time, which we saw, and then we printed a hello world, right? So they're nothing but the web page. So these are multiple applications. And one such application that we have over here is nothing but our first app. So what I'm trying to say over here is, instead of having all the URLs set it in our project folder, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a URLs folder over here in our application itself, or I should say locally, and then give away in such a manner that, our project folder is aware that we have defined our URLs folder in our applications. So let me quickly show you how we can achieve this. All right. So in order to achieve this, right? So first off, we need multiple applications. So we'll create def. So let's say first, okay. And as we know, this takes a response, a request, and in return, HTTP response. And what I want over here is I'll have h1 tag here, which is a heading tag, and I'll say first. And similarly, let me close this up, h1, and let me close this. Okay, similarly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have not one, let me have like 4 or 5, right? So let me copy this and let me paste it over here. Okay, and now let me just change this from first, second. Let me change this to third, and this would be fourth. And in our next stage, we're supposed to add this. Like if you were to follow the old method, I'm supposed to add all of these methods to our application window over here in the URLs. So it's going to be views.first, views.second, views.third. But I don't want that. I want to make it as readable as possible. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for this, our first app folder. Okay. And I'm going to create this particular file called as urls.py. All right. So now we have this URLs. This is the URLs present in our application. So now what I'm going to do is from django.config.urls import URL. Okay. And another thing that I want is from, we also need these views, right? So we need these functions over here. So what I'm going to do is from our test app, that is, let me copy this up, import URLs, that is, sorry, import views. All right. Now with this imported views, I can also have all of these methods. So let me close this views as of now. Okay, let it be open. This URLs is nothing but URLs of our project folder. This is for the application folder. So let me have URL pattern. Okay, and this is going to be the list. Fine. And within this list, I'm going to pass the URL. So you can see here I have called this URL, right? So URL, and this is going to be just this, and I'll put first. Okay. And here I'm going to provide views.first. Call the method name. Okay. So let me quickly check this out. All right. So this is the first URL. Similarly, I'm going to add all 4. So let me copy this up. Views.second. At the same time, even this has to be second. And here it's going to be third. And finally, the fourth. Okay. And once we are done with this, okay, let me save this up. Let me save even this views folder. Okay. All right, so now what I'm going to do is we obviously have to add all of these to our main projects folder. So to do that, first off, we'll create something similar to this. We'll have path, and inside this path, all I'm going to do is pass the name of our application. So the name of our application is our first app. So let me just copy that up. Let me just copy this up and let me paste it over here. Okay, and along with this, I also need to import some folders here. So that will be from django.config.urls import include. All right, and now what I'm going to do here is use this include method, and in this I'm going to pass a string which says the name of our app, that is our first app, dot the folder name, that is urls. Okay, it's referring to this particular folder here. And let me quickly save this up. This thing over here has formed a link or a chain between the demo folder and the app folder. So demo folder is a project folder, and this is nothing but the application folder. Okay, and now let's run our code here. Okay, so to do that, obviously I'll be using this. Let me hit enter. Okay, and now let's go down to this particular URL. Let me copy this up and let me paste it over here. This obviously won't be working. If I reload this, it will say page not found. Okay, or the site can't be reached. Okay, and now I'm just gonna execute this. All right, so nothing to worry, guys. We are totally right. So I'm supposed to pass this particular URL. So the URL that I'm supposed to pass over here is nothing but the name of our app. That is nothing but our first app followed by the application name. Okay, so it won't be just first. If I put first, it's not gonna detect. It has to go step by step. So it's gonna be like the name of our app followed by the name of our application. So let me quickly get that done. So let me copy this. So if I put this part over here, now if I do this, you will see we are getting a couple of options, right? So now all I'm gonna do is put here first. So if I do this, you'll see we get this first, and this is exactly what we have defined over here. Similarly, if I put it for second, let me quickly show you that, and hit enter, you'll see second, and similarly for third and fourth. And for fourth, it should represent the same thing. So let me quickly get that done and hit enter. Okay, so the interesting part, let me show you over here. Okay, so as you can see here, first thing it says get request. We have supposed to pass the URL. So first off, I passed the HTTP first app, right? So this is the URL that I passed first. So I got 404, which is nothing but the page not found. And then what I did was I passed the complete URL. So I passed the complete address for our application, that is our first app followed by the first. And this is where it gave us a response, that is HTTP. And you can see similarly it did it for first, second, third, and fourth. All right, guys, now that we have seen how to work along Django, let me quickly show you an important part that is nothing but admin login page. So in order to do that, let me first move to my code editor here and let me stop executing this code. So let me press Ctrl+C twice and clear the screen. Okay, so how do I access this admin, right? So how do I do this? So if you see over here, if I just go down to our root directory, that is just this. Okay, so for this I have to run my server. So let me quickly run my server and let me refresh this page here. So you'll see here that we have two options. We have admin as well as our first app. So what will happen if I do this? So let me add this over here and hit enter. You'll see we are presented over here with a username and password. So what is this username and password and how do I log in? Okay, so in order to work with this username and password, you need to get down here and you need to create something called as super user. So let me close this server first, clear the screen, and we need to create a super user for this particular project. So to do that, we'll have py manage.py create super user and then hit enter. The reason why I'm getting this error is because first off, we have to make something called as make migrations. So let me quickly show you how we can do that. Okay, so let me quickly clear the screen and type py manage.py make migration and let me hit enter. Okay, and after this, what I'm going to do is py manage.py migrate and then hit enter. So here basically what it's trying to do is it's trying to configure all the database. As we haven't added any external database here, it's going to take in the local database, that is nothing but SQLite, which is provided built in by Django framework. So let me clear this and let us now create our super user. Okay, so now it will say create a super user. That time you saw, right, we weren't getting the command, like we weren't getting this protocol over here. So let's say we'll give here as user, and let me hit enter. Now it will ask me to give an email address. You can just give a random email address. So I'll give it as user@user.com. Hit enter, and I'll give the same password, user, and it'll ask us to confirm. And let me hit enter. Okay, it says password is too small, but we can bypass it and just hit enter. Yes, and yeah. So now what I'm going to do is let me run my server again. All right, and let me go back to my browser and refresh this over here. Okay, so now if you remember, we gave the name, a username over here as user, and similarly we gave the username here as user. And let me log in. So as you can see over here, that we are provided over here with some page. Okay, and what does this page represents? It's nothing but a database. Okay, this is basically an admin page. And if you can see over here, it allows us to add a couple of users. We can create someone who has access to this. Apart from that, you can also add groups. And then this is exactly how this thing works. We can change our password, we can visit a site, and we can log out of this. So this is basically how the login page of this particular application works.
Let's dive deeper into job demands in both USA and India and understand why full stack development is such high in demand. The US represents a massive market for web development. With a solid 23% growth rate, this is driven by several factors including the increasing digitalization of businesses and the rise of e-commerce. Now let's turn our attention to India. Look at the growth rate, a whopping 35%. India has emerged as a major hub of web development with a large pool of talented and affordable developers. Having explored the impressive growth of web development market in both USA and India, let's take a look at the current job market for full stack developers on popular platforms like LinkedIn, Indeed, Naukri, and Dice. In USA, we are seeing a strong presence of full stack developers role across these platforms. LinkedIn shows over 11,000 plus open positions, Indeed around 6,000 plus, and Dice, a platform specifically for tech professionals, boasts over 16,000 plus opportunities. Now let's turn our attention to India. The job market here is absolutely buzzing. On LinkedIn, we see over 10,000 plus full stack developer roles. Indeed has around 8,000 plus listings, and Naukri, a leading job portal in India, shows an impressive 30,000 plus openings. Alright, now that we have explored the job market and seen the abundance of opportunities, let's talk about how you can best position yourself in this competitive landscape. One of the most impactful ways to do this is by incorporating AI into your full stack projects. Now let's look at some features for why full stack projects should be AI focused. So the first reason is high demand for AI skills. AI is revolutionizing industries, making AI expertise highly sought after. Including AI in your projects can boost your employability. And the next one is future-proofs your portfolio. AI is central to the evolving tech landscape. Showcasing AI integration highlights your adaptability to future trends. The next one is bridges full stack and AI. AI-focused projects demonstrate expertise in both full stack development and AI tools, and that shows that you are well-rounded. The next one is highlights problem-solving abilities. Tackling real-world challenges with AI-powered solutions proves your creativity and analytical skills. The next one is appeals to AI-driven companies. AI-first organizations value AI experience. And the next one is showcases proficiency in modern tools. AI projects utilize advanced technologies, highlighting your competence with cutting-edge tools. With a solid understanding of job market and value of incorporating AI into your projects, now let's move on to the most exciting part. That is top 5 full stack projects to build that will make your resume stand out and attract the attention of potential employer. Now let's dive into the details of our first project, that is decentralized library. A decentralized library is a digital library powered by a distributed network instead of central server, ensuring the security and accessibility. So let me walk you through the features that we can include in decentralized e-library. So now let's break down the key features that we are going to include in our decentralized library. First, we have user login, which ensures the secure and personalized access to every user. Once logged in, user can explore a wide range of books using search and discover book feature. Next, we will include the upload book feature. This allows the authorized users such as admins and contributors to add new books to keep the library constantly updated. After discovering a book, user can easily borrow book through a simple intuitive process. For premium content, secure payment processing will be integrated to handle transactions seamlessly. To help the user stay organized, there is a track borrowed books feature which lets the user to monitor the due date and track their reading progress. Once they have finished the reading, user can engage with the platform through a write reviews and rating feature, sharing feedback to help others to find the best book. On the administrative side, the admin management system allows the admin to manage books, monitor user activities, and keep the platform running smoothly. Finally, we will add the analytics and insights to provide the valuable data on the platform performance, user preferences, and trends. So these features make our decentralized library a comprehensive, user-friendly, and innovative platform. By combining all these features, we can create a powerful and user-friendly platform that makes accessing and managing library resources easier than even before. So now that we have discussed the features of our decentralized library, let's take a look at the technologies required to bring this project into life. So we will start with ReactJS for building the dynamic and interactive user experience. This ensures a seamless experience for the user while navigating the platform. For the backend, we will use Node.js with the Express.js to handle the server-side logic and APIs to manage the request efficiently. To store and retrieve data, we will integrate MongoDB or CouchDB as our database solutions, ensuring the stability and flexibility for handling large volumes of book data. To manage the file storage in decentralized way, we can utilize IPFS or interplanetary file system. This will allow us to store books and other files securely in the distributed manner. To implement blockchain technology, we will leverage Ethereum or Polygon networks. This will help to handle transaction, track ownership, and ensure the transparency. Finally, we will use Web3.js or Ether.js to interact with blockchain, enabling our application to connect seamlessly with smart contracts and decentralized network. With these technologies, we can build a robust, scalable, and truly decentralized library platform. Each component plays a critical role in making the project efficient and user-friendly. Moving on from decentralized library, let's dive into our next project, that is AI-powered resume builder with analytics. So this project focuses on simplifying the resume creation process using AI. Let's take a closer look at the features of our AI-powered resume builder with analytics project. So the first one will be user authentication. The next one will be real-time collaboration. Users can work collaboratively on their resume with peers, mentors, or career advisors. The next one will be AI assistance. The core of this project is that AI will provide personalized suggestions for AI content. The next one will be version control integration. User can save multiple versions of their resume and track the changes over time. The next one will be code review. Users can invite peers and mentors to review their embedded code, providing a valuable feedback and highlight their technical expertise efficiently. And next one will be project management. For users creating multiple resumes for different job profiles, we will include the feature to manage their project and priorities tasks effectively. The next one will be code execution. These features allow the tech-focused users to showcase their skills by embedding the runnable code snippets directly to their resume. And the last will be notifications. So that's it. These features combine to make the resume building process smarter, more collaborative, and tailored for today's competitive job market. Now that we have covered the features, let's discuss the technologies required to build AI-powered resume builder with analytics report. For the user interface, we will again use ReactJS. The next one will be backend framework. The backend will be powered by Node.js with Express.js. The next one will be database. We will use MongoDB for its flexibility in storing structured and unstructured data. And alternatively, for relational data, PostgreSQL can be an option. The next one will be real-time communication. To enable the real-time collaboration, we will integrate socket.io for bidirectional communication between the users and the server. The next one will be AI integration. The AI capabilities will be powered by OpenAI APIs or frameworks like TensorFlow or Hugging Face transformers. The next one will be version control systems. For version control integration, we will leverage Git or APIs from platforms like GitHub or GitLab to allow users to track and manage the different versions of their resume effectively. By combining all these technologies, we will create a robust, efficient, and feature-rich platform tailored to modern resume building needs. After enhancing the job-seeking process with AI-powered resume builder, Let's now shift our focus on equally impactful domain, that is the health monitoring and scheduling system. This project aims to streamline the healthcare management by offering the users the ability to monitor their health metrics and schedule the appointments effortlessly. So the healthcare monitoring scheduling system includes the several integrated features like the user login and profile setup. The next will be health monitoring dashboard, which will display the real-time health data including the vitals and tracked activities with graphical and numerical representations for easy monitoring. The next one will be intelligent appointment scheduling, and the next one will be symptom checker and virtual assistant. The next one would be medication and routine tracker. After that, we will include health history analytics. Then we will include the integrated health fitness goals. After that, we will include the insurance and billing integration. After that, we will include the emergency contact system. And then finally, we will include the feedback and rating. So having covered these features, let us look at the technologies that will power them. So again, in the front end, we will use ReactJS complementing by CSS3 for styling the application, ensuring the intuitive user experience. Again, in the backend, we will include the Node.js with the Express.js, allowing to handle the HTTP request efficiently and manage the business logic for the system. And again, in the database, we will store the user data, the health records, scheduling information using MongoDB, a NoSQL database that offers the flexibility in managing the unstructured data. After that, we will include the real-time features to enable the real-time communications, especially for live health monitoring updates and notification. We will use socket.io. After that, we will include DevOps and hosting. The application will be containerized using Docker for consistency across the environment. And it will be hosted on AWS, offering the scalability and reliability. The next one is APIs and integration. The system will rely on REST APIs for communication between the frontend and the backend. We will also integrate the Google Calendar APIs for scheduling the appointments seamlessly. The next one will be authentication. For secure authentication, we will implement JWT, that is JSON Web Tokens, to ensure the stateless and scalable authentication mechanism. And at last, we will include AI/ML. The system will leverage Python and scikit-learn to build machine learning models for symptom checking and personalized health insights. So that's it about the technologies required to build an health monitoring system. Now let's shift our gears to explore a new project that would be Smart Expense Tracker with AI Insights. So now first of all, let's look at the features that we can include in the Smart Expense Tracker with AI Insights. First one will of course be user authentication. After that, we will include the expense dashboard, a clean and intuitive dashboard displaying an overview of expense categories and spending patterns. After that, we will include the AI-powered spending insight. Again, after that, we will include the expense prediction. After that, we will include the multi-currency support that will allow the users to track the expense in different currencies, ideal for international transactions. After that, we will include the real-time notification. And at last, we will include the secure data management that ensures the user data is encrypted and securely stored. So now the technologies that we are using in Smart Expense Tracker with AI Insights are pretty much same as our previous project. So that's it. Now let's move on to the next project. So the next project that we can include in our resume can be AI image generator with customization option. This project is a great choice as AI-driven image generation is trending right now, allowing the user to create a personalized visuals with ease. It is perfect blend of creativity and technology, making it an exciting project to work on and explore. Now let us quickly look at the features that we can include in this project. The first one would be user authentication and profile management. The second one would be image generation option. AI-powered tools can generate high-quality images based on the user inputs and prompts. The next one would be customization feature, options to personalize generated images, including style, colors, and content preferences. After that, we will include AI fine-tuning, that means ability to refine the AI model for more specific and accurate image outputs. The next one would be image editing tools, that means a built-in editing tool for fine-tune images and make quick adjustments. The next one would be batch image generation that will generate the multiple images at once. The next feature that we can include is download and sharing option. After that, we can include the cloud storage and management to secure the cloud storage for users to save and manage their generated images. After that, we can include the premium features for subscribers. And at last, we can include the real-time preview. So that's it for the features that we can add in AI image generator with customization option. So now let us quickly look at the technologies that we can use in this project. So first of all, we will go with Frontend. We will use ReactJS again for dynamic building. And we will also use the CSS3 for styling and material UI for ready-to-use UI components. Next, we will work with the backend. The backend will be powered by Node.js and Express.js, providing a fast and scalable environment. After that, we will work with cloud and hosting services. For seamless storage and scaling, we will rely on AWS for cloud hosting and Amazon S3 for secure image storage. After that, we will work with authentication and authorization. We will again implement the JSON Web Tokens for ensuring the safe and efficient authentication. After that, we will work with AI and image processing. Python with libraries like TensorFlow and OpenCV will handle the AI image generation and processing, ensuring the high-quality customizable options. Next, we will work with the database technologies. We will again use MongoDB to store the user data and image metadata. After that, finally, we will work with deployment and version controls. Docker will be used to containerize the application, while GitHub will handle the version control, ensuring the smooth collaboration and deployment. So now that we have covered the projects, let's talk about Edureka's certification program that can help you master the technologies involved in full stack development and take your skill to the next level. So Edureka's Full Stack Developers Master Program is a comprehensive 21-week course designed to equip you with the skills needed to build an interactive and responsive web applications. The program covers the essential technologies such as HTML5, CSS3, JavaScript, ReactJS, Node.js, and MongoDB, providing a 360-degree understanding of front-end and the back-end development. Led by industry experts, this course offers a hands-on experience and real-time application to ensure the practical learning. Upon completion, you will receive a Master's Program Completion Certificate along with the individual course certificate validating your expertise in full stack development.
So what is full stack web development? I'm sure you all must have heard of front-end and back-end web development, but what is full stack web development? Now, full stack web development basically involves front-end and back-end web development. It requires in-depth knowledge of the different scripting languages like HTML, JavaScript, CSS, which make the web look more interactive and alive. It also requires high-level programming languages such as Java, Python, and so on to code the server side. Apart from this, you also require experience in working with JavaScript frameworks like Node.js and libraries such as jQuery and so on. Now, in the further slides, I'll be covering the different aspects of becoming a full stack web developer in depth. So stay tuned. So before we move on to what a full stack developer does and how a front end and back end developer works, let's look at the different layers of full stack. First, we have the presentation layer or the front end of the web. This layer helps you interact with the web, watch videos, perform actions like register to an online shopping site. So guys, whenever you surf a website, the different fonts, images, and the content of the website forms the presentation or the front end of that website. So basically, the design, look, and feel of the web is accomplished with the help of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Then comes the logic layer or the back-end layer. Now this layer forms a dynamic connection between the front end and the database. So every time you search the web, it's the logic layer that transmits your requirements to the database and returns what you searched for. All of this is powered by a web server. Now, in order to get this layer working, it's important to know at least one of the programming languages such as Python, Java, or C#. Okay. Now, lastly, we have the database layer. This layer is a massive warehouse of information. It contains a database repository which captures and stores information from the front end through the back end. Now, a prerequisite over here is to have knowledge of how data is stored, edited, retrieved, and so on. Languages such as MySQL, MongoDB are a must to know. Now let's look at the type of web developers. So guys, front-end developers are responsible for a website's look and feel. These developers must be masters at three main languages, which is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. They also need to be familiar with frameworks like Bootstrap, AngularJS, and Ember.js, which make the website look more interactive and alive. Libraries like jQuery also help to package code into a lightweight and compatible form. Now moving on to the back-end developers. Now the back-end of a website consists of three components: the server, the application, and a database. A backend developer creates and maintains the web server, application, and the database which allows the front end of the website to operate. To make the server, application, and a database to communicate with each other, backend developers use server-side languages like PHP, Ruby, Python, Java, and .NET to build an application. They also require to operate on tools like MySQL, SQL, MongoDB in order to fetch, store, or edit data and then serve it back to the user in the front end. Now guys, this is how backend developers work. Now moving on to full stack developers. The term full stack developer was popularized in a meeting around 8 years ago when Facebook announced that they are looking to hire only full stack web developers. Now basically a full stack developer should be knowledgeable enough to work on both the front end technology and the back end technology. So he needs to have an understanding of how the web works at each and every level, including setting up and configuring Linux or Windows servers, coding server-side APIs, running the client side of the application by using JavaScript, and structuring and designing the web page with CSS and HTML. A full stack developer is like the jack of all trades. One must have enough knowledge to run both the client and the scripting side. Now let's discuss a few key points about why one must practice full stack web development. One of the reasons is the full stack developers can choose from a rich set of tools and technologies for creating and designing unique code. They are not restricted to a certain set of tools for development because there are n number of frameworks and libraries that will assist a full stack developer in achieving an effective web application. Now the next reason is design and development. Now one of the best things about working as a full stack developer is that you're not restricted to only development. As a full stack developer, you can design and style your application, and then if you're bored of designing, you can probably switch to your developer mode. Now developer skills come into handy when you want to create a functional and a bug-free application. A full stack developer is basically a creative person who can both develop and design an application. So guys, I'm not going to lie to you, a full stack developer is like the Stephen Hawking of web development. After mastering various scripting and programming languages and working alongside several frameworks and libraries, a full stack developer is no less than a master. Of course, one requires to have work experience and a lot of knowledge, but nothing is unachievable if you have the will to do it. Apart from that, a full stack developer is highly valued in all parts of the world. In the US, the average salary of a full stack developer is over $110,000. Not only in the US, all around the world, full stack developers are in high demand. Now that you have a basic understanding about what a full stack developer is, let's dive deep into how to become a full stack developer. Let's look at the responsibilities of a developer and what exactly does he do. Alright? So guys, to begin with, you must have a decent understanding of how a website or a web application is built and what tools and technologies are used to do so. So let's begin with our front-end web development. To master front-end web development, you'll need to know many technologies, but the main technologies are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, HTML, which stands for Hypertext Markup Language, is the skeleton of every web page. It defines the structure of the web. Without it, the web would be as shapeless as a lump of clay. By using HTML, you tell the browser how you want your content to be structured by defining the different parts of a web page. For example, you define the content of your web page within HTML tags. Now, these tags tell the browser which part are headings, body, sidebars, and footers. This not only helps to structure the web page, it also lets you style each HTML element by selecting them and then adding different style parameters. Now, CSS, which stands for Cascading Style Sheets, is like the clothes we wear to look stylish and attractive. The HTML elements we define can now be styled using CSS. For example, you can change the color of the header, add and style various buttons. You can also use CSS to adjust the width of the HTML elements. You can style them by adding color and design. You can also play around with buttons and make them look colorful and attractive. So guys, you can style a web page in any way you want. CSS has thousands of styling functions which let you design and make a web page look like a beautiful painting. Next up is JavaScript. Now, before I get on with how full stack developers use JavaScript, it is important to understand how JavaScript works. JavaScript is basically a language of the web which every browser, PC, and mobile phone understands. Now, JavaScript can natively run on the browser. By natively, I mean that most of the web browsers like Google Chrome, Safari, and Internet Explorer have a JavaScript engine embedded into their browsers. Okay. Now this JavaScript engine interprets the JavaScript code so that it can run on the browser. So guys, this is exactly how JavaScript runs on the web browser. Now, where is JavaScript used? Now let's look at an example. So guys, when you're browsing on a web page, you come across many buttons. On clicking these buttons, some event occurs. Now JavaScript has event listeners which perform specific actions on the click of a button. Like for example, on the click of a button, another page might open up or a personal detail form can pop up. All of this is possible only through JavaScript. It is basically used to manipulate the HTML elements, add motions and graphics to them. So any sort of motion that you see on your web page is all JavaScript. Now that you have a good idea of how full stack developers work on the front end, let's look at the back end. Now when a user opens up a web page and clicks on a link or submits some form, or let's say he enters a URL, where does this data get stored and how does the browser return information to the user? So basically the browser connects to a web server. Now a web server is just a computer running an application or a software that delivers resources to the web pages. So guys, when a web server receives a request for a resource, it has to respond with that resource. So how does it do that? Now basically backend developers program the web servers to respond with the right resources. So the main aim of the web server here is to respond with the correct resources. But where do they get these resources? The web server is connected to a database which is continuously pulled on receiving some requests. So the role of a full stack developer here would be to create an application that fills a web page with the required resources by pulling data from the database. Now this application is programmed using server-side languages like Java, Python, PHP, Node.js, and the database is also programmed using languages such as MySQL, MongoDB, and SQL. So guys, basically the back end of a web page is used to serve the required resources to a user. So here we just discussed how the front-end development is used to design the user-facing part of a web page that lets us interact with the web page. We also discussed how the back-end is used to deliver a web page to the browser along with the requested resources which are retrieved from a database. So guys, this is what a full-stack developer does. He has to create both the front-end and the back-end of a web page. Alright? Now let's look at some of the important technologies and tools that a full-stack developer must know. First of all, a full stack developer must choose a code editor that is best suitable for him. There are hundreds of code editors out there. Personally, I switch between Visual Studio Code and Sublime Text. They're the most user-friendly code editors, but you guys can go ahead and choose whichever code editor you like. Now the second tool is a version control system. A version control system basically is used to keep a track of all the changes that you make to your code, files, or any sort of documents. Now, like the name suggests, it creates versions of your code or your file every time you change something. So let's say that you created a web application and added an additional feature to it. But for some reason, this feature slowed down your website and you want to go back to the old version of your website. So usually it is very hard to revert back to an older version, but a version control system takes care of this because it has a track of all the code changes that you've made and it can easily revert back to any code change. Some of the popular version control systems include Git and Subversion. Now guys, there are thousands of JavaScript frameworks and libraries which will come handy during web development. Frameworks like Node.js can help with back-end development of a web page, and JavaScript libraries such as jQuery can help at the front end to design a web page. Then there is Angular, React, Backbone, Meteor, which are all very useful to a full-stack developer. A full-stack web developer is always familiar with a couple of JavaScript frameworks, and the best part of these frameworks is that after learning JavaScript, which you'll definitely need while developing the front end, they are very easy to understand. Next up, we have HTTP protocols. Now, HTTP is basically a stateless application protocol on the internet which allows clients to communicate with a server. So basically, it enables communication between the front end of your web page and the back end. Guys, let me tell you that there are a lot of web developers out there who don't know much about HTTP. But it is quite essential to have an understanding about HTTP and how the internet works. It is also necessary to understand what is REST and why is it important in regards to the HTTP protocol in web applications. Apart from all of this, a full stack developer obviously needs to have prior knowledge about running the application on operating systems such as Linux, Windows, and so on, because at the end of the day, all of this is running on top of an operating system. Also, a lot of full stack developers have brushed up on various project management tools like Jira, Teamwork, Basecamp to effectively carry out the web development process. So guys, becoming a full stack web developer requires good amount of effort and dedication. But is it worth all the effort? I would say definitely it is. It is the most valued designation, and once you practice full stack web development, you'll become a master of the web. And at Edureka, we provide a full stack web development course that has all the required tools and technologies that you need to learn. And we also make sure that you don't just learn it, you master it. So guys, if you're interested in learning the full stack web development master course or any other trending technologies, let us know in the comment section and we'll get back to you at the earliest.
Now, let's jump into the beginner level web developer interview questions. And the first question is, what are the key skills needed for a great web developer? To be a skilled web developer, you need to have the following skills: proficiency in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and then the knowledge of responsive designs and framework, example Bootstrap. Also, understanding of version control systems like Git, and the ability to work with front-end libraries or framework, example React or Angular, along with the backend development skills, example Node.js and Express.js, data management skills such as SQL or NoSQL. Now, moving on to the next question, what advantages does HTTP 2.0 offer in comparison to HTTP 1.1? Firstly, we have multiplexing, handles multiple requests on a single connection, improving efficiency. Next, header compression, reduces overhead and enhances speed. Third, we have server push, allows server to send multiple responses without waiting for requests, improving page load times. Fourth, we have binary protocol, enhances parsing, efficiency and reduces errors. Fifth, we have stream prioritization, enables request prioritization, improving user experience. Moving on to the third question. In JavaScript, how would you go about selecting every element that has a specific class? In JavaScript, to select all elements with a specific class, you can use document.querySelectAll along with the class selector. For example, to select all elements with the class example class, constant element equal to document.querySelectAll in the bracket .example class. This returns a node list containing all elements with a specified class, allowing you to manipulate or perform actions on these elements. Moving on to the fourth question, what makes ID and class in HTML CSS differ from one another? The key differences between ID and class in HTML CSS are: an ID is a unique identifier assigned to a specific HTML element, ensuring its singular presence within a document. In contrast, a class serves as a categorization tool, allowing multiple HTML elements to share the same class designation. Each ID can be used only once per HTML document, preventing duplication and ensuring a distinct identifier for each element. Classes, on the other hand, are designed to be reusable and can be applied to multiple elements throughout a single HTML document. IDs are commonly used for targeted styling or manipulating of individual elements using CSS or JavaScript. Classes, being more versatile, enable the application of shared styles or behaviors to multiple elements within the same class designation. The HTML syntax for applying an ID is through the ID equal to unique ID attribute. To apply a class, the HTML attribute used in class equal to class name. In CSS, an ID is accessed using #UniqueID. Conversely, in CSS, a class is accessed using .ClassNameSelector. Moving on to the fifth question, why is a namespace used in web development? Namespaces are used to avoid naming conflicts between various parts of code or libraries. They ensure that variables, functions, or elements with similar names don't conflict or interfere with one another. Moving on to the sixth question, describe Webpack. The most widely used module bundler in modern web development is known as Webpack. It gathers various resources including images, CSS files and JavaScript files and builds a dependency graph out of them so that they can be used together in the web application. Moving on to the 7th question, describe the CSS box model. The CSS box model is a fundamental concept that defines the structure and layout of elements on a web page. It comprises of 4 components such as, first we have content, the element's actual content including any text, photos or other media is referred to as content. The padding, border and margin encloses it. Second, we have padding, the distance from element's border to its content. In CSS, padding is used to specify internal space that an element can have. Third, we have border. It surrounds the content area and padding. Border styles, colors and widths are all customizable with CSS border properties. Fourth, we have margin, the area outside the border that separates this element from its surrounding. Now, let's move to the 8th question. Explain about significance of CORS, Cross-Origin Resource Sharing. A security feature called Cross-Origin Resource Sharing is applied by web browsers to control access to resources on a web page from various origins, also called as domains. The importance of CORS is found in its ability to allow or deny cross-origin requests, which are requests for resources such as scripts, data, or fonts from a domain other than one currently hosting the web page. Moving on to the 9th question, explain HTML5 web storage. HTML5 web storage allows browsers to store data locally within a user's browser in a key-value pair. It has 2 types, session storage and local storage. This feature is useful for catching, storing user preferences and enabling offline capabilities. However, it has size limit and isn't suitable for sensitive data due to its client-side nature. Moving on to the 10th question, what is selector used in CSS? A selector in CSS is a pattern or expression that targets specific HTML elements to apply styling rules. It defines which element in an HTML document the CSS rules should be applied to. To put it shortly, selectors plays a crucial role in applying styles to elements, allowing developers to precisely target and style HTML elements according to the various criteria or conditions. Now, moving on to the 11th question, explain the difference between inline and block elements in CSS. Block elements start to a new line and stretch to use all the available horizontal space, and they stack on the top of each other vertically and can contain both block and inline elements, creating separate blocks on a web page. Example include paragraphs, headings, and divisions. Inline elements, however, don't start on a new line. They only take up as much width as necessary and flow within the content, allowing other elements to sit beside them on the same line. They cannot contain block level elements and are often used for small parts of content within a line, like emphasizing text, hyperlink, or spans. Moving on to the 12th question, explain the difference between the HTML5 span and div tags. Span is an inline element mainly used for styling small content within a line, while div is a block level element used for creating larger divisions in a document, organizing content into separate blocks for containers. Span does not create new lines and it's suitable for inline style elements, whereas div create new lines by default and is employed for structuring larger sections of content. Now, moving on to the 13th question, what is HTML canvas purpose? The HTML canvas element is used to create graphics, animations, and interactive visualizations directly within a web page using JavaScript. Its main purpose is to provide a drawing surface on which developers can dynamically generate and manipulate graphics, shapes, images, animations, and more. Moving on to the 14th question, explain DOM, Document Object Model. A programming interface of web document is called Document Object Model, or DOM. It represents HTML and XML documents shared as a tree-like model, with each node representing an element, attribute, or text segments of the document. Now, as we move to advanced web developer interview questions, get ready for deeper technical exploration, covering both front-end and back-end expertise. Now, the first question is, state difference between SVG, Scalable Vector Graphics, and Canvas. SVG uses XML-based tags to define shapes and is scalable without quality loss. Elements are the part of the DOM, allowing easy manipulation, styling, and animation using CSS or JavaScript. Retains objects as individual elements, enabling dynamic modification and interaction. Canvas provides a drawing context through JavaScript for immediate mode bitmap graphics. Render graphics directly onto the canvas without retaining objects, making post-rendering manipulation difficult. Not inherently scalable without loss of quality due to its pixel-based nature. Moving on to the second question, define the Worldwide Consortium, W3C. The World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, is an international community that creates guidelines and standards to guarantee the World Wide Web's continual growth and accessibility. The web's creator, Tim Berners-Lee, started it in 1994 by creating standards and guidelines that make the web more inclusive, accessible, and interoperable for all users. W3C plays a crucial role in influencing the direction of the web. Moving on to the third question, why are pseudo-classes used in CSS? In CSS, pseudo-classes are used to specify the unique states of elements that are not selectable and standard selectors. Without the need for extra classes or JavaScript, they enable styling elements based on users' interaction, position within the document, or specific conditions. The syntax is selector pseudo-class in the bracket CSS properties. Now, moving on to the fourth question, describe the variations between NoSQL and SQL databases. SQL databases are relational and uses a structured schema that defines the tables, their columns, and relationship between tables, whereas NoSQL databases are non-relational, allowing flexible schemas and handling unstructured or semi-structured data. SQL databases follows the ACID properties, which stands for atomicity, consistency, isolation, durability, ensuring strong consistency and reliability. Coming to NoSQL, it emphasizes flexibility and can follow BASE, basically available soft state eventually consistent properties, prioritizing availability and partition tolerance over strong consistency. SQL databases uses SQL, structured query language, for defining and manipulating data. SQL is standardized and widely used for querying. Coming to NoSQL databases, it does not exclusively rely on SQL and might have its own query language or APIs. Some NoSQL databases support SQL-like querying, but it's not universal. In SQL databases, scaling vertically can be limited due to hardware constraints. Here, scaling vertically means adding more power to a single server, whereas in the case of NoSQL databases, it is generally more scalable horizontally due to their distributed nature, allowing them to handle large volume data and traffic. Here, scalable horizontally means adding more servers. Moving on to the fifth question, what is pair programming? Two programmers collaborate at a single workstation using the agile software development technique known as pair programming. The driver who writes the code and the observer or navigator is the person who reviews each line of the code as it is typed, offering quick feedback, making suggestions for enhancement, and talking about design choices. Moving on to the sixth question, how do CSS selectors work? List a few. CSS selectors are patterns used to select and style HTML elements based on the attributes, types, positions, and more. Here are a few common CSS selectors. Element selector targets elements based on their type. Class selector selects elements with a specific class attribute. ID selector targets a specific element with unique ID attribute. Attribute selector target elements based on their attribute values. Pseudo classes select elements based on their state or position. Moving on to the seventh question, describe what a JavaScript scope is and list its various forms. Scope in JavaScript describes how variables and functions are visible and accessible inside the code. It establishes the locations at which these variables and functions can be used, as well as how they interact with other code segments. There are mainly three types of scope in JavaScript: global scope, function scope, and block scope. Coming to global scope, global variables are those that are declared outside of any block or function. They can be accessed from any place in the code, even from functions. If you check this piece of code, you can check this piece of code. The global variable has been declared outside the function, but it is accessible within the function as well as it is accessible from outside the function. Moving on to the function scope, a function's declared variables are covered by its scope. They are not visible outside of that function and can be only accessed within it. If you check this piece of code, the local variable has been declared inside my function and it is accessible only from inside the function. If you try to access it from outside the function, it will show you an error. Coming to the block scope, variables declared with keyword const and let have block scope. This indicates that they are restricted to the block, such as if statement or loops, in which they are defined typically inside curly braces. You can check this particular piece of code where you can see that the block variable is declared inside the if block. You can access the block variable from inside the block, but if you try to access this block variable from outside the block, you can see an error over here. Moving on to our 8th question, state the difference between local storage and cookies. Cookies have a limited storage capacity, about 4 KB per cookie, and are sent with every HTTP request, making them accessible from both the server and the client side. They can have an expiration date and are commonly used for session management and user authentication, and are vulnerable to cross-site scripting attacks. Local storage, on the other hand, has a larger capacity, approximately 5 MB per domain, and is only accessible through the client. It remains active until explicitly cleared, making it appropriate for larger dataset, application state, and user preferences. While local storage is more secure than cookies, it is still vulnerable to XSS attacks, and if not handled properly, it cannot be accessed by the server unless explicitly sent. Moving on to our 9th question, how to handle type conversion in JavaScript. JavaScript's handling of type conversion is essential for data manipulation and ensuring that various data types operate properly. JavaScript offers a number of methods for handling type conversion. The first one is implicit type conversion. It happens automatically when different types are used together in the operation. In this example, the x is declared as a number and y equal to 60 has been declared as a string. If we put a sum equal to x plus y, the JavaScript converts the x to a string and performs string concatenation. The console.log sum will give you an output of 5060 as a string. Coming to explicit type conversion, we have string conversion. In string conversions, we use string function or toString function to convert to strings. In example, here let n equal to 123 is been declared as a number. String n function converts the integer n into a string n. If we use console.log type of string, then as an output we get a string. In the second one, let boolean value equal to true. Now boolean value to string will convert this true value into string value. Next, we have number conversion using number function, parseInt function or parseFloat function for numbers. In this example, string n equal to 456. Here 456 is declared as a string. Let nval equal to number of string n converts the string n into a number. If we use console.log type of n value, then the output will be a number. Similarly, parseInt converts 10.5, a string value, into an integer value, and parseFloat converts string 10.5 into a float value 10.5. Moving on to boolean conversion, we use boolean function to convert to booleans. Let value equal to 0. Now boolean value will convert the type of value into a boolean value. The console.log bool value will give you an output as false. Now if we had a value equal to 1, then console.log bool value would have returned you a true value. Coming to unary operators, unary plus, unary minus, and logical not can perform implicit type conversion in specific contexts. You can see the code. Let string number equal to 123. Here 123 is a string. Let converted num equal to plus str number. Here the unary plus for converting to number. Console.log type of converted num would have given you an output number. Moving on to our 10th question, how can different style sheets be integrated into a website the best way? The best way to integrate different style sheets into a website is by using external style sheets, .css files linked in the HTML head section. This ensures organized, modular, and maintainable code, along with responsiveness achieved through media queries and support for legacy browsers using conditional comments when necessary. Moving on to our 11th question, what are CSS transitions? What are their properties? With CSS transitions, elements can smoothly switch between styles in a specific duration of time. By offering smooth animation or changes to attributes like color, size, position, or opacity, they improve the user experience. Properties of CSS transition. Transition property specifies the CSS property to which the transition will be applied. Example, color, width, opacity. Transition duration defines the duration of the transition effect in seconds or milliseconds. Transition timing function determines the pace of the transition, controlling the acceleration or deceleration. Transition delay is an optional property that sets a delay before the transition starts. Moving on to the 12th question, why are closures used in JavaScript? JavaScript closures are useful because even after the outer function has completed running, they let the functions inside keep access to variables from their containing scope. They close over the variables, establishing a scope chain that allows inner function to access the parameter and variables of outer function. You can see the closures are used in this example to nest one function, inner function, inside another function, outer function. Even after the outer function has finished executing, the inner function continues to have access to its variable. This allows for a creation of a closure that remembers the value of x. When the closure is later called with the argument y, it has access to both x and y, allowing the output of their combination x plus y to be logged. Closures are useful for encapsulating and preserving variable state. Now, moving on to the 13th question, explain long pooling. In web development, long pooling is a method used to establish real-time communication between a server and a client, usually a web browser. With this technique, real-time updates can be created without the constant pooling that characterizes conventional methods, as the server can send updates to the client as soon as the new data becomes available. Moving on to our 14th question, what are the new form elements introduced in HTML5? In order to improve user input handling and user interaction, HTML5 introduced a number of new form elements. Some of these new form elements are input types, input type email for email addresses, input type URL for web addresses, input type number for numeric input, input type date for date input, input type time for time input, input type search for search queries. Data list provides a predefined list of options for input elements. Output displays the result of calculations or user actions. Progress and meter. Progress represents task completion progress. Meter displays measurements within a range. Text area attributes, we have max length that limits the number of characters in a text area, and wrap that refines a wrapping behavior in a text area. Moving on to the 15th question, why is grouping used in CSS3? Grouping in CSS3 is used to streamline and simplify the styling process by applying the same set of styles to multiple selectors at once. It allows you to define styles or different elements that share common styling attributes without repeating the same declaration for each individual selector. Over here, you can see this example in the following code.
And with this, we have come to an end to this full course on full stack web development. If you enjoyed listening to this full course, please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment on any of your doubts and queries. We will reply to them at the earliest. And do look up for more videos and playlists, and subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel to learn more. Thank you for watching and happy learning.